Okay, there will be an echo, I think. Okay, Twitch. Where are you now?
Et là, les camions vont s'enchaîner. En fait, il y a plein de camions où il y a des pneus, des bottes de foin. Bon, là, c'était du lisier. Là, il y a même des tripes, hein, c'est des tripes d'animaux morts. Ah, bon.
Nicole Elissen, goedemorgen, welkom terug. Jessica Zetten, Thea Schoonbeek, Jan van Goor. Waarom krijg ik de chat niet? Klaasien de Roos, goedemorgen. Kijk, er komt even echo, hè? Ik moet het even checken. Kijk, er komt even echo, hè? Ik moet het even checken. Goed. Echo weer weg. Zo. A Lonely Girl and 5-5 Hilde, welcome back at Twitch. It will be both Dutch and English, so English people, if you want, ask for a recap. This is all shit, literally, and a whole lot of garbage. It's in front of the prefecture, like the council, municipality house or something. In France, it doesn't say where in France. There's no police. At least I have seen no police for the moment. It's a Tuesday and yeah, weird protest until now. See, on top of that gate it says prefecture. And here there is all kinds of chocolate milk, except it's not chocolate milk. It's cow disposal. Well, no, not disposal. They went number 2. Dankjewel Nicole Elissen voor het delen van de video. Ik zal YouTube ook even openen, dus er kan weer een echo komen, heel kort.
De l'autoroute sur lequel ils sont restés durant.
Ja, zo klaar. Wacht hè, wacht mee. Ah, eerst. En gooit je weer weg. Chat staat altijd op top chat, heel irritant. Moet je meer blijf chat zeggen. Dan doe je hier nog meer afval, denk ik. Ja, denk het wel. Ook, ja hoor, kiepwagen. De was, hij had geen zin om de was te doen. Toch wel oude kleding, kan weg. Oh, als ze die banden in de fik steken, dan is die poort niet wit meer. Dat is een stevige deur. Ik zou denken, het wil eruit vliegen. Wat is dit? Ook een glaswol. Is dat mijn geluid heel zacht? Ik denk het wel. Ja. Oh, dat is très bien, beter hè. Beter. Ja, dat is veel beter zo. Wat staat er nog meer aan? Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Kik, moet ik ook gaan openen. Dan ga ik daarna weer de chat in. Even. Het ook weer een echootje. Geen echootje. Mooi. Garlic, good morning. well, for you it's night, I think. And we are watching France, farmers protest at the prefecture, like the municipality house or something. And I don't think it says where it is. The Agen, of Dagen, D dot, no not dot, flying dot, flying comma, D flying comma, Agen, A-G-E-N, A-G-E-N. I don't know that one, but in Frans. And they're dumping a whole lot of literally shit that's already there, and this kind of stuff, looks like steel wool or glass wool. Or old clothes. Didn't want to do the laundry. Jan Rottevel, goedemorgen. Gelezen, mooi om te zien, zegt Nicole. Wordt er vrolijk van. Ja. Ja, ze kunnen even niet die poort in. Schoon komen ze er niet in. Er is nog geen politie te zien, dus ik neem aan dat het een vrij landelijk gebied is. Maar voor hetzelfde geld is het grote stad. Ik kan dat hele de Agen niet. D vliegende komma A-G-E-N. Nou, kunnen Google Maps er wel even bijpakken. D, Agen. Google Maps. Gaat hij dat doen? Dat doet hij. Ja, gooi dat allemaal maar weg. Joh. Dan klein. Nur, kleiner. Zie je nog geen steden? Oh, Toulouse, hier. Toulouse, waar was het hier ergens? Het is wel helemaal groen daar. Een agrarische omgeving. Nou, poep schuiven. Lekker mengen. Dat moet waarschijnlijk tegen de poort. Ja. Ja, daar kom je niet meer gewoon doorheen. De journalist denkt ook, wat is dat voor geur? Dat kent hij niet. Ben Boer, goedemorgen, welkom terug. Marijke Robben. Dankjewel, live. Oh, wat is dat dan? Al banden ertussen. Nou, ze staan ook aan de andere kant van dit camera-shot. Ze zijn er behoorlijk wat. Rood en blauwe sweater aan ergens. Ja, is meer zwarte. Yeah, it's smelly over there. I am sure of it. Garlic press. I like garlic from a press, but I don't think we like this smell. Literally, shit is going down in France. Nightscreen, ook goedemorgen, welkom terug. Nou, we kijken naar de Agen. D. Ja, vliegend komma. Hoe noem je zo'n ding ook alweer? Accent et prof of zo? Apostrof, denk ik. D apostrof Agen. A-G-E-N. Ergens tussen Toulouse en Nederland. Ik ken zelf de stad niet, maar de omgeving ziet er heel groen uit. Goedemorgen Liefje, ook welkom terug. Nou, die opmerking had ik ook gemaakt. Ja, eerder al hoor. We zijn alweer 10 minuten live. Facebook even erbij pakken. Klaasien de Roos, nou dat valt wel mee. Zo braaf zijn de boeren niet altijd. Want, even kijken wat gebeurt hier. Oké. Zo braaf zijn ze niet. Denk maar aan een paard opduwen. Ja, dat ging voorzichtig, hè. Ik keur dat niet af. Dat ging heel subtiel. Van de politie te paard. Een deur van een provinciehuis ingeduwd met een tractor. Ging ook behoorlijk gecontroleerd. Hekken bij Eindhoven. Gewoon hup er doorheen. Hekken Malieveld, hup er doorheen. Ja, ze hebben hier ook wel in, ik weet niet meer hoe het heette, een of andere grensstreek bij een gemeentehuis. Daar werd ook het een en ander gedumpt. Nou, dan had je nog de blokkades, hè. Nou, valt wel mee. Zo braaf zijn ze niet. En het rare is, er is geen politie. En in dit soort gebieden, meer landelijk, alhoewel die stad me best groot lijkt op de kaart, hebben ze meestal gendarmerie. Minimaal, hè? Dus 24/7. Maar ik zie niemand. En dit is al een tijd gaande. Hè? Ik had al gepost. Een live, hoe noem je dat? Screen capture. Video screen capture. Die staat onder deze live op mijn persoonlijke pagina. Dus het is al een tijdje gaande en nog steeds geen politie. Dan wel gendarmerie. Wat wij hier de marechaussee noemen. Militaire politie. Cool Mike, hey Cool Michael, wel als Nederlander, krijg nou wat. Ik ken jou toch van Kik, denk ik. Ja, dankjewel voor het delen, Cool Michael. Kik zit waarschijnlijk niemand. Hè? Oh, toch. Ik zie alleen niet wie. Eentje. Dan Twitch weer even. Garlic Press, thank you. Yeah, I will. I'm following this now. I have seen it before. I did a video capture before I went live. And the weird thing is, there is no police. There is no gendarmerie, like the military police. They have a lot of these in France. And this has been going on for like almost an hour now. And the Agen is not a little city on the map. It's a rather big city. Yeah, if they're going to burn this, that building won't be white anymore. Als ze dit in de fik gaan steken, jongen, hey, dan, dat gebouw is niet meer wit dan. Ik weet niet of dat gebeurt, hè. Kijk, er hangt zo'n tank aan de deur. Tegen 100 liter diesel. Nou, tegen 100. In ieder geval 100, denk ik. Geen idee. Wat daar staat, bedoel ik. Nou ja, nou ik toch ben op Twitch, wil ik even wat proberen. Met allemaal icoontjes, even checken of dat werkt. Garlic press, well, there are a lot of loads already. I think about 10. Wild guess, I didn't count them, but 10 I think. And how many more there will be? Perhaps another 10, I don't know. And again, it's to me, I don't know what it is. It looks like steel wool, or it doesn't look strawy. Organic doesn't look organic to me. And pellets and tires, of course. And I wonder if they will burn it, because I already told the building that won't be white anymore. And that gate will bend. It's too close, too hot. Okay, yeah, the icons. Back to Twitch. I'm at Twitch, okay. I'm going to post a whole lot of icons just for the test of it. Random. Some random Twitch icons. Nothing happens. Well, okay, it's not important. Oh, what's this? That might be dust as well. Ik heb Alpro proteïne opengemaakt. Dat is een vloeistof, hè, drink. Maar dat is precies hun vlaam, maar dan met heel veel water. Dus zeg maar Alpro chocoladevla met heel veel water. Dat is dan de proteïne drink. Ja, dat is niet bijzonder. Het is niet dat je zegt, oh wat lekker. Ook niet vies. If they light that on fire, that should make quite a little photo shoot, yeah. I don't know if they are going to do it, but it has happened before in all the countries. Okay, let's take a look back in time. Going to time travel. On my profile at Facebook. See, same location earlier, first load. This is one load. I seen it happen. Then I made the screen capture.
Nou, het is live uit Frankrijk dit. Is het live? Ja, nog steeds live. Het ziet eruit als een regeringsgebouw. Als het een dure buurt was, dan had ik wel auto's verwacht. Het ziet er een beetje uit als Den Haag. Allemaal luxe gebouw. Weinig verkeer. Misschien nog geen verkeer, kan er niet door. Dit is net gestort. Lijkt wel...
Oh, also, my voice is going. Those concrete blocks,
verf tegen die poort. Luxe gebouw.
or whatever it
Weinig
is.
verkeer.
Yeah, these things. Aubergine colored or something. I don't think these are standard. So I missed that one. And yeah, that's the base of all the rest.
Misschien nog geen verkeer, kan er niet door. Dit is net gestort.
It does keep the trash within the gate on the base, on the floor. That might be the reason of those blocks.
Lijkt wel glashol of zo. Verf tegen die poort gegooid.
Some change, they had change in the pocket. You want my
Mijn geld.
money? Here's my money.
Er is geen vuurwerk, daar hadden we al wat gezien of gehoord.
Okay, they're going live again, people. Let's see.
Time. Ja, und zwar bin ich
Oh,
hier gerade im
this is a total different setting
Und
where he is now. That's the same guy.
gibt's ohne Ende.
Oh, he didn't
Ja, ist schon der absolute
kantelen.
Wahnsinn hier. Von der Nebel
his phone. He kept his phone straight up instead of horizontal.
Wo man sich, glaube ich, hier wohlfühlt. Die haben auch eine riesig große Auswahl.
Same guy is outside, so I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm not good at French.
Toller Laden. Und ja, wollte ich euch noch kurz zeigen.
I know some words, but he has to speak more than.
Und dann geht es auch gleich weiter mit dem Tag. Ich hoffe, ihr seid gut reingekommen.
Oh no, sorry. This is the one above. This is Germany, I think.
Mal ein Video vom Termin aus Köln gemacht gehabt. Und jetzt gucken wir mal, dass wir die Technikprobleme, die wir gestern hatten, gelöst kriegen. Und da werde ich mich auf jeden Fall helfen, damit ihr einen besseren Ton habt immer. Also ihr Lieben, euch einen schönen Tag. Und wenn ihr Musiksachen braucht, hier Music Store in Köln.
Oh, also short live. What was I? One back. Two back. Okay, let's check if there's any new live going on. Germany, I think. Yeah, der Adlige, dat is Germany. Hey, some Scandinavian country.
Længde cirka
Nå.
82 går ned og dækker skridt og bagdel. Egentlig meget sød.
Commercialism.
Er i en
Commerce. Israel. Okay, let's check this one. Oh, I saw one. Yeah, Italy. Same thing. Let's go back. Israel won't walk away. Here, Italy. Video quote, because it's copyrighted, this channel. Italy yesterday. Hold on, might be today. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday morning. Oh. That's more than one.
Tutela soprattutto di
Probably in Italian.
a produrre a pari delle altre nazioni, cioè chi può usare delle molecole che noi ce le hanno tolte per la cibice asiatica soprattutto, alternaria, io parlo anche soprattutto delle pere, visto
Okay, I have sound now, that's Italian.
piccolo, ma
bianchi, né rossi né verdi, non più coltivati il 5% della superficie, signorina.
Madam, are you wanting to tell us something? Yes, he did. This is Germany also.
Scusate.
Ich muss noch mal ganz kurz hier ein Live-Video machen, weil ich gehe noch gerade was einkaufen. Gestern die Frau mit dem Kind, die ja ziemlich ausfallend geworden ist bei der Demonstration in Bitburg. Da möchte ich mal eins zu bedenken geben, und das habe ich auch gestern mehreren Leuten gesagt.
Well, I think a woman gained some injury or something. Why is my voice going? I don't have a snotty nose or something. I'm thinking, how do I get back to that channel I followed? Oh yeah, I didn't follow it at that moment, of course, because I found it. Okay, then let's check YouTube. How do the French write France? I think the same. Then last hour. Now today, let's do today. I don't see anything about farmers at the moment. Something here, perhaps. Yeah, here it is. Listen to this. No, don't listen to that. That's advertisement. Oh, I can skip this one. That's great.
Widespread because we've seen the first protests of this series of movements starting in the Netherlands. That was mainly last year, and it started out because of national concerns since the Dutch government was about to cut by half the number of cows authorized on the Dutch soil, and that was all part of a preoccupation, a worry from the government to cut nitrogen emissions. And this is all started, according to the farmers' movement, this is all started with the Green Deal that the European Commission has sought to impose ever since it took its function in 2019. It was the same preoccupation that we saw, for instance, in Germany, where subsidies on tractor petrol were lifted as of January 1st of last year, leading to a brutal increase in the price of petrol there. There are also other worries which are also very national. For instance, as the report we just saw mentioned, in Romania and Poland, tractors taking part to the blockade of borders with the Ukraine, because the grain imported from the Ukraine as part of the deal between Europe and the country is helping sink the prices of grain produced in Romania and Poland. Those concerns are the ones that we see in France, exactly at the same kind of preoccupations, worries about over-regulation from the EU, and all the rest. Those are slogans that we see everywhere in Europe.
It's really interesting, Pierre, when you think about the far right here in France and National Rally taking up the cause, populist movements doing the same thing, getting towards the European elections, thinking actually the whole policy could change depending on who has control of the Parliament and ultimately the Commission. Talk to us about what the agriculture ministers today are looking at.
Well, they are launching what they call a strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture. That was a promise from the European Commission. As you mentioned, there is a high stake in the political debate in the run-up to the European elections in June. We've seen already the European Commission reducing its ambitions in terms of legislating over the Green Deal. There will be no more nutritional labeling.
Here, farmer ministers discussing how they can stop discontent. Oh, here. They made it's fake, but bodies hanging from the higher up road. I don't know the English word. I think overway, passway. I think something like that. It's fake. It's not a real body.
Text put on the table this year. The bovine sector has been excluded from the new act on emission reductions. We've seen this debate at the European Parliament over the nature restoration law, where the right opposes the left, that is, the Friends of the Farmers oppose the Friends of the Environment. So the EU ministers are looking at a very contentious topic today, which is
the EU ministers. Yeah, Klaus Schwab won't like this. Well, he doesn't care, I think. Nah, he doesn't care. He won't lose any sleep over it. That type of Okay, let me go back to Facebook. Oh yeah, something else. This is funny and not funny at all. I will put that in between, like humorous. A bit of humor. We need that as well. And of course it's another different layout. Hold on. I have to recapture the area I need. Okay, so what does this entail normally? All the houses have snow on the roofs, except one that's melted. And this might indicate that there is a growing house on the ceiling, on the attic, in the attic, that they're growing marijuana, for example. And the subtitle says, not too long ago this was a marijuana grower. Now it's somebody with a steady contract. Vroeger was dit een wietkweker, nu iemand met een vast contract. They can still heat their house. That's the joke. No drugs were found. Just someone that can pay the bill to warm the house.
Shall they cave into the agricultures, to the farmers, in order to preserve the right's ambitions to gain seats during the elections, although this sector is not very huge in Europe but very visible? Or are they going to push through for reforms as they have done for the past 15 years or so? And also there is one another topic today, is that the Romanian minister...
I'm not sure if this this man is like very neutral, so I won't judge him, or that he is like, yeah, it has been going on for 15 years, what are they doing, they will lose. It's hard to read what he means by that, to me. But yeah, he is right in one way, not in the other way. It is a small group compared to other group of jobs, skills, etc. But it's the most important one. Well, one of course, there are more important jobs. In this day and age we want a grid to work. We are dependent from electric. We are all used to that. But yeah, it's not just a small group of workers in the EU. It's a very important one. No farmers, no food.
Has been urged by the farmers back home to call for the resignation of Janusz Wojciechowski, the European Agriculture Commissioner.
Exclusieve winteraanbieding tot 20% korting.
And some more advertisements. That was one. Let's check if there are more, because yeah, time slots and stuff. How long ago? 18 hours back. Let's check it.
Christian and Benjamin Aznavour. At this organic farm in the south of France, Christian and Benjamin Aznavour cows and grow cereal crops. They've been hit hard following the progressive tax increases on the non-road use diesel that...
Good morning, lead guitarman. Did you see the house with the attic where the snow has been melted? Has melted. Not too long ago, if you had a whole street with houses with white roofs of the snow, and there was one that didn't have snow, yeah, I will explain to you. I still have it, I think. Yeah, here it is. Let me check. Is it in screen? Yeah. So all the houses are white from snow at the roof top. This attic, the snow melted. Not too long ago, that was an indication they might be growing marijuana on the attic, in the attic. This day and age, it might be someone, it just might be someone with a steady contract. Someone that can pay the gas bill to warm the house. Doesn't mean it's a marijuana farmer, criminal stuff thing.
It is essential to their work.
Without tax, we used to pay less than 60 cents. Now we pay €1.20.
That's an extra €20,000 over a year. And although the farmers work 15 hours a day, their income has dropped. As a result, Benjamin has joined the protest on France's A64 motorway, where farmers are camping out and blocking the traffic. Frustration is also mounting among farmers across Europe. They're unhappy about bans on pesticides cleared for use in other parts of the world and what they view as unfair competition from Ukrainian grain imports. In Romania, farmers have been taking to the streets to air their grievances.
We've been standing for 12 days by our brothers from the agricultural industry. We will stay here firmly. We did not link to any political party or any political representative.
Similar issues have also led farmers in Germany to take action. After a week of intense protests, France's Prime Minister is due to meet with a powerful farming union on Monday evening. It comes the day after his agriculture minister announced a long-delayed reform package, already criticised by the sector, had again been postponed.
Oh. Yeah, okay. And this one, I just broadcasted this one before. I still have the screen capture. It's real small. Control 0, where is it? Back to my profile. It's under the live. This one. This happened this morning. I broadcasted like the last half of it. And the weird thing is, no police. And it's not a small city. Big city. No police, no gendarmerie. No need to shout because my voice is already going. This is a prefecture, like the municipality house, the local government. And this is the first dump. This will be a huge mountain of dump with, what's the English word for that? Liquefied cow shit. Watery shit, literally, yeah. And this will also be in the mix, and I don't know if they will light it up. That has been done in the past, but it doesn't mean that this group will do the same. It's a whole lot of farmers. You don't see that in this shot, but they are in 3 streets that, it's a T section, and there are a lot of them. Hey, is that police? Did I miss them before? Hold on. Might be not. But they didn't intervene. If there are police, they didn't intervene. No other police was seen, no gendarmerie. He thinks you want my money, here's some change. Throwing the change to the building. So that was before. Okay, let's go back to YouTube. Sound off, advertisement. I can skip it, that's great.
Tractors rolled into the capital to demand that those fuel subsidies stay
hour
on
ago.
the books. Well, for more, let's go to Berlin.
1 hour
Sandra
back.
Wieser, a member of the German parliament from the liberal FDP party, which is in coalition with the government. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
With pleasure.
Before we talk about Germany, your reaction to what you're seeing happening across the Rhine here in France?
But actually, what I see is that there's a kind of solidarization with the German farmers, and it could be maybe even a movement all across Europe.
Yeah, all across Europe, because we've seen the protests are a little bit different from country to country in places like Romania, Poland. What's the common thread?
I think that let's say the discussions we have for the moment is that really, as they say, it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. So they have so much bureaucracy, overburdening rules, subsidies, more than 52% of the income of the farmers are subsidies. So this is not really a very, let's say, healthy basis to do a business. And I think now it's going in a way that the people, or the farmers, they don't really understand why their work is not appreciated, why they don't have perspectives for their farms. They are asking me why I should tell my children to get over the farm in the future. There are no perspectives for us in this kind of business. And all this is, I think, the basis of the protests, which is now, for the moment, the tax rises, the point which, let's say, starts this discussion or this farmers' movements. But at the end is, I think, the big question: why don't they get the money they need for the food they are producing?
And does the problem lie with other nations undercutting them, or is the problem more with?
Let me check this one. I have to think about it. Also, claims are being made that the protests are about keeping migration. Yeah, that happened as well in Italy and France. The very left, to the left political sides, they held. Yeah, it's not a protest then. I think it's more a demonstration to keep on helping foreigners to get a life in France and Italy. That also happened, also last week, last 7 days. But do you mean keeping migration that the people want it, or do you mean the government wants that? Claims by whom? Who made those claims?
Distributors, the big grocery chains.
Yeah, I think it's more a discussion with the as you say, with the how do you say, distribution level, because the farmers, they cannot really let's say tell what they need as a price. They are dictated by the big stores as Lidl, Rewe, and so on. What money they get for the liter of milk and so on. And I think this is the big problem they have, and that makes them a little bit desperate also.
German Chancellor attending the big ag fair taking place in Berlin this Monday. He promised that the government will help them to cut down on red tape. We've heard the same noises here in France from the government as it reworks that farm bill. How do you cut down on the red tape? What red tape are we talking about here?
But what I think is that we have to really have a look at the big shelf, and we have sum up where are the burdens, which are the biggest points, and to draw down bureaucracy. It doesn't cost anything to the state. So I understand we have in Germany, due to a ruling
okay, I've got an update.
Court, fined 17 billion euros to
70 billion, like throwing emptying out a bucket. Where was I? Oh yeah, I have an update. The woman in Germany that was taken by the police, that went as follows. She was there with her child on a podium. And after she spoke, she yelled out, "We have a Scheissregierung. We have a shitty government." When she went off the stage, she had to she was taken, not taken, but she has to follow the police. This was in the city of Bitburg. So that's on that news that we spoke about. Ja, dakverwarming, Ben Moer, inderdaad. Kniertje Jansen, welkom terug, goedemorgen. So, yeah, this is now an EU problem, at least they're talking about it, but that's not new. Like the one before told us in the news, this has been going on for 15 years. So 15 years back in the European Union, the start shot, the takeoff, something like that, was given. That's how long this is going on. And how long the farmers went silent. At least not seeking the attention they are doing now, because I did not know that 15 years back. Never heard of that since like 4 years or something. Let me check YouTube. Nothing going on in YouTube. Okay, let me check what lead guitarman Robert wrote. They are trying to make it out that all of these farmers are out protesting for that. Oh, like that, I get it, yeah. Yeah, that is not what the news is telling here, and nobody thinks like that. That's mainly because it's a small country and enough people that I know farmers or are farmers. So that's not a thing in the media here. It's not the farmers being pro-import of people. It might be so in Germany or France, I don't know that. I have never seen or heard that, that's new to me. Now people are getting arrested. I don't know if she was arrested, but she had to walk with the police, literally translated. So the police was waiting aside the stage, and when she stepped down the stage, she had to come with them. I'm not sure if she got arrested. They might just give her a scare. Like in Netherlands, officially, you can't. What's the word? I don't know, but you can't say bad things about the royal family. At least the king. You can't say bad things about the king. Officially, that's punishable by a high fine or even going to jail for a while. Perhaps they have something like that in Germany for the government as well. Who would know this, I think. I don't know. Yeah, propaganda is the way to go here. Our media is housed in Belgium. Almost 90% is falling within a company named Media House. That's translated, it's easy to translate. Media House, and they have almost all media in the Netherlands. And the people that are running that, of course, when you look deeper, have ties with the government, people in governments. So yeah, that's known. Luckily, people are starting to see this. I mean the mass, so that's a start. That they know that the papers are not independent. Even more, they are not only not independent, they are all steered by the same media house. Mainstream media, yeah. Corporations all over the world, yeah, they all have ties with each other. They all know each other and are even intermarried often, families. I think it's not a lot different than in the old Roman times with the emperors. All those mighty families that came and went. Most of them being killed. Caesar killed by his own half-son. Well, it was his full son, of course. Just another woman. Yeah, and this goes on and on. So this is one farmer minister.
At this organic farm in this...
And let's check again. All the way to the top. Do I have my microphone on? Oh, hold on, let me check. Yeah, all the way to the top. And again, filter, last hour, because we have seen it all, I think. Pokemon with guns. How long does this? Oh, 5 minutes. That's a bit too long. Like people will vote Trump, even if they don't really like him. That's in French. Oh, it is French subtitle. Also French subtitle. Snowy Paris. That's weather. Snowy Paris. 40 minutes, that's a news broadcast. Also in front, here, what do we have? 13 minutes ago.
Als je energierekening meer dan €100 per maand... De beste manier om te besparen...
Et on revient justement dans les pays occidentaux pour
also French.
Info ce matin avec Christophe Dancel. Bonjour Christophe.
Bonjour Damien. Mesures qui pourraient être présentées par le ministre de la...
All French. So yeah, the farmers are busy in France at the moment. This seems like a promotion.
Et fumier déversé pour exprimer leur colère.
Barrage means in the... no, that does... I don't know. Blockade is the same in France, so...
Les agriculteurs montent au créneau en France. Ils dénoncent un climat de concurrence néfaste couplé à des rémunérations trop basses et des charges qui ne...
More roadblocks. These are paid roads, like you have to pay to use that highway. So there are blockades going on.
Cesse d'augmenter. Les agriculteurs prévoient de nombreuses actions partout en France.
The effect of the blockade.
En cette semaine, n'estimant pas satisfait des échanges avec le gouvernement.
Il n'est pas prévu d'évacuation.
And again, the government. Blah blah blah.
Le directeur général de la gendarmerie, puisqu'il n'y a pas de dégradation sur ce site et.
Calm and collected, like they have to.
La colère du monde agricole français fait écho à celle de ses voisins
Truckers
européens,
also in the
Pologne
mix.
ou comme ici en Roumanie. À travers l'Union européenne, les agriculteurs manifestent
Romania.
contre la concurrence déloyale, notamment venue de l'Ukraine selon eux, ou encore les réglementations nationales ou européennes.
Yeah, it's happening. I don't know it, but what is happening is a whole lot of farmers in more than 4 countries in Europe. I think UK and Ireland will follow soon. Denmark perhaps. Are protesting because that's what it is. You sent a link, lead guitarman. Can you whisper it to me, the link? And Dayway, I know the 2 letters. It's a channel also on YouTube, I believe, but I don't remember which one. DW, I mean, not W. We say W, but you say DW. We call that letter differently. Scotland here star. Oh, Scotland. Let's check Scotland. Good one. Good idea. That's easy to type because it's their own word and we use it as well. Today. Oh yeah. Oh no, this is a trip. It's not a blockade. Oh, floodings also in UK, but also Scotland now. More to the west, that is. Northwest. I did select, right? It's going more than a day back. 16 hours, the rest is okay. A whole lot of storm content. Okay, I will add farmers because that's easier. Easy word, of course. Agriculture support advice for Scottish farmers. That can also be about the weather. Let's check it out. Oh, that's a website. Farming on the west coast. Farming at -10 Celsius. Regenerative farming. Oh, okay, we want to hear this. This might be humor. The Irish farmer's glorious accent is so strong. Here are the subtitles.
Gardaí and County Kerry are investigating the theft of up to 60 sheep on Mount Brandon. One of the farmers is offering a reward for information leading to the return of the ewes, which are worth thousands of euro.
Dan find merten them. That's right. Then you own them in. And you want them seed. Find merten them.
Last Saturday, Mikey Joe O'Shea brought his flock of Scotch sheep down from the mountain commonage ahead of lambing. He discovered over 50 were missing. Allowing for a number of deaths and strays, Mikey is convinced over 45 sheep have been stolen.
Possibly a night. There'd be a full moon there about a night.
45. So they fired 5 times. 45 sheep were missing.
Should it be bright out and could anyone go up in the mountains about a night, sure? Well, there was 45 sheep missing, Mike, and the lambs and everything, and the sheep just count out a nice bit of money, like.
Yeah, this English I also can't make out. I've got a link from Robert, lead guitarman. on X, formerly known as Twitter. Not now. The German Eva Vlaardingenbroek. This I don't recognize. That's new. Hold on a minute. Let's check this out. Where is it? Here. Next. It doesn't go any further. Can I just skip it? Yeah, I can skip it. That's great. Okay, again. Oh, this clip. Yeah, I know this clip. Yeah, the firefighter bowing to the farmers. Well, not bowing. Friend support, I think. Yeah, we've seen that a lot. In France, the firefighters are often in protest, even in uniform. So this is an image that I recognize, so to speak. Happens a lot. Microphone on, yep. Okay, that firefighter is supposedly losing the job for doing that. Might be, I don't know, that would be new. In most well, not most. In the Netherlands and France there is a shortage of people that want to do that. And even if they want to, they have to get all kinds of certificates. And like with pressure, breathing equipment and stuff. So a lot of people that want to, but they can't. They simply can't do the job. There is a shortage. So if they want to fire the firemen, if they want to fire those people, yeah, I don't know if that's a smart move, but in this types of governments for chaos later on down the road, yeah, that would be a logical choice. So it might be true. We will hear that soon enough. If this is true, we will hear that within a month or something. Quicker. If this is true, we will hear it within a week. Oeh, welcome. Okay, let's take this opportunity to start the Jitsi just to check that out. Because now I can show it live how that works. So I will make a new cutout. You don't even have to join it. It's also just to show how easy it is. So you have your browser open. Yeah. You just type meet.jit.c. That's the website. Then whatever you want. So in this case I would do like protests 2024 and some letters, because yeah, it's not very unique. And then enter. Just enter. Microphone, camera, that kind of stuff. Advertisement can be gone. Name. You are a moderator or you are the host. Well, if you make it, you're always the host. Doesn't have any, oh, I have to log in. Sometimes this happens. You have to tell who you are. Doesn't happen always, but sometimes it does. So I will continue with with Google. I know that one top of mind. It remembered it. That's even greater. So I don't have to type a thing. This is black for now, that's correct. So I logged in with Facebook and that's it. All I have to do now is share the link. And let's see who will join. So you just type any link you like after meet.jit.c/, then a word and a number, and that's it. That's the channel. When you stop this, it's gone. That's great too. somehow. And then share the link, what I just did. People click it, type a name, and that's it. In a browser. There will be sometimes, not always, but sometimes it advertises the app, get the Jitsi app, but that's not needed. It works in any browser. Oh, you have been sick. That's not a funny circumstance. Past 2 days also. Yeah, get well soon indeed. Who adds Hungary, Poland, Scotland, France, Italy. Yeah, they're going on. I just showed some broadcasts of news stations. Romania, of course. First it was truckers. In Romania they did it the other way around. First the truckers and now the farmers as well. Way more of them than in the beginning. And France I just showed like a province house or something. Local government. And a big gate that was obstructed with a whole lot of carpets and tires and that kinds of stuff. And no police. That was the weird thing. That has been going on for more than an hour. France locked the A9 border to Spain. Yeah, that also happens a lot. Spain and France border is closed more often with protests. It won't let you in. Let me check. They might have changed it, because it's free, and I think it won't be free. It's like Zoom. Yeah, on the other browser, see, there's someone. That's Uwe, I think. Good morning, hello.
Hey, Barry.
Hey, Uwe, good morning. Did you have to sign in as well with your Google or Facebook or?
No, I didn't have to sign with. No.
Yeah,
I guess it's only if you come with as a host, not as a user.
Ah, okay. So all you have to do, Robert, is click the link, and you have to type a name, of course, or else there's a no-go. What can you add, Uwe? Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, I don't know. I just clicked the link and it worked.
Yeah, this is great. You can. There's Robert.
There's Robert, I guess. Yeah.
If you move your mouse around, there will pop up at the bottom, and you can raise your hand, for instance. That's handy for when a lot of people are in the Jitsi. But you can also see how long each person have been speaking. And it's easy to set up. That's the great thing about it.
How many you can have on this conferences?
I thought the maximum is 40. The highest we got was 22, and that went without a problem.
Jeez. It's all for free or what? There's no limit on...
For now it's free. Yeah, I love it. We use it a lot.
It's definitely an option.
Yeah, but it has to be used in the live you already have going on. If you want to go live with this, it's only possible at YouTube. But I use it like standalone. Lead guitar man, you are muted. Same like Stream Elements, you can see this. And I can also close the, not close, but make it smaller. Where is it? There it is. Now I can see it myself, what I'm doing. Three people. The amount of speaking they did. It has not been adding up yet. Too short.
That's not bad. Good freaking program.
Yeah, you can also, when you start it, you can also set a lobby, like in Stream Elements. so people are not directly in the live, and even a password. So what I did now was share the link, then it's totally open. But you can also put on a lobby and even a password. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, go ahead.
This is more like Zoom or Teams. It's not like StreamYard. This is more like Zoom or Teams.
Yeah, it is.
So where you can use it for whatever, for companies, and you just make it private that not everybody can get in there, just the people you invited and stuff.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, if you don't share the link in screen and only do it by private message, then nobody will guess the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of protests now. Many countries.
They are going. It was just a question of time that it goes viral. You know, the Germans had a lot of support out of Poland and France and Netherlands and Switzerland and all these neighbor countries were all in. Czech Republic, they had a huge protest as well, and this is gonna go on 100%, and it will go on.
Yeah, I wonder what they will do, because in the news broadcast I have shown, the EU is now also speaking about this. So in the highest European Council, and with all the ministers of agriculture, how they are going to stop this.
I can only talk for the Germans. I just saw an interview with the organizer in Berlin, because in Berlin, they are still there, not with the full amount of tractors and trucks and stuff, but they were threatened them to shut it down because they had not enough vehicles there. And then they reorganized it, and it's not going for any farmers or whatever. They're going for the let's say for the people, for everybody. And they had gained a lot of vehicles on Monday on Sunday, but yesterday they lost a few, and then he had information about tractors from farmers that they are getting locked off. The cops getting them on the way to Berlin, and they don't let them in. They even threaten them to take them on court and all that shit if they don't listen and all that crap.
Yeah.
So there's something big time going on in the background that has to be. Hey, Robert.
Good morning, Robert. Go ahead.
Morning. Yeah, I had to go back out for some reason. It didn't want to hook up my mic, but some of the stuff I'm seeing posted over here periodically is they're claiming that the protesters are working with the government.
Yeah, some of them
I definitely would say no.
Yeah,
No.
I thought that was absolute bullshit too, but that's the crap they're posting under all the videos.
They probably talk about the organizer from the association. Like I said, this guy, Ruckwied, that's his name, he's the president of the Farmers Association. That guy is on 8 different boards with a lot of the politicians, and even on the KfW bank, which is for the German, for everybody who is building houses or needs credits for investment in business and farming and stuff. That's the bank for. It's a federal bank, and he is on board of that bank as well. So that guy is a rat. It's definitely a rat, and that's why they got rid of him. That's why the farmers and the guy who is organizing Berlin now get independent. They don't want to have to do anything with them anymore.
Well, one of the things that I've seen posted under the videos here is that they're claiming that all these protesters are with the politicians and stuff that want to continue migration and all this stuff that's going on.
No. That's
Yeah,
bullshit.
that's what I said. That's bullshit.
Absolutely bullshit.
So
I can say
we're
that
getting
for
hit by
fact.
propaganda over here big time about what's going on over there.
Exactly. That's what they're trying now. That's what they try to distract and to setting up false flags in several other countries that they don't fucking join in and they don't giving support. That they don't help them. That's what they're trying to do. They are scared that it's spreading over to the U.S.
Did the US,
No.
United States, did they not protest yet, the farmers, Robert?
No, not yet, but let's put it this way. It's going to get hairy over here real soon.
Yeah, in general or with the farmers?
Pardon?
In general or the farmers?
Overall, one of the things is the state of Texas put the National Guard out to stop people from crossing the border, and they kicked out the federal agents that were allowing all the illegals coming in. Well, they just Supreme Court just said, well, they can go in and remove the fencing that Texas is putting up, even though the National Guard is guarding it. So what we're going to end up with is CPB, which is Border Patrol, going head to head with the state's National Guard, which is Army, military. That could go sideways really fast.
Yeah.
And now I have some breaking news for you, Robert.
Yeah.
About what came officially out of German opposition politicians and even from government politicians. And get this is not a joke. It is officially that they are promoting that we should get even foreigners in our army. That they should not have a German. That they should not have a German passport to get in the German army. So that it's exactly what if they do that, we all know what's going on. We will not attack any foreign countries then. That attack going to be an inside job then.
Is it not just the people from the European Union that can join the German army then?
Nope, they're talking about every foreigner.
That's weird.
No, it's not if you understand what's going on. I'll say this pretty succinctly, Barry, and I'm not one, Uwe knows me, I don't speak bullshit. But I think everybody in the Western world better start paying attention. I really think that the powers that be are trying to put things in place to, let's just say, make some major chaos across the Western world in all of our countries. They're so close to getting what they want, which is total control with a unelected bureaucratic setup through the UN and the WHO and the WEF, that they aren't going to let go of it lightly. And people can think that's conspiracy theory. They can think about it, but if you think that, you haven't been paying attention. And that will explain why all of our countries are being flooded with migrants from places that really don't give two shits about the local population.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, let me post this channel. You definitely got to
you can do that in Jitsi as well, Uwe. Shortest way.
Yeah. You go to sign in this channel, guys. That I've been on the panel there a few times now. I found them guys because they were one of them. They're in a Canadian channel who was restreaming the German protests. So I found that channel that way, and yeah. So where I can post it here, chat, open chat. So all right, there, okay, and yeah. So I've been on that channel a couple of times, and they are going on the rabbit holes as well, and they have some absolute really good, educated, and informed guys on there. So they're not talking bullshit. So yeah, it's definitely worth it to join in there.
Let me ask you a question, Uwe.
Yeah.
What is the AFD party over there?
The AFD is the Alternative Party for Germany. That's the name. And
Okay,
they are right wing conservative, like it should be in the CDU. The CDU was the right conservative party in Germany until Angela Merkel made it to a fucking left-wing communism party. And that's why this party, AFD, exists just for 10 years now. And get this, in 10 years, they came out of nothing, and currently they are federal on about 23% on the what you call it when they make the weekly yes, and in parts of Eastern Germany they are up to 35-37% in some areas. So that shows that people want to get back to the normal politics that was made here until fucking Merkel took over and took this country down, you know?
Now, what's happening here is any posts that are made on Twitter with videos and stuff of the protests, like the ones in Berlin. You know who DW News is, right?
Yeah, DW, yeah, I know them.
Yeah, they're making posts, claims underneath that all these protests are against the AFD.
Yes, they have that is now get this. This protest against the AFD was invented by our government, by our politicians, in working together with the media.
That's what I thought.
They calling themselves Democrats and want to save the democracy, and they want to ban a party that is democracy voted, elected.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
You got to think about that. About 12 to 13 million Germans voted for that party, and they want to ban a party that's democracy elected. That should wake up every fucking body, man. What's going on? It's just exactly the same what happened here in the 30s. Exactly the same.
Well, that's why I was talking to Barry earlier, because I was going through my stuff and I noticed a lot of the posts of the videos coming out of Germany, like one out of Berlin. There's a little, like they have the little fact check or community notes underneath it, and somebody's trying to say, well, all these protests in Berlin are against the AFD.
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's bullshit.
And now they started that last week with the campaigns, and even our Chancellor and our Minister for Foreign Affairs joined the protests. Our Chancellor is the Chancellor of the country. He's not the Chancellor for the lefties or for the greenies or whatever. He's the Chancellor for the country.
Crystal Pete, yeah.
And it has to be neutral. And everybody should get awake, man, what is going on, that this is absolutely insane. And then the media is starting to manipulate pictures to show that there's way more people on the streets against the rights than there's really. So they manipulate pictures and took AIs in there and all that shit.
That's the misinformation propaganda side of things.
Yes, exactly. You know, if the Nazis in the 30s would have that technologies from today, the whole entire world would speak German, man.
Yeah, I kind of thought that that's what was going on, but it seems to me that we're going to start to see a major push.
What is going on here is exactly the same what they do with Trump. Exactly the same. Just a little bit deeper, because here they even manipulate pictures, videos, and stuff like that.
Well, at least they're not trying to throw the alternative parties in jail yet, which they are.
Oh yeah, they try to ban them, and they said there's one member of that party. They trying to get rid of his rights. They want to kick him. They basically want to kick him off the freaking planet. They want to take off his rights to vote and all that shit. You know.
That's nice, hè? Putting on the hand, that's handy. That is happening here as well. That Geert Wilders guy that has the most votes in the elections, he has 5 justice complaints, how do you call this? 5 court cases going on. And the second big right party called Forum for Democracy, same thing. They're indicting him now as well.
Well, this is where I think people are going to need to take and start to understand what governance really means. And I really think a lot of people have fell for a lot of, and I'll use the term left, but I know that doesn't mean the same thing everywhere. It's very easy through this stuff, what they're using the propaganda from people to not quite see actually what's going on. And I'm afraid that we're going to end up with a lot of divisions in our country over things that people believe to be true that really aren't. That's going to be, I think, a battle that's going to happen real soon. It's not just a battle, you know, like in times past where you have fighting, where information is going to become the, shall we say, the currency of truth. And that's going to be one of the biggest problems.
They're running out of time. They're panicking. They see the result, what is going on. That people everywhere waking up and standing up and not even holding back anymore. More and more celebrities talking up, politicians talking up, and they know this is going to go to an end. And they try every little thing to freaking grab a freaking straw to freaking breathe. But this, it doesn't matter if we are still alive when it's ending and we get back to the normal, or let's say to a fair trade world. But this gonna end because we have three state elections in Germany this year, and 2 of them, or all 3, I can't even remember, are in Eastern Germany. So they are scared to death. If they gain 35%, maybe, and are the biggest party in that state, they are scared to death. They don't even know how to build a government without them, you know? So this year will be the game changer, I guarantee you. And everything they did so far didn't have the impact they want. All the framing, all the false flags, all the bullshit they made has done nothing to destroy the results of elections for them. So this gonna be epic. What's coming up?
We don't know that. It might be that they have less votes now. Still big, but less big than could have been.
The thing is that you can't even trust any election anyways, because we know that, we know that you can't trust any elections anymore. It doesn't matter where it is. If it's in Spain, in Germany, in the US, wherever, you can't trust the elections. If the result is gonna be not the way they like it, they find a way.
Yeah, they're already starting the propaganda here with Nikki Haley. The first thing that I see when I logged in this morning was that supposedly she's up 40% on Trump, and only she can beat Biden. And I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me if you think anybody's going to believe that bullshit. The problem is, people will. And this is what I was speaking before. I'm afraid that not only are we going to have problems with what they're trying to do in our countries, but trying to get legitimate information that's real.
I was even thinking about myself driving with the camper van to Berlin to support them. But the thing is, I don't want to do the fucking 500-kilometer trip and don't even get let in, and having nothing to do,
Yeah, that I wouldn't do that, Uwe. I don't think that's a smart idea at the moment unless you're directly involved. I couldn't log in here at first, and I have a very good theory as to why that is. I'm sure you can guess.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, don't get directly involved unless you think it's worth doing. That's one thing I will say is when you say they're scared, Uwe, I want to point out that the most dangerous time for anything, an organization or people who wish to control or anything, becomes dangerous when they are cornered. And right now, I guarantee you they feel the pressure. So I wouldn't put anything past these bastards.
Yeah, if they can't do it with the media, they have to do real life stuff.
Well, I'll tell you, Barry, let's just put it this way. They're very adamant about going after people who speak up or destroying their lives. And I can speak to that firsthand at the moment.
And I can tell you that the mainstream media will not show any of that stuff live, because
no, they won't.
They maybe have options, but it's way harder to manipulate live pictures and videos than after let's say cutting and all that shit, So they will not go and show any of this stuff live.
Well, like one of the things that's happening here when the Republicans took back control of the House of Representatives, the January 6th stuff, the commission that the Democrats supposedly had was supposed to turn all that information over to the new commission, which consisted of 4 terabytes of information, supposedly. They got just a little over 2, and they claimed there was no more. Well, they got a forensic analyst to come in, and they recovered 117 encrypted files that they had deleted. And that's in our own government. You know, and everybody's saying, what if, or could they have done it? Or, well, it's obvious.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton did it with her emails, for instance.
Yeah. Well, just like the Secret Service claiming that they deleted all their text accidentally.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure they did. You know, that's how that shit starts. And everything that they claim Trump will do, Biden's already doing. You know, going after political opponents, trying to jail them and all that stuff. And that's why I'm a little nervous about what might go on in this country in the next 8 to 9 months. And I think what's going on at the Texas border is just going to be the first step. If that goes sideways, oh man.
Yeah, but it's bad anyways, but isn't it a good thing that it's just in one spot?
Say that again?
Is it not a good thing between, not really good, of course, it's bad, but is it not a good thing that it's just there in Texas at that border fence thing?
No, because if that goes sideways, then it becomes a matter of states against the federal government. And the last time that happened, we had a civil war.
Yeah, but you say plural states. Is it not just Texas then?
It's just Texas at the moment, but it always starts someplace.
The next state on the border is Arizona.
Yep.
And New Mexico, and they are both Democrats, right?
Yep.
So they would go the other direction, and there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, it is possible.
So I don't even know how or what to say about, whereas you guys, you have your own countries and then belong to the EU, which kind of is like the United States, but it's not. The EU wants to act like the federal government, even though you still have your own country.
Oh yeah, they want, Robert, and they do. Let's say in 70%, they do act like an overall government.
Right. So essentially, what it would be is like the EU having their military go against the Netherlands or go against Germany or any country.
And that's what they're talking about now, that they want to make a European Union military as well.
There already is one, Eurogent Force.
So what's about Texas is, and that is pretty much unique in the States, that Texas would be able to stay independent. I know they were thinking about a couple of times to get out of the United States, right? So Texas has their own power plants. They have gas, oil, food plants.
They do. They do, but I'm going to tell you, that wouldn't be as simple as what it seems. Because unfortunately, the way stuff is set up, we're all tied together in one way or another. Hence why you have the farmers' protest now, because what they're trying to do is take away the independence of each country, and where you guys are at in the European Union. And that's very obvious to me, that they don't want any country to be able to be self-sustainable on their own.
Yep.
And once that happens, it can be gotten out of, but it's not going to be easy.
That's why the European Union is trying to push and force the Balkan states and some countries like Moldova and Georgia and stuff to get into the European Union,
Well, if you want to know why they have a lot of people from the Middle East being flooded into our countries, I can give you a little clue.
I know why.
Because you can't get for the same reason they had to bring police officers in from other
Canada.
places during the Canadian trucker things. They couldn't get the local police officers to do anything.
Yeah.
So when you have a sizable population of people who really don't care about the native population or the local population, which however you want to say it, that's who they'll use. That's it's war 101, control 101, whatever.
It's one part of it. The other part is that they want to destroy the white human race. They want to take the first world countries into third and second world countries. And
well, it isn't just the white race, Uwe. It's the idea of the Western ideology that they want to destroy.
Everything we worked our asses off for over centuries to make the countries like they are, they want to take down, because they want to make us feeling guilty that we were successful and we have built up our lives and other countries didn't. And I agree, it is evil what they did to the other countries in Africa and South America and whatever, because they would have the resources and everything to gain up as well. Especially Africa with all the oil and gas and diamonds and gold and silver and all that stuff they have. They wouldn't be in that situation if they would not be in slavery and in like what you want to call it, they are basically in the jail of the deep state for 200 years and more. So that they could easily, and nobody can tell me, oh yeah, but they are all so corrupted. Yeah, and they are all tribal. Yeah, it is. But if you would have leave them alone, they would have find a way to deal with it, like other countries did. Like Iran. Iran was one of the most modern countries on the planet, man. And they had everything too. But what they did, they invented Khomeini there, and he took in the Sharia, and look what's going on now there. So it is fucking evil. These deep state bastards are just evil.
Good, Barry.
Yeah, they always have been. And the weird thing in the Netherlands is Dutch people, that's almost a weird word, because we have so many cultures since the 1600s. Recently, with the elections, the people of Islam, more than 1 million in a population of 18 million, they voted for the one they should hate. And they don't like the government. When they do street interviews or in protest, the free press, you can hear that they don't like our laws, of course, because they are even more stringent, how do you call this? Harsher. But they don't like the government. And they voted for their so-called enemy, political-wise. So that might be a miscalculation then, that Islam would work for them. They don't like them at all.
Well, the thing of it is, though, Barry, it becomes irrelevant because they aren't going to assimilate to the local culture of the people who live there. That's obvious. And hence the reason why they stir up the hornet's nest down there, and then they can flood all these people in and claim that they're refugees. And what pisses me off is you get called a racist because you're asking, hey, why are you flooding our countries with people who do not like us, who do not like our way of life? They come here, and the next thing you want to know, they want Sharia law for everybody. They think everybody should bow to their religion.
And now get this. The co-leader of the Green Party, who is himself immigrant or has immigrant background, he declared that the Sharia is not all bad, and he's for thinking about to implant the Sharia in our culture as well. It's going more and more insane, man. More and more.
Good morning to you all.
Hey,
Morning, Roger.
What's
Hello
going
there.
on?
I have no idea. I just woke up about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, you are a night owl. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I know.
In chat, Rogier, there is a link to a channel you might want to follow on YouTube. They also hold panels.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
But the thing
They're all Canadians on there, so they're basically all from the eastern part, Quebec, Ontario. One of them is from Manitoba, I think, but they're basically all.
Oh, check it out.
Yeah.
At the moment, but just like with Robert, before you know it, you go international, so to speak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's got to be, you know, and like I'll reiterate this, like I just said before. I can tell you right now, if you want to know what the standard of living they want for our countries, take a look at where the people are coming from that they're immigrating into our countries.
Yeah.
That will tell you what their ideas are. Because to them, if we're going to limit resources as what they want to do, then the only way to do that is to lower the standards of living in all of the Western world.
They can kiss my behind, you know.
Yeah, I you know, Roger, I agree with you. But I hate to say it. As the saying goes, the fox is already in the hen house.
Yep. I know. But there are people that are speaking out against the WEF, for example. Yeah, that one guy that from
Milei from Argentina.
Yeah, Milei, and also another guy talking about you are part of the problem.
The Heritage Foundation. Yeah.
So there are people that are, resisting this.
Well, the thing of it is, we can speak words all we want. Point in fact comes down to the thing, these people control probably 75 to 80% of all the wealth of the world by now, either through direct or through corporations.
But there's another good thing though, that not all the huge billionaires are on their fucking site.
No.
So we have Elon, we have Trump, and they are probably not the only ones. There's probably more, but they are still not allowed or not willing to speak up. And I don't even think that all the Arabian countries are in there, to be honest. I don't see all the Arabic states signing their fucking agenda. I don't see that, to be honest. So
they trade in US dollar.
Yeah, I know.
That's for oil, the oh man, I just woke up, so
Yeah, that's the biggest income.
The petrodollar is still high on the list,
The thing is that you don't have any value for the freaking money they print out anymore. They just print it like hell, and like there is no tomorrow, but there's no value. Back in the days, you had the gold, and the gold was the value for the money you have to give out. That's it. Now there's no limit anymore.
Well, that's the whole scam of the idea of the IMF and central banks.
Yeah.
They really replaced the idea of actual wealth with basically a monopoly game, which the average person is guaranteed to lose.
Yeah.
This is why it's called monopoly. There's only one that lives, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so, but, you know, a lot of these things that, you know, like you talk a lot about geopolitics, and something I'll point out, Roger, a lot of these things are by design by the very people at the WF right now, whether people know it or not.
Yeah, I know the Sahel, for example, right? Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. They're also basically steered by either France or the World Economic Forum. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, but I think all these coups in Africa are more based because they have support by the Russians and Chinese and China, you know, and that's why they can do that. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's a danger for a third world war that the Chinese are so deep into Africa. But on the other hand, it's good that they cut off the French, you know, because the French are one of the biggest bastards who robbed out the African continent.
Yeah, but hold on, Uwe. That's like saying sticking your head in a guillotine or sticking your head in a meat grinder is a good thing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said the way it was not the right way to go as well, Robert. So
no, I agree with you.
I can understand that they have enough, you know, of all this freaking corruption and robbing off the country and the country with resources. I mean, in Niger, 80% of the population of Niger don't even have power in their house, and they produce 30% of the uranium for the France fucking nuclear power plants. So, you know, that's insanity.
But here's the question, though. When you speak of France in that way, I need people to understand that it isn't the people, it's the corporations. It's the same thing all over the world. I actually just had this discussion with somebody a few days ago. If you were to ban multinational corporations, we would end 50% of our problems.
Yeah.
And that's something I don't think people realize because it's became business as usual. That's just the way things are done. And, you know, now you have corporations who have no accountability. We can think of in the past 3.5, 4 years about certain corporations who can't even be sued for their shit. So, you know, we have to be very careful when we try to aspect about countries and geopolitical things, when in all actuality, the problem or the source of the problem isn't necessarily the country or the people of those countries. It's the corporations that are multinational that are the problems. While they rape one place, they rape another through selling the same goods that they rape somebody else for.
And in the last 7 days, there was made public by 3 huge companies how many employees they're gonna get rid of over the next years. BASF, the biggest chemical company on the planet, gonna get rid of 100,000 employees, 25,000 of them in Germany. Mercedes sells all the 8,000 dealerships they're gonna sell. And ZF, they are one of the biggest gearbox producers in the world. gonna get rid of about 25,000 employees as well.
It's called deindustrialization.
Yes.
You know.
Yep.
And this is happening all over the Western Hemisphere.
No, it's not. You know what? You know where most of them go? They don't go all to China. Many of them go to the United States because they have way lower energy prices. They have way lower restrictions of how to run your company.
Well,
there's way more freedom to run your company. Like here.
Don't forget India. Lots of jobs are.
They go to India as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and South Korea will be an option as well in the very near future.
The thing about that though, Uwe, with what they're doing now, is basically a race to the bottom.
Can you hold that thought, Robert? I want to chip in on South Korea.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, South Korea, I know this for a fact now, that a few weeks back, Twitch.tv stopped there because it's too expensive. The South Koreans are very protective of the country. They don't allow any company in. Go ahead, Robert.
Twitch.
What is a very, very smart move from South Korea, I'm going to say that.
Twitch.tv.
Yeah. What we are all on.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's 10 times as expensive to run offices there than in the United States.
Oh, you mean they moved there?
No, they stopped. They have
been
there.
Stopped.
They have been there, but now they moved. They're gone there.
Too expensive to hold up a company over there, you know?
Gotcha. You had me confused on what you were saying there for a second, Barry.
Yeah, that's possible.
Very smart move by South Korea, though. I can tell you that much.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was that, Barry?
Go ahead. Your turn, Robert.
Oh no, I was just wondering what you said.
Yeah, well, that Korea is self-protective in that way. Not easy to settle there, and if it even works, it's expensive.
Well, you know, and that's the thing that kind of bugs me when they talk about our countries and we're supposed to be welcoming everything, but yet a lot of the Asian countries, like look at Japan, they are absolutely anti-immigrant, anti-migration, all that shit.
Exactly. Zero refugees in Japan. Zero.
Yeah. But yet, if we speak up and say, hey, you're ruining our country, you're called a racist.
Yep.
The same is Russia, guys. Russia is protecting themselves and their economy as well. They have a program to find, let's say, qualified workers and employees, engineers and stuff. So they were looking for, because in the 90s, in the early 90s, when the wall came down, a lot of German-related Russians and from Kazakhstan and wherever they came from, came to Germany because they had family here. They were always being German, were in the German enclave in Russia and stuff like that. So we had about, I'm not sure, but almost 2 million coming out of Russia to Germany. And not only Russia, like Kazakhstan and wherever they came from.
Yeah, Germany.
And about 12 or 15 years ago, Putin made a program with giving even financial supporting and all that stuff for engineers and workers, whatever, plumbers, carpenters, roofers, and all that stuff.
Farmers, even farmers.
Yeah. Farmers, they come back. But they have very, very strict rules. You have to speak their language perfectly, that you can speak. If you're not good in writing and stuff, that's all right. But you have to be able to speak the language. Then they make even a history and a cultural test with you, what you know about the country and stuff like that. So there's not everybody coming in there that whoever wants to say, oh, that's fine, I take some money and get supported here and build myself a business or whatever. No. That's not working that way. They have strict rules who's coming back. And like I said, I follow 3 YouTube channels of Russian-related families. They went over there. And one family of them, they even had problems with because they moved in a German community in Siberia. But in that community, they had problems because it was a little bit like I overdo it a little bit, but it was a little bit like Scientology, that there was like a guru, and that guy wanted to rule everybody and wanted to do like you have to be like his slaves and stuff. So they had problems with them, and they moved out of that community and took off there, and they are completely on the other side of Russia now, more in the south. But they like it there. They have their freedom. They have, yes, on the countryside, the people live way different than we do. They have way less resources and way less money, and they have not the good houses like we have, and they have not all the technologies we have. But they have their freedom. They don't get buzzed with all kinds of restrictions and whatever. If they want to grow this, they grow that. And nobody is telling them to let this fucking 4 or 5% of your fields you have to let it ungrown because of saving environment and all that bullshit. No, they don't do it. They have their freedom. And most of these small communities are self-sufficient. They all grow their own veggies, potatoes, even watermelons, and all that stuff is growing there in the south. It's not everybody thinks, oh, Russia is all with ice and snow. No, it's not. They have Mediterranean area as well on the Black Sea. There's a lot of Russian part that is Mediterranean, So Russia is way better than anybody of fucking believing in the mainstream media is. Way better.
Yeah, they're being.
And I'm not saying it's paradise. Don't get me wrong. There's no paradise on planet. But it's not that what they gonna tell you on the TV or whatever.
They're being demonized, Russia, basically, right?
Yes.
Because
that's over. That started in 1945 when the war was over. They started to make Russia the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly. The alliance wanted Berlin, right? And the Russians took over Berlin, basically. So this is why they're still envious of Russia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really crazy, and
crazy
like
world
I said,
we live in.
And I also know it from my friend who has a girlfriend in Russia, and he has been there 4 times in the last year. He just came back on the 7th of January from a 2-week trip over there. And yeah, they had power outage there the other day in that little town the girlfriend lives. But they know about it and they can handle it. I mean, they have the power outage in South Africa and in Asia and in Africa. They have it everywhere too. And they know
just had rolling power outages across Canada.
Yeah, So the thing is that the people are happy with their life. It's not like everybody says they are all freaking against Putin and stuff like that. No, Putin is protecting and defending his country, and I can't blame him for that. And I saw the speech of Putin he made, I think last week, when he was talking about the WEF and all that shit and the Ukraine war, and he said the war has not started in 21 and has not started in 2014. It started in 2008 when they lied to him, and made all this fucking bullshit conference and stuff. And Merkel said it last year that it was lied on purpose to make time. They promised him this and that and whatever, just to make time.
Well, you're talking about
Ukraine has the biggest land border to Russia from all the other countries. And he is just scared that they freaking play and plant their nuclear weapons from the NATO. It's the same when he was going to go to plant nuclear weapons in Cuba. It's the same shit.
Well, that was not Putin, but that was
No,
Russia.
it was not Putin, but it was Russia. It was
Yeah.
Brezhnev. It was Brezhnev or
I know.
Khrushchev. I don't know. Oh, but whatever, you know.
It was
it's the same.
Brezhnev. I know.
Yes, Brezhnev. Yeah.
What did you want to say, Rogier? Because I also heard you wanted to interrupt earlier.
No, I was just making a comment when you talk about places with rolling blackouts and stuff. To think that the Western world is immune to that is a misnomer.
Oh yeah, especially now with the German energy politics, with shutting down our last 3 nuclear power plants. We're gonna get situations like that soon, very soon.
Germany used to be one of the motors of the EU. Now Germany is falling apart, and the EU will have elections coming up, right, in March somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think that this is the last elections of the EU because it's going to fall apart. You know.
This I can tell you, I can guarantee you that this election will go and turn completely to the right wing. I can guarantee you the right wing will go up big time. Big time.
Yep, the AfD, for example, in Germany.
Yeah. And there's other parties in other countries as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about Russia, you know, it's a beautiful country. It has a lot of history, but they always were authoritarian. You know, they always. And now Putin is in power, and he basically gave more power to Congress than himself, right? So this is what's happening in Russia, and in March you have elections coming up in Russia. So who knows? Maybe this is Putin's last term. Who knows?
Maybe,
who knows?
But
Well, let's look at it this way. We can talk about any leadership of any country at any point in time. We can also look back throughout history and see when countries were turned to shit by somebody with a better idea.
Yeah.
You know, we can talk everything from the Bolshevik Revolution to Mao to Hitler to, well, I forget the one in Japan, but
Stalin.
Yeah, Stalin, whatever, you know. It's very easy to fall into what I like to call a romanticized trap.
Mm-hmm.
We have to remember that many of the people that are in power don't give two shits about the people.
Yeah, I know.
They only give about themselves, you know. They want the power, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately now, though, I think they want more than just power, Roger.
But you got to realize that even Putin was part of the young global leaders. But there's no question that people can change their mind, you know. Like Trump did change his mind as well when he knew what's going on in Epstein Island, you know, and when he realized what's going on with the deep state, you know. So that everybody has their fucking past and their history, but we can't deny that it's possible to change.
No,
look at Elon. Elon changed his mind as well because he realized he got injured by the fucking jab, you know. So
if we look forward, right, say Trump will be in power in November. What will Trump do? Will he actually, destroy the deep state, or what's his agenda?
The first thing he will get rid of the UN and the WHO. I guarantee you that. he will quit the contract with them both. I guarantee you.
Well, he already did that when he was in his first term, right?
I know. I know.
Then Biden came along and said, "Hey, WHO, you're a friend." Yeah. So
I don't think he got rid of the WHO, only out of the UN, right, Robert?
No, not really even that. The problem that is with that, people have this idea that one person can make a difference, and they can. But like in the case of Trump, can he do a lot? Yeah, but it's going to take, I hate to say this, not only the people of this country, but of the whole Western world. Because it's very apparent by what they've been saying at the WEF that they hate Trump.
Yeah.
Because he's going to shit all over their toy box.
I'll be right back, guys.
But we have to remember, this can't be laid upon the shoulders of one person.
No, it's about all of us, right?
Exactly. The unfortunate thing is a lot of people have gotten used to having things done for, or even thinking for them. That's the problem. And I'll tell you, the next 9 months, as I said, to me, are very, very, very inconclusive is the word I'll use. I'm not sure how this is going to play out.
Well, let me tell you this, right? New Hampshire, Trump is in the pocket of New Hampshire, so or vice versa, so he'll win New Hampshire.
I wouldn't bet on that yet. They're pulling out all the stops that they can do.
They tried that in Iowa.
Yeah, they tried. The difference is New Hampshire, I think, is a little easier to manipulate, shall we say? Just because of the way their laws are written.
Yeah, that's true.
And the thing of it is, we all know what the game is being played. And we know that a lot of the things that are being said are bullshit. It's just like this morning when I pulled my stuff up, the first thing I got that shows Nikki Haley, and they're showing a poll that she could beat Biden, but Trump couldn't. I'm like, you guys are full of shit.
No way. Viola_Sterner also follows this channel. Welcome, Viola_Sterner.
Yeah.
Welcome, Viola.
So,
and that's why I had to ask Uwe about the AFD thing. I mean, because I got a video of Berlin with all the tractors and all the protests going on, and they're trying to make it out like they're all protesting with the government against the AFD because they want to get rid of all the illegal immigration.
So the last time we spoke, I talked about the frame of consensus, right, and the frame of reality. So the media is showing you the frame of consensus. Oh, AFD, oh, they're right wing, blah, blah, blah. You see how many people there are here? These are all protesting against the AFD. Well, in actuality, in reality, it's they're protesting against their government.
Well, yeah, and they called the AFD far right fascists.
Yeah, well, fascism is basically politics with violence, and I don't see the AFD doing that.
Well, fascism is the marriage of corporation and government. That's fascism.
That too, yeah.
That's another thing, Robert. It's another thing, but especially for us Germans, that the word Nazi and the word right extremist is used like inflational.
Everywhere.
What it is when they talk about the AFD is a Nazi party or a right extremist fascism party that would bring the stuff in the 30s and 40s to you would make it like a kindergarten,
Yeah.
If you talk about that stuff here, what happens, that 17, 18 million people voting for an opposition party because they are sick of the bullshit what's going on, and you call them all, they don't call the AFD, they call every voter. So I'm a voter of the AFD for the last 5 years, and they call me a Nazi and a fascist as well, because I'm a voter of that party.
The zeros make the millionaire. So when the zeros make the millionaire, the mass that doesn't think for themselves and just vote and are influential, that's their base of power. I think it was a whole setup that they kept people dumb to democracy and distracted with all kinds of games and Rogier? Wat
zeiden. It's really concerning how they use the word Nazi and fascist and right extremist and stuff. Yeah, I agree. There is a few people and there's a little group in that party. They are extremists, yes, but we have way more left extremists like the Antifa and these fucking climate kids who gluing themselves on the streets and shit like that and doing violence against the cops and against other people than the right wings. That is a fact, and that can even proved that we have way more left extremism and freaking Islamistic attackings and extremism in Germany than right wings. That's proved.
It's basically the same in the Netherlands, but over here we have the AIVD, right, which is kind of the intelligence, and they say the right wing is extreme and very, very dangerous and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's a frame of consensus they use.
It's bullshit. It
is bullshit.
The thing is, you are if you are proud of your country, you are automatically now extremist and a fucking Nazi, and it is absolutely insane. So therefore I flagged up my car with the German flag, and I have my red white bands on the car as well to show the support of the farmers. And I'm the only one. I'm driving around here. I have not seen any car flagged up or having the support of the farmers, but I give a fuck. And I can tell you, I'm scared of a lot of things in my life, and I'm scared to die, and I'm whatever. But I can guarantee you what, I'm not scared to speak out my fucking mind. And nobody will stop me until they fucking kill me, that I speak up for my mind and for my freaking opinion. I guarantee you. Nobody will stop me until they fucking kill me. Even in jail, I would speak my mind. Guarantee you. They can come to my door and pick me up. I give a fuck. The only thing I know, if I'm getting arrested, I have not to worry about a shelter and to have at least 3 meals a day.
Yeah, it's very concerning that every government within the EU is a totalitarian government.
Yeah,
that is very concerning.
And that has been done step by step over the last 30, 40 years, and nobody had realized it. And the European Union was not like the European Union when they started it. It was not even called European Union. It was what was it called?
European Economic Community, I think.
Yes, exactly. And then they started the European Union, I think, in the middle 80s, when they started changing that. And that's when they started taking over power, doing laws in certain countries and stuff. that you have not even the sovereignty to have your own constitution and your own law books. You know, they dictate you what you have to do in your restrictions and your laws.
It's basically the same as the USSR, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like the Warsaw Pact.
Yeah. We always used to point toward the east. Oh, Russia. Oh, Russia bad. Russia's one big union, and they're trying to take over the world and blah blah blah. Now, who is the union now, right?
Yeah.
We are. You know, we have become what we deemed as the enemy. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how.
And they're trying to take over the world.
Opposition.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And that's only possible because people don't check it out themselves. They just rather follow.
People are so lazy and so how you can say that? How I would even use the term dumb and stupid. You know, they see, oh yeah, I can still have. We have still 5 TVs in our home, and all my kids have a fucking cell phone. We fly to Spain twice a year. What's going on? So yeah, everything is going more expensive, but whatever. Yeah, surviving. You know, they don't see what's going on. They don't see the long term because they don't want to. You know, they think, oh yeah, if I don't realize it, it don't happen. You know, if I'm not paying attention, I don't get buzzed. You know. They don't see themselves going and getting into this shit, but they are so deep in they don't even realize yet. You know.
Yeah, they're too brainwashed to see what the reality really is.
They don't want to see it. They are scared to see it, and they are too fucking stupid to see it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
People, you think they are good educated because they are. Maybe good engineerings or they are doctors or whatever. Yeah, they are maybe trained in that job they have, but that doesn't mean they are freaking intelligent and they have really a fucking common sense brain. You know, that's not automatically combined.
No, they learned a profession.
Exactly, like sportsmen. You know, a football player or a basketball player, how many of them are fucking dumb as a freaking stone, man? You know, but they can run or they can score or they can box or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's what the Romans said: bread and games.
Yeah.
As long as the people have bread and games, there will be no uprise.
Yeah, and we talked about that a lot, Robert and me. That they know all players in the NFL and they know all the stats of their own team, what fucking yards this that quarterback made in the last 10 years and how many touchdowns, and they know everything, but they don't know shit about the politics in the local county or in the state or in the federal. They don't know shit because they are not interested. They get distracted by this fucking show on the field, and they are fine with that, and that's it. They go there, eating their fucking hot dog, drinking their fucking beer, spending $200, and go home and say, "Oh yeah, the world is fine." You know?
Yep.
It's fucked up. It's absolutely fucked up.
Enough people like that. I know.
Yeah.
And in that
that's
moment,
why
the world
I
is fine, but not the moment after, and that's what I don't want to see, I think.
And I stopped completely being into any sports. I see the results of some events, you know, football, tennis, whatever. But I haven't watched any sports in the last 2 years. Back in the days, I was an Olympics junkie. I watched almost every shit in the winter and the summer Olympics. I haven't watched any Olympics in the last 3 events. Nothing,
Well,
zero.
It's because you understand this whole system behind what they're showing. You know, they're showing
It's all
a smiling
distraction.
face. Yeah,
It's all distraction, Roger. You know, that's what it
I
is.
know.
It's all distraction from the real deal behind all that shit. Even all the movies and stuff. I don't watch even movies anymore because it's the same. It's all distraction.
I know.
If we would pay attention to movies 20, 30 years ago, what they were showing us, then we would have realized maybe earlier what is coming up. But back in the days, we always said, it's a movie, you know, it's fucking bullshit. No, it's not. Most of that stuff got fucking real sooner than we freaking saw it.
Mm. Yeah, I wonder when we see Terminators walking around and.
Oh, they're probably already on the streets, man, and we don't even know it.
Yeah, probably. Who knows?
And you know, who knows when we have the first Mad Max cities, you know?
In a world full of possibilities, anything is possible, right?
I know Robert has the vehicle for being a Mad Max city, you know. He has just to have some shields on his fucking Duramax and then let's go.
Look at Gaza. I mean, that's Mad Max, right?
Yeah.
Or the banlieues in Paris.
Yeah.
Mm.
I guess Robert has already a welding machine there and is prepared to build up his car, man. Doing some freaking AK-47s on the roof and let's go.
Not quite that bad, but close, Uwe.
Fucking hell, man. It's insane, man. Every morning I wake up, I still think always, please let it all only be a fucking bad nightmare. But after 5 minutes being awake, I realized it's fucking not. It's fucking reality. Yep. And I can't believe that is reality. I can't believe it. And I don't have anybody here to talk about it, you know. That's the worst part of it.
I know.
Well, the sad thing about that, though, Uwe, is much of what goes on in the world, as I said before, isn't the people. Most people just want to get along, live their life, be fucking happy. In the Western world. I'm not so sure.
But that's not enough anymore, Robert. That's not enough anymore.
They're good people, but very naive.
What they don't even know is that freedom was never a given thing. In all history of the human lives, you had always fight for your freedom. It was never ever a given fact. Never.
Yeah,
even if we are all born free, but we have always fight for the freedom. It's never been a given fact.
The first thing they take away is your freedom, you know?
Yeah.
When you're born, you have to be registered and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And on that day, your freedom is gone, you know? And the government says, you have to do this. You have to do this. Well, do we have to do this? Really? Why? I mean,
you know, you go working, you pay income tax. You buy a bread, you buy butter, you buy whatever, meat, you pay tax. You get your oil tank in the house for the heating, you get it filled, you pay tax. You go to the fuel station to fill up your car, you pay 5 times tax. You go get your water bill, you pay tax. You get your electricity bill, you pay tax.
I know.
And we have money for every freaking country in the world. We pay for, man, there was a list the other day. One of these farmers who is in the organizing team, he took the list from our government, the official list, where all the money was gone in 23. If I were to read you that stuff, you would not believe it, guys. You would not believe it. But I give you 2 other facts. The migration costs Germany 50 billion a year. Only the migration. On top comes the refugees from Ukraine. We have about 2 million Ukrainians here now. 2 million. So our birth rate has been going down in the last 3 years in Germany, but we gained our population by 2 million. So the refugees from Ukraine costs us, I think, about 7 or 8 billion, because from this 2 million, only, I think, 15 or 18% are working. All the rest is living from our welfare, you know? And you know what is the funny thing? In summer, and it's holiday time, guess where they make holidays, man? They drive to Ukraine and make holidays at home. And then they come back. They make holidays with our tax money in Ukraine, in the war zone, you know?
It's the same here in the Netherlands. We have Africans, right, from Eritrea or wherever they're from, you know, and when they go on vacation, they go back to Africa. You know, it's stupid. Why do we accept this? I don't understand. Well, I do.
We have the same with Syrians, with Afghanis, with Iraqis. We have the same. Like,
Okay. I'm gonna speak for the government. Y'all racist.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Just kidding.
But I don't care what they call me anymore. You know, I don't fucking care.
It's the government that's racist, you know.
Yeah.
They attack Libya. I didn't attack Libya. They attack Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries. It's not because of me, you know. It's because of my government. They're the racists.
They are the fascists. The governments are the fascists.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can't call them racist because they allow anyone.
And I just read this morning that a union of Americans, British, and other countries attacked the Houthi in Yemen again this morning. So they're forcing it, man. If Iran joins in that fucking war, man, I tell you, we getting in big trouble. I guarantee you. If Iran joins in there, we get in big trouble.
You know,
everybody says, "Oh, Iran, they have only all the old stuff from Russia," and even about Russia, they say they have tanks from the 50s and they don't have anything. Fuck off.
They have good drones at the moment.
Iran is producing the best drones in the world, man. So I don't know. People are so blind and believing all this propaganda, man. You know, Russia. How can you think that Russia is not armed? Are you serious, man?
Let me point out some realities here. It don't matter what's happening in what country and what war is going on or none of that shit. If you pay attention to what they've been saying at the WEF and the words and the terms that they used, and it's all pretty obvious to us by now that they knew what happened was going to happen.
Yeah.
And now what they're claiming will happen, let's just hope to God it doesn't come true.
But there's another thing I read, I think yesterday, later in the evening, that comes out of the WEF now and the WHO, that they are really concerned. There is more and more people speaking against the freaking pandemic treaty. So they are very
against
concerned.
What? The pandemic? What?
The pandemic treaty.
Oh, okay.
So Tedros said, we have to take over the countries. We can't let them their fucking own treating with pandemics and shit. We have to take over. You know, they are so concerned that more and more and more picking up. I mean, even in England, they have here it's not even a debate, but in England they had even a debate in Parliament talking about it. You know, here not one single word is talked here in Parliament about the fucking treaty. Not at all.
Same in the Netherlands. You know, it's as if it never happened. You know, people don't talk about it.
And everybody thinks it's May. No, it's not. It's the 27th of January. That's the last date the countries can reject it or can say, no, we don't agree. If they don't do it by the 27th of January, it's going to happen in May. It doesn't matter what's in between these 4 months.
Yeah, the silence proves that they are wanting this, allowing it.
Yep.
Yep.
I was looking for something here. Speaking of Tedros,
he's a criminal,
if I can
man.
find
You know,
it.
he was involved in two of the biggest criminal records in Ethiopia in his time of being healthcare minister.
He's more than just a criminal guy. If I can find this will smoke your brain.
But the West never learns, do they? You know,
No.
they're still fighting the Houthis, really? You know, the Houthis came in power after 2012, right? They had a revolution over there.
Yeah.
And, you know, ever since the Houthis were in power, so they never learned. You know, Saudi Arabia was attacking Yemen for 8 or 9 years, trying to reinstall the government.
There was a good comment in the chat group in Telegram yesterday that said Al Qaeda was invented by the Americans. Hamas was invented by the Israelis. And the Houthi was invented by who was it? I forgot it. But Iran, yeah, it could be Iran, yeah. So the thing is, what people have to realize is that they shovel their own graves. And if Saudi Arabia, for example, would turn in and would go against Israel, then the Western world will get their ass kicked by their own weapons because they delivered all the stuff to Saudi Arabia over the last 3 decades or 4 decades, you know. Everything. Airplanes, rockets, everything.
I know.
Tanks.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy.
It really is amazing. You know, it's like, what the hell, man?
I mean, you can even go back to the First World War. The Germans got hit by their own weapons from England because they delivered the shit to England before the war.
It's basically because of the First World War, you have the situation in the Levant, right? Israel and Palestine. You know, the Balfour Declaration, we did not forget this, did we? You know, the Zionist movement in the UK and Ireland that had terroristic attacks and stuff like that in the late 1800s. This is why they wanted their own country, you know, and England approved of that. And if you look at Sykes-Picot, right, there was England and France dividing the Ottoman Empire. It's basically all because of the West that these countries are in existence, you know. So, yeah.
It's so insane what's going on, eh?
It is. You know, and during the Sykes-Picot agreement, they also had Kurdistan, right?
Yeah.
So you had Turkey and Kurdistan. And the Kurds were promised a state, and they still don't have that after all these years.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, they still kill the Kurds, you know?
Yeah, I know.
They just attacked Syria last week, the Turkish.
Yeah, northern Syria, northeast Syria, I know.
And that's where most of the Kurds live.
Yeah, Turkey and Syria aren't good neighbors, put it that way, you know. So it's a very complex situation, but if you dig deep into history, you'll see how it all came to be, you know. Saudi Arabia was basically a desert until you had that Lawrence guy, Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah.
And he installed basically a monarchy that was for the English. So it's with all these Gulf states, right? Kuwait, the same. Qatar, right? It's all because of the English, basically. So,
yeah, I mean, if you think about the whole history, I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can't even believe what we got taught over when we were in school. We know now that a lot of that stuff was fucking lies, what they told us, you know. But we will probably never ever figure out the real history because it's all hidden, and history is always made by the winners, you know. And the thing is, you can't even ask anybody who was living 200 years ago because there's nobody left anymore, you know.
They give a distorted view of history, you know. It's well known that Marinus van der Lubbe did not bomb the Reichstag. He did not do that. That was the SS that did that.
Yeah,
they
killed the Dutch guy. He was a little special.
Yeah.
That he took him as the freaking, what you call it?
Scapegoat.
Yeah, exactly. So they were looking for somebody, and that's what they're doing right now with Björn Höcke from the AFD, who they want to try getting his human rights off and stuff. So they basically want to make him like what you call them back in the days for the people who had no rights. So they were less than the dust on the ground, you know. So
slaves.
Yeah. No, not even slaves. Yeah, exactly. That's what they're trying to do with Björn Höcke. And he made some statements in the past that sounded, let's say, too aggressive. But there's no proof at all that he is a right extremist or has ever been involved in any violence or whatever. So it is absolutely fucked up.
Yeah, well, the state makes a case. You know, over here we have the FVD, right? And Gideon Vermeijeren, which is one of the people within the FVD political party. And he had said, we have the right to protest, right? That's the only thing he had basically said. And the Justice Department says, Gideon, you said people have the right to be violent during a protest and this and that. You know, this is the frame they use to, you know, to find someone or put them behind jail.
We had some anti-AFD protests going on here in certain cities, where they had signs up, and on the signs they said they should kill all the AFD members. You gotta realize what that means. And then they made in the dark, they made like a light show. Everybody was pulling up the phones and turned the lights on and using their what you call it, the zippos, the zips for the fire zips, you know. You know, when you the lighters, when you see that picture, that reminds you on our darkest parts of history. Exactly, it looked exactly the same as 33 in Nuremberg and Berlin. And people are still sitting there and thinking, oh, look at this. That's great.
Yeah, people need to see that the state, the government, that is the enemy of the people. Right?
It's so insane what is going on. I seriously, I can't believe it.
You know, that family van der Lubbe, they were given a sorry by the German government 75 years after decapitation. You know, it's like, what?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And this is happening all over the world. You know, not only in Germany. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Huh?
Yeah, you want to see Tedros? Here you go. This is the guy in charge of the W.
Oh my God! Look at that guy, man! Wearing women's clothes and oh man, really?
Oh yeah, then he's a good partner for Klaus Schwab because he dresses the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All these left-leaning figures, they all want to cross-dress and stuff like that. The Nazis did the same too.
I mean, we got to face it. It still could be a different person. So there's not 100% proof that it's true, but for me it's very, very possible that it is.
Well, it looks damn sure looks like him to me.
Yeah, but there's people with doppelgangers, you know.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know, Uwe. But
was this party on Epstein's Island or?
I don't know. It was. They were talking about the perversion of the elite, and I saw that and I thought, well, that doesn't shock me.
Just think about when they fly in thousands of hookers to Davos every year, and they all come in there with private planes and stuff and helicopters from all kinds of countries because everybody prefers different girls, you know. And honestly, I don't even want to know how many underage are between them. I don't want to know because otherwise I would have fucking snapped, you know.
Well, I think there are many underage girls, you know. This is how you blackmail these people, you know.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
Well,
and especially these Asian girls, you know, the Asian girls, they always look so young that it's nearly impossible to say if that is a 14-year-old or a 20 years old. You know, if you take these girls from Vietnam or Thailand or Cambodia, wherever they come from, Malaysia, whatever, you know, it's so hard for normal people to think if you don't see a passport, and even that passport could be freaking fake. You know, you never know, you know. So it's crazy.
Well, let's put it this way, Uwe. If their moral compass is so effed up, then it really doesn't make much difference to me. If they put themselves in a position where they can be blackmailed for something like that, they probably shouldn't be in a leadership role now, should they?
Yeah, that's right.
They can be bribed.
Another Dutch guy in here.
Yeah, the Dutch rock. The Dutch are cool. We're a weird kind of people.
Even I can read that. Goedemiddag, that's guten Tag.
Yeah.
Good day. Good day. Even I can read that. Yeah. I mean, well, Dutch is basically
Germanic.
a little bit of Plattdeutsch, like the old German, and English and German. You know, it's and a little bit of maybe like Danish. So it's I can if I listen to Dutch guys, I can figure out a couple of words. But reading is even easier than listen. You know.
Mm-hmm. I have the same with German, so
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, Hubschrauber, yeah. Hubschrauber. Hubstauber.
Who the
Yeah, you know.
I heard you get in trouble if you do the helicopter. What the hell?
I mean, even in English, there's so many words. They are exactly the same as German. They just spelled different or pronounced different, you know? Exactly the same words. Like butter and butter, exactly the same letters, just spelled different.
In Dutch, it's boter.
Yeah.
And so it's not really different or, yeah.
No.
That's because just like American and English, they're not the same language, even though people think they are.
Mm.
That's because you end up spelling out slang. The only problem is now, pretty soon, the whole damn planet's going to be speaking text.
Yeah.
Dumb down the whole planet. Yeah.
Well, who knows? Who knows? Maybe in 5 years or so, we're all in our pods, right? And kind of like the Matrix, you know, plugged into virtual reality. And yeah, who knows? Who knows? It goes by so quick, you know.
I don't think that's exactly the plan there, Roger.
Yeah, who knows?
So I have to cut out, guys. I have to go drive to a manufacturer who makes pans. I want to have a new pan which is plated. So and the manufacturer is not too far from here, so I get special prices buying that in the company than in the store. So, but it would be cool if we would all meet on that channel of House of Bad Influence. I don't know when they do later, Viola. I don't know when they do the next panel. Maybe even they do it tonight. So I don't know. Sometimes they started earlier. Sometimes they start earlier, like whatever, about 8 or 7 hour time or 9 hour time. But sometimes they start even in the middle of the night. So I grab only the rest of it in the morning when I wake up. So, but it's a great group of people, really, really all leveled, and they know what to talk about. There's no bullshit going on, and no aggression or anything. So there's no trolls or any bullshitting going on. So it's a great group. So it would be cool if you get connected to gain the groups. You know, that we get more and more, that we get bigger in all the channels. You know, to have more people speaking up.
I'll take a look.
Spreading the message, you know.
I will take a look, and who knows? Maybe I'll be on panel.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And they are really cool. Viola knows them as well. Viola was with me in the chat there a couple of times, so they know the group. So and it's really we just randomly met them in a Canadian channel who was restreaming the German protest in Berlin, and that's why we met them just randomly, you know. And it's really interesting. So that shows you that they are all and they know even all the stuff about Europe, what's going on here. There's all our laws here that we have a new Stasi installed here and all that shit. They are really, really informed. They know really their shit. Well, yeah, they even sang happy birthday for Viola last week. Yeah, they did.
Cool.
They
I'll take a look. Yeah.
I just went over and subbed to it just so I see it, but they're far behind what I was when they took me down, so they might want to watch how they gain in popularity, because that's what they target.
I'm not even sure, Robert. So they don't even hold back. They really talk stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They haven't garnered attention yet.
Yeah, that's true, maybe, but they have been on there for a year or more than a year already too. So I don't know. What is this one? Where is this? France? France, yeah. I tell you, they don't fuck around. You don't mess with the French, man. If you better pay attention what you do. If they are pissed, they are pissed, man, and you don't fucking go in their way. I tell you.
The French have been protesting ever since the Yellow Vests.
Yeah.
You know, and it's been on and off ever since.
Yeah.
So it's don't piss off the French, because they'll get on the streets. You know.
Yeah. They are not in general my friends, because they have been doing some really crazy shit, but I tell you, if they say enough is enough, then it is enough. They don't fuck around. So everybody knows that in France, I tell you, man. And I can tell you that Macron is fucking pissing his pants.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's quite obvious to me. The reason that they're not coming hard down on any of this is because, quite frankly, if they go after the farmers and the farmers are driving all these tractors, they just fucking run them over and push them out of the way. That's one of the reasons why I don't think that they're going at them hard yet, because, quite frankly, they're out vehicled.
Exactly.
There is no
most of these tractors have a weight of about 20 to 25 tons. So they easily push the freaking, even these little police tanks, they pull them away, because they are only 12 or 13 tons. So there's no way they have, if they don't bring up tanks, they have nothing that can compare against the tractors. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but that may be true there, Barry. The problem being, though, is as many as them as there are, I don't think that would be a smart idea to start that.
No, and I don't think they have the balls to shoot them. If they do that, they know that's civil war. And even if the farmers are not aimed, but not armed, but I can guarantee you they come up with everything they find in the fucking barn to fight themselves. What the hell?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Hey, Eric, I think this is the A9. I guess this is probably the part between France and Spain, because they're locking it on both sides. So this is probably the part between Spain and France. Oh no, then it's not even an autobahn. Then it's just a country road. It's it's a speedway. It's double lane, but it's not autobahn.
One thing I'd like to point out, though, Barry, if they were to make that a thing, sooner or later they're going to, let's say, ring the wrong bell for someone who's give a damn, doesn't give a damn, and he's going to turn them into a big greasy spot in the middle of the road.
Oh man, I tell you, if they would try, if they would start to shoot on protesters here. Enschede is the closest for me to get to. It's just behind Gronau, so it's about 1 hour 45 for me to reach Enschede. So that's where I go when I had to get my weed 2 years ago for. Yeah. If you see these tractors these days, it's fucking insane anyway. I mean, if I think about the tractors when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s and look at this ones, they are the triple size of the tractors we had in the 80s and 70s. It's crazy, man.
I'll say this, they're a lot smaller than the ones over here.
I know. I mean, you have completely different fields, you know. The fields you have over there, they are going for miles. We don't have the space here, Robert. You know, that's the thing. They are GPS based here as well now, because of getting more efficiency and stuff. But
they're doing that here too.
It's not the same as over there with fields that are going over 2 or 3 miles. We don't have that here.
This is near Montpellier or something like that.
Montpellier, that's in the south. Yeah, that's in the south. Yeah. That's close to Spain.
I looked it up on Google Maps, so it's near Montpellier.
Montpellier is in the south.
Yep.
Very, very, very nice city, though, too.
Yeah, so you know, it's going on, right? They're protesting, and I don't know what this protest is about, but
they are just going along, all against the EU and the governments, the local governments. You know, they all hate Macron, and we all know that the last election in France was the same scam as in the US. We know that, you know. Never ever Macron won that fucking election. No fucking way.
Well, France has a new prime minister, so.
Yeah, I know, but the new prime minister, you know where he's come from. He's 34 years old, and you know he's a young global leader, so that's all they need.
He's like a clone of Macron, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's
like, who's the president? Who's the prime minister? They look alike. You know,
like Schwab always says, we are penetrating all the governments, you know. And he says he's really proud.
We have penetrated all the governments. Yeah. You know, it's a real James Bond villain type, that Klaus Schwab, you know.
I mean, the good thing is he will not be alive for the next decade. He's an old fucker, but you know, there's even probably worse people coming after. That's the next thing, you know. Yeah.
No bullet can stop an idea whose time has come, right?
I sent an article or a little video. I think I sent it to you, Robert, as well, from the Swiss guy, this banker, whose dad was the co-inventor of the WEF, and he left when he realized what Schwab is all about. And that's the guy who was taking the Swiss president on court, you know. Nobody even have heard about anything. That court call was already, but nobody has heard anything about it. So, but I think I sent it to the group last week. But he was saying when his dad realized what Schwab is all about, he straight away left him, and
Schwab's father, right, worked for the Nazi Party, and
Well, so did Schwab, Klaus himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Kissinger is a German-born Jew who immigrated with his parents to the United States in the late 30s to escape from the Nazis. And it's very, very interesting, isn't it, that he started all that shit. And just think about his role in the Vietnam War. He was the Minister for Foreign Affairs in the United States when they went in the Vietnam War. So Kissinger was one of the biggest evil in politician history in the Western world.
He basically supported Mao and stuff like that. He was for the Chinese Revolution, and that was a very, very dangerous guy.
He was one of the most dangerous guys in politics, I tell you. And he was always in the background in the last 40 years because he was not involved in any politics anymore. He was just doing like a puppet player on the courts, He was playing around with everybody in the background, Freaking
same goes with Zbigniew Brzezinski.
Yeah.
Hey, Barry, I'm gonna share a page. Throw it up.
Here we have him, the Bond villain Klaus Schwab.
Fucking prick.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. I'm only seeing what you have up. Yeah, but I'm still only seeing you. What you're sharing?
No, it's up. It's up on screen, Norbert.
Really? Why am I still seeing tractors then?
No, if you go to the Twitch page, then you will see it.
Okay, so anyways.
Can you imagine?
Let me, here's old Klausy boy. Something to think about, folks.
So in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains. And I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to your answers. Is it imaginable? The technology now and digital technologies mainly have an analytical power. Now we go into a predictive power, and we have seen the first examples, and your company very much involved into it. But then the next step could be to go into prescriptive mode, which means you do not even have to have elections anymore, because you can already predict, and afterwards you can say, why do we need elections? Because we know what the result will be. Can you imagine such a world?
Yeah, can you imagine such a world?
Yeah, but I can tell you what, in 10 years he will not sit there anymore. I can tell you that much. But have you realized that the delay from the streaming to Twitch is only about a second and a half, and not like 10 or 15, 20 seconds from StreamYard to YouTube? Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, it could be possible that there's less streamers on this time of the day, yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, guys, I gotta check out. Was good to see you all. Thanks for having me up.
Nice to see you.
And we all catch each other, and we stay connected.
Keep us posted on Germany.
And our community will gain up big time. I see that happen, and that's all what we need. You know, we have to. We can be scared about everything, but we don't have to speak up. That is the thing. We all have to keep going, speak up, and don't let yourself get taken down for your mind and for your opinion. That's insanity.
I agree.
Well, it's the only thing we have at the moment because the alternative isn't nice.
Yeah.
I wish you a nice day, and we'll see.
Yeah, you too, guys. Good day. It's early morning for Robert. He's just a couple of minutes after 7, so he's probably getting breakfast soon if Paula wakes up.
I'm just having coffee.
All right. Say hi to Paula when she wakes up, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Have a good one, Robert.
Have a good one. So, has anyone been watching what's happening in Africa?
As far as what?
Well, the Somali president went to Egypt. Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't either.
You have a neighboring country called Ethiopia, and they want a port, and they want access to the Red Sea. Now, above Ethiopia, you have Eritrea, right next to it, Djibouti, and then you have Somalia, right? And there's one part of Somalia named Somaliland, which is the English part. You can divide Somalia into two. You have an English and an Italian part. The English part wants to have their own state. So they kind of made an under the table deal with Ethiopia for a port, you know, and the Somali president said, nope, we're not going to do that. So he went to Egypt. This was yesterday. He was in Egypt, and the Egyptian president, Sisi, said, we are going to protect you. So if there is a war, which, you know, Ethiopia is bragging about, give us support, or we're going to wage war, right? The Egyptian president said to the Somali president, we're going to protect you. So it's a real difficult situation over there in the Horn of Africa, you know, and who knows, maybe there will be another war in the Horn of Africa.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot more of that. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They do have access via Djibouti, right? But that costs a lot of money. You know, they have one railway towards the capital that provides them of goods and stuff. But, you know, that is not enough. Ethiopia wants more. They want access to the Red Sea. But there is no country willing to give them access to the Red Sea. So who knows? Maybe they're on the warpath. Who knows?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot more of that. I hate to say this, but a lot of what's going on, we can go roll back right onto what's going on in Davos, because the same people pulling the strings there are the same people pulling the strings all over the world.
Basically, yeah.
You know, and the reality of the situation is over there. Unfortunately, many people fall into the traps of following shall we say, not so savory characters when it comes to governance. Hence why you end up with, warlords and Islamic extremists and all kinds of stuff. But that in and of itself is what people need to realize, I guess, is a lot of the things that happen don't happen by accident. They're not organic. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that, because it's really apparent to me that they want to turn the whole world inside out, because without that chaos, they're not going to be able to accomplish what they want to accomplish.
Exactly. And it's hard to see that every country is basically failing, in Africa. These countries are supposed to be rich. Niger has uranium, Mali has uranium. On the market, it's very expensive, but they give it to France for very cheap,
Let me ask you this, Roger. Name me one country on the planet right now that isn't failing.
South Korea, perhaps.
No, South Korea is in danger of North Korea.
Yeah, okay, that's the neighbor knocking on the door, but that's a different thing.
But even so, still, it's the threat of turmoil. Is that not true, Barry?
The threat of turmoil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's possible.
But what I'm getting at is, at this point in time, I don't think there's any place or any country we can point to in the world that's actually stable. Be it economically, be it governance, be it cultural, be it whatever.
Well, maybe Russia. Russia is doing economically very good,
Well, maybe so, but is that actually true?
They're doing better than Europe and the U.S.
Well, that may be true too, but it all depends on how you measure that as well.
True. Production-wise, the Russians are making a lot more than Europe or the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah. But at the same token, we also have, it seems to me that the powers that be are banging the drums of war. And frankly, I don't think they'll be satisfied until they do it.
Well, they are doing it via Ukraine, right?
I think that's just a small portion of the scope. I have a feeling that this year, I'd be on the lookout for something extreme happening that we didn't expect.
Well, there are a lot of soldiers going at the border of Belarus, so who knows, maybe Belarus will be attacked, or I don't know. It's a thing full of possibilities,
And one thing that I will point out, though, Roger, don't make the mistake to think that some of this isn't coordinated between the East and the West, because corporations know no allegiance.
I know.
A lot of the stuff that we deem as, it's kind of like watching a football game. Their team, our team. The only problem is there is no their team, our team.
Yeah, I know. And there's also another problem, The EU wants to expand. They want Serbia and Moldova as other countries, to join the EU.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on the table for them. And Moldova has their own region, which is Russian based, they love Russia. And if they join the EU, then that will set off another war, right? because the people on the Russian part of Moldova don't want to be part of the EU. So it's Ukrainian small, basically.
Yep. That's going to be I think another flashpoint. You know, and this is why I brought up earlier about what I said when it comes to all the immigration and how media is playing it out, and how if you speak up about it, they automatically call you a racist or a fascist or a Nazi or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
They have the same problems in a lot of these countries. You have countries that are split ethnically and culturally. The only problem is we're allowing them to do it under the guise of humanitarianism.
Yeah, and we provoked a lot of stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Look at the Balkan War, for example. We provoked the Muslims, you know, and then you had the Balkan War.
You know, I guess that's why I say when we was talking about what's going on here with Trump and everything like that, and everybody seems to be, you know, kind of in a waiting pattern, waiting to see what happens with that election. And what people need to understand is we need to pay attention outside of that, because we all have to be involved in this.
Yeah, you do have to admit, right? Anything is better than Biden.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely, yeah. Well, I won't say what I'd like to see there, but I'm already on enough lists already. I just think the mindset needs to change with people and start understanding, even though what they want is a global control, we need to take and build a global consciousness.
Well, we are building upon that, right?
Doing for
live
sure.
streams and
I just don't know that it's getting through to enough people to understand. And it's like the left-right paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had some success in getting people on the opposite ideological side to understand that if you think that what they're doing now is because they believe in what you believe in, you're absolutely wrong, because once what benefits them stops benefiting them, they're going to be on you too.
Exactly.
And considering what's coming out of the WEF this year, I don't understand of any political ideology how they cannot understand that they're being played.
Well, maybe they do understand, but they don't care.
Well, that's a possibility too.
You know, it's basically a stage for the international players, you know, and you do want to be noticed, right, as a star or whatever. So they go there and they know they're being played, basically. Smile at it and they can control you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, laugh at these people. They have no power over you. They think they have power over you.
Well, that's not entirely true. They are actively arresting people here. So I guess it depends upon how much you're willing to sacrifice.
Has it gone that bad? From the land of the free to the land of the depraved?
Well, here, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
I know it's gotten very bad in America because I saw some video of Philadelphia. You know, these people were on drugs and they were like zombies, man. So, yeah, there is something very wrong with the land of the free. Freedom is not free. You have to fight for it, right?
Yeah, well, if you got the time, Roger, if you really want to understand what I'm saying here, this is about a 2-hour interview. I'll post it in chat for anybody that's listening, and then I'll post it in the chat in the panel. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, but watch that. And after you're done with that, then you'll understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. This is what they're doing to people who just speak out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the land of the free anymore. You know?
Not at the moment, it's not.
But will it ever come back, you think? Or
well, it better, because I hate to say it, if the U.S. falls, the rest of the world's going to fall too.
This is why they're getting the guns, you know.
They're trying.
Yeah, it's very, very sad to see what's going on in the world. But let's hope that there will be a change.
Don't hope. Do it actively.
There's going to be a change. There ain't no doubt about that. It just depends upon whether it's going to go one way or the other. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm serious. If you want a real eye opener, that interview that he does there will tell you what's going on about what they're actively doing to people that speak out.
Yeah, they're using lawfare basically to.
Goes a little deeper than lawfare, Roger. I think they wanted to kill this guy.
Mm. If you know enough, then you're often suicided, right?
Well, it's just to make an example of people.
Mm-hmm. There's so much to tell. You know, it's not only Jeffrey Epstein; it's also the DC madam, right?
Yeah.
Deborah Jean Pelfrey. You know, she provided hookers and stuff like that for the politicians.
Well, that's just like the one they just busted in Virginia that was run by the Chinese that's servicing all these politicians that they don't seem to put in news.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, I mean, when you're at a point, think about this, wrap your mind around this for just a second. When you have the staff of politicians making porn videos on the congressional floor, something is definitely wrong.
You don't see that happening in the Netherlands, right, Barry?
Not that we know of.
Not that you know of.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? There was cocaine found.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Cocaine was found in the toilets.
Yeah.
And not a bag of cocaine, you can plant that, but like use silent witnesses, leftovers.
Mm-hmm. And it's all under the carpet, right? Nothing to see here, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's why I also try to warn people that don't fall for a cult of personality when it comes to any political party or ideology, because you can't anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We've found very clearly that even people whom we thought were for the people of our countries definitely are not. Or they're compromised one way or another.
Yeah. When you want power, you're always compromised. There's always something in your past that's put forward, and you see, that's a bad person, so you're always compromised.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, I'll use Trump and Elon Musk as an example. If they were compromised, they'd already taken them down.
That's true. Musk has a lot of money, though.
Well,
money gives you power, right?
It also gives you a bit of security when you're attacked, because quite frankly, if Trump wasn't a billionaire, he would have already been out of the race.
Yeah, look at Vivek Ramaswamy, right?
Yeah. I'm still not quite so sure what to think of that guy yet, though.
The words he spoke rang true. I mean, he was talking about truth, and
yep, for sure. But he come out of nowhere speaking a big game, and that bothers me.
Mm-hmm. He was on the Global Leaders Initiative lists.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you don't want to give somebody guilt by association, but in the same token, I don't give someone a pass just because they say so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I trust you with my distrust, right?
Yeah. Yep, for sure. Core Online says, even a Visum visa, they want you 3 months somewhere and you must be back. It's already slavery against human rights. Yeah, in some ways, that's kind of, I kind of agree with that. But another thing, I don't think it should become a norm where anybody can go to another country and just say, hey, I'm here, take care of me.
No, it goes further than that, what he means. I know someone that streams in Thailand. She's from Sweden. And it's a whole hassle every year to get a visum. But she's adding to the country. Nobody cares for the foreigners there, not even the police.
Yep.
So that's the case in the Netherlands and Germany. But in the most parts of the world, if you're there, you have to add to the country or else you're not welcome.
Oh, so let me ask you this. Are there places in the Netherlands where the police can't go?
No, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, Schilderswijk.
Well, they are there. We have seen the footage with the riot police.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like to go there, but they do it. Till this day, they will do it.
Until they don't.
Yeah.
That's I guess that's what the point that I'm trying to make is that we're being undermined by our own government's policies when it comes to this stuff.
Yep. And people have to see through the power structure, right? It's all about control. They want to control you. They want to control your money. They want to control your soul, basically, and everything. It's a totalitarian government. People need to understand this.
I hate to tell you, Roger, it goes far well beyond control, and I'll show you why I say that.
No, I know, but that's the first step, Give
me 1 second.
I showed Zbigniew Brzezinski bragging about, It's easier to kill 1 million than to control them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there are more steps than only control, but that's the first thing people need to see, right? It's about control.
Well, if you rationally think about it, we're already beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 sec here. I'll full screen that. Now I want you to listen to this man's words very carefully.
In one way or another, we are so far, globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a special way, peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. That's, unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high census. So we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal, you know, so that people share the experience and you don't have a few rich, you know, trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes. I mean, these are pretty pessimistic hopes, you know, but I mean, that's what lies ahead.
Who was that talking?
That is Club of Rome member Dennis Meadows.
Because in theory, just in theory, I agree with him. And the part of how much the planet can sustain the number of people. Not the way it's done, of course. But yeah, these are theories. There's now 2.2% growth. That's less than like 400 years before. But there is still growth. So yeah, there will be more people.
Let me point out something though. Do you know one of the reasons why they move immigrants into our countries?
Yeah, it might be to stabilize.
No. It's because as a population becomes more educated, the birth rate's lower because they don't have to have as many kids to quote unquote, you know, do the thing of life and pass your genes down.
I think that's the other way around. It's the case, you are right at the moment, but if we think back about the well-educated people, they were mostly in church and stuff, not notaries.
Yeah, but
lawyers.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the thing though. For the first time ever in the United States, immigration, be it legal or illegal, has outpaced birth rates. So they're literally bringing more people into the country than are being born from the country.
Yeah.
So if it follows that what this guy say is true, and like you said, I understand carrying capacities. Sure, I sure do. But as a society in general, and you can fact check me on this, it's proven across the board, as a society becomes more educated and a higher standard of living, they have less kids. Hence, their population stabilizes or goes down to an equilibrium. But see, corporations can't have that. They need a constant influx of cheap labor. Hence why they flood our countries with immigrants.
But is the cheap labor replaced by robots by now?
Pardon?
Is the cheap labor not replaced by robots?
Well, that may be true in the future, but that is not a truism as of yet. Now, I want to point one thing out. What this guy says is he wants to do it in a peaceful manner, a slow manner, or whatever. You do realize that after a certain jab has been put out, that world death rates on average, the averages have been between 10 to 20, in some cases, depending on the country, 40% above the norms.
Yep.
To say that that's not a truism nor a reality, and you're lying to yourself. So when I said what he is talking about may have already been put into play, I think it has.
Yep, it has. You know, this is on their agenda: depopulation. You know, they want less people on the planet. And it's a very sad fact to realize. You know, if they want to depopulate, start with yourself, right?
Yeah, well, see, they seem to deem themselves as the anointed ones.
Yeah.
They're the special ones. You know,
they have a right to live. We don't, right? It's
correct.
Easy as that.
I mean, if I looked, I could probably find the one where Klaus Schwab's right-hand man literally says that we will be gods, and if you try to stop us, we'll kill you. That's his own words. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty close to exactly what he said.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think a lot of people worry about shit that's meaningless and don't realize how these people are literally forming the world to their ideals behind the scenes. And many people are just oblivious to it or don't want to admit it.
They don't want to admit it. You know?
Ask yourself why no government seems to want to investigate these things.
Yeah, they just don't want to admit it. It's easy as that. People would rather look the other way than to act upon something.
Well, as the saying goes,
also sabotage their own agenda with the World Health Organization.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to tell you the truth, Barry, I think they expected this. If what was done on purpose, which I have no reason to believe it wasn't, I think they expected a larger impact than what it had.
It is the biggest medical experiment ever, so they have a lot of data from it.
Yeah, I don't think that was an experiment.
No, but anyways, I mean.
Yeah, I know
what
you're saying.
Or not, I do have a lot of data gathered now.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think we've seen the full effect of what they've done, because we still have death rates that are running in all of our countries at least 10% higher than normal.
You know what?
If anybody understands compound interest and how that compounds over time, yeah, I think people get my point.
Do you know what really amazes me? Government had said to us, stay at home, you do it for another person, and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they are waging war in a country that's being torn apart, right? And you're doing it for another person, stay at home and blah, 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 blah. I mean, come on. You know, it's stupid. Government is waging war. They don't care. It was never about public health. It was about public power, how to display the public power, you know?
Well, I think it was to get people used to not questioning absurdities.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about what happened globally from a rational point of view, that was one of the biggest absurdities ever fomented upon mankind.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I don't know what there was. There's a vegan health doctor who talks to a lot of researchers and stuff like that, and he put out a video today, and he says because the papers claim that the vaccine saved like 1.7 billion people, and he says, well, if that's true, then how do you explain Africa?
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed the charts. He didn't say anything because he would have been censored had he. But he just showed the charts of how well Africa did at first because they weren't giving Africa any vaccines. But when they figured out that a lot of people quit taking them in the Western world, all of a sudden they had an influx and they were selling them off at Firebrand to Africa.
It's all about money.
All of a sudden, Africa's death rate started to fall on par with the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Strange, huh? And if you look at the charts that he put out, where their anomalies happened for deaths supposedly caused by COVID, they just happened to coincide exactly with when they started their magic potion program.
Isn't that a quinky dink, huh?
Yeah. All coincidence, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know that there's a lot more going on than they tell us, you know. So
well, that's why they were hell bent for leather going after the guy that released that information out of New Zealand, because there was no denying that.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't deny that the information was true. They just said he wasn't supposed to release it. Why is that?
I thought governments were supposed to be transparent, right, and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're about as transparent as mud.
Exactly. We had our prime minister. You still are prime minister, Rutte. He went to Davos, right? And he was talking about transparency and stuff like that. You know, it's really amazing because Rutte was never transparent to the Dutch people, you know.
Imagine that.
And there he is sitting at Davos saying, we have to be transparent. We need this and that, and more communication and blah, blah. He never communicated with the Dutch people, you know. So it's all bullshit. I mean, Barry can back me up on that, you know.
Yeah, but we are following this, Rogier, and a lot of people don't, so they only hear the fairy tales in the mainstream media.
That's true.
That's like I said when I brought up that thing about the stuff I'm seeing posted over here underneath the videos coming out of Germany and the other places with the farmers protest, and they're trying to make it out as if the farmers are protesting the AFD because they're against illegal immigration. Oh, right. Sure they are. That's what this is all about. Right. Sure.
Yeah, they use the frame of consensus, you know. And this is what they use during airtime, you know. but we give the frame of reality. We are breaking through the frame of consensus. 10 years ago, I was talking about the Bilderberg Group and World Economic Forum and stuff. No one paid attention until one did. Until one did. And now almost all the Netherlands knows about the World Economic Forum. So
well, a good testament to that is how many things were blown off as conspiracy or fantasy or anything when they actually turned out to be absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
The hardest part that I find when it comes to what I just talked about is I don't know if it's people's unwillingness to admit they were duped, or they just want to pretend it didn't happen.
Or both.
A bit of both.
Yeah. The problem with that is fantasy doesn't solve problems. I can wish for everything.
Did you say fantasies don't solve problems?
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You can live in a fantasy world, but that doesn't fix the world you actually live in.
Mm-hmm.
I can deny something isn't true, but just because I want to believe it isn't true, like in this case, I'll use a little kid's term. Just because the closet monster is a myth doesn't mean that the closet monster doesn't actually exist.
Mm-hmm. Same goes with Bigfoot, right?
Yeah.
Now, what they use a lot in cartoons here, every now and then, is head in the sand. Everyone understands that one.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. So we're not only up against the people who are trying to destroy our ways of life in our country, we're actually having to fight and argue with our own countrymen to get them to understand that they're being played and they've been lied to.
Yeah, that's a very hard thing to do, And people don't want to wake up. People don't want to accept that they've been duped.
Well, yeah, because then they have to face the reality that I may have done something stupid and didn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I tell everybody, it's not to place blame upon everybody. I'm of the mind that ignorance is not bliss. Can't change the past. We can only change the future.
Yep. And there is resistance within the World Economic Forum, so there are people that are aware that this is, a transatlantic group, doing their thing outside of the law, basically. People are aware. I saw Rebel Reports, Avi Yemeni and that Canadian guy, whatever his name is, they were there at Davos, asking questions to Tedros and all these other globalists, So people are aware. It is growing. 10 years ago, if you talk about the World Economic Forum, no one would pay attention. But now they do, right?
Yeah, but still not 51%.
It's getting there.
It's getting there. If it doesn't stagnate along the way.
Well, sometimes it does stagnate. People are sleeping basically whilst they're awake. They're in a sleeping state. This is why people believe anything that people say.
Yeah.
So once you are awake from that sleeping state, then there are two choices. Either you stay awake or you fall back to sleep. This is what's happening in the Netherlands. People fall back to sleep, right? The farmer protests. I mean, there aren't any farmers anymore protesting. You know, people fall back to sleep. The thing is, you have to stay awake.
Yeah. Something Cor said here that I want to touch upon. He says, illegal human is a fiction. That's why you give people a sleeping place and food if they come to your country. Well, in places here in the United States, they now have, like, I think it's the governor of, I think it's New York, that are asking people to bring immigrants into their homes. Let me ask you, Cor, where do you draw the line when it comes to being able to support yourself and your community, and then told by your government that you have to take in people that you're incapable of doing that for? And would that be acceptable to you?
Here in the Netherlands, there will be a new law enacted named the Spread Law and the Spreidingswet. And that entails that the refugee centers are overflowing, right? So the government is saying to the civilians, you know, can you take someone in your own home?
No, they are not asking. They are telling local government they have to. That's why it is a law. So if they say Amsterdam will have 2,000 immigrants, Femke Halsema, the mayor of Amsterdam, simply has to do it.
So you're supposed to take care of somebody from somewhere else whom won't, if they come to our country, supposedly, they come to our countries for a better life, but yet they won't stay and create that life for themselves and their own? Or that they claim that the country that they leave is so bad, but yet they come to our countries and want to recreate it here?
Yeah,
the logic doesn't follow.
Makes no sense. But now the government can say, hey, you live alone? Not anymore. We got a family from Afghanistan, or, you know.
Sure.
Well, buckle up, Roger. You got the family you didn't know you had, buddy.
Yeah.
Best day of your life. Surprise.
Well, who knows? Maybe they'll give some Ukrainian woman to me. Who knows? But it's very, very sad to see that the government says, you know, you live alone, not anymore. It's insane. It really is insane. You know, if I have a girlfriend or woman living with me, right, they take away some of your income because you have more income. But the government says, we got a family from Afghanistan or far away land, and we don't have a home for these people. You have to take them in, you know.
Oh, they probably will throw in €50 to feed them.
Yeah, right. You think so?
Yeah, they have to have a selling point.
Even if they did, would that be acceptable to you, Barry?
No, it's way too expensive anyway. But they will give something for how do you say this? Window dressing.
Compensation.
So when they print more money to pay people to take people in, we end up with what? Inflation, right? So they
know if inflation still exists in real life.
Yes, it does, because they keep doing exactly that.
Yeah, but I have a different view on that. The world, the supporting structure, as you called it, I think, we have stuff from the ground, oil, minerals, food we have to do ourselves. Yep. And that's an X amount, and that's being shared. But the money is the dividing formula thing, I don't know how to call it. But it's man-made. Money is man-made. Without
Yeah,
money,
it's
we could still
fictitious.
exist.
Yes, correct. But the problem we have with the currency we have now is it's absolutely fake. There has no intrinsic value to it.
Mm.
And they literally create money out of thin air.
Yeah, I call it labels. It's not even money anymore to me.
No, it's basically credits. Hence why they want to go to digital currency. They just want to be able to control it better. You know, when you talk about, for example, you just said we can create enough food and do this stuff for ourselves. Why do you think the farmers are protesting right now?
Yeah.
They will never, those who are in charge over there are never going to allow equilibrium. They won't. Because
like
they can't.
Training a dog, they are training us.
Well, they absolutely are. You know, and the problem I have is that, don't get me wrong, I don't begrudge somebody for trying for a better life or doing whatever. But that to expect me to go to, for example, like the example that Roger just used, to go to Afghanistan, and let's say I'm Roman Catholic, and all of a sudden I'm telling them they got to bow down to my religion.
They won't accept that, you know.
But we're supposed to accept it in our countries.
Yeah, we are forgiving and blah blah blah. Hey, Court. Hey, Court.
Hey, you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Got an echo.
An echo? Oh yeah. Maybe I put it here then. And now it's okay?
Let me check. I will talk and listen back. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's
Yeah?
a bit further. Yeah, I can have it. Can you handle it, Rogier and Robert?
I will take a headphone. One moment, please.
Okay, that's cool. So, you know, there's so much happening in the world.
Well, the thing of it is, though, many of the things that are happening are to do exactly what I think CORE is going to come up and try and defend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the reality of it is every area, every system is finite. In their world, nothing is finite to them.
Mm-hmm.
We have to live in a finite world. We have to live on a budget. We know how much money we have to spend. We know how much food we can buy. We know how much rent we can pay, or land taxes, in my case, how many taxes I can pay, which is beginning to be an atrocity. And that's the problem when it comes to our countries cannot be the cradle for the rest of the world. They have to do it in theirs as well. And if they want to have their culture the way it is, yeah, go right ahead. Build your country however you want it. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But don't come to my home and tell me that, well, we want Sharia law. No, ain't going to fly here.
Exactly.
Do you think that the USA government wants Sharia law?
I don't think they care about what it is. It's just the fact that it causes division in the populace.
Yeah, in theory, but will it be allowed in the United States to have Sharia law?
Well, whether they do or they don't, it's just like the Chinese police departments that they have going around different countries.
Yeah, we have some here as
well.
well.
The Chinese. They do the same thing in, well, here where I live, one of the counties in southern Michigan has a high population of Muslims, and they very much try to enforce Sharia upon their population, even though it's illegal in this state.
Oh, nice to hear from you. So Michigan is, I have family also there living, hey. But it's so long time ago I see my family. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And since you have a headphone now, you can place the microphone back. Before we heard you louder. Gord?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So, no, I just here in Michigan, but I met when I was a teenager. My family come over from America to Holland. So that's the last time I see them. Yeah. But okay.
Oh, so your family itself come from America?
No, I was having my family was all Rotterdam, a place in Holland, born and raised, but they,
moved.
They moved. Some part of the family were fed up with,
Dutch system.
Well, the Dutch system, and so they leave and they go to Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you know where?
Well, I must look it up of what I have, but they have some plane. They're instructor pilot. They have planes and so. Yeah. So maybe you know. I don't know exactly anymore. It's my father was from 1930, and he was the youngest from 9 brothers and 3 sisters. So you can imagine that
Big family.
a big family. But when I say the youngest, 1930, so I was having a very old family at that time, my uncles and so on.
Mm.
So all those nephews but they left, and they go to Michigan. But so I hear also all my life the old stories in the beginning before German take action in the World War and so on. So it's an old generation, and we're telling you stories and how the world's come around. And yeah, I'm looking still for my best English. Yeah,
Oh, you're doing fine.
Yeah, it's
You're doing good.
Me.
You're doing good.
Okay. So, but no, just but I put something also in the comments. But maybe you can translate that for me, Rogier. Let me see.
I'm not looking at the comments right now.
Nou,
hold on.
De gelijkenis is krachtiger dan het verschil. Dat is slechts een proces omwille de vrije wil. Ja.
Yeah, what he said.
What he said, indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, for me it's really the words and the power in the words in Dutch. I can express myself at best when I want to be really true to myself and to you, other people.
The bottom line, the bottom one.
Yeah, I see.
But then I find myself in
the comparisons is more powerful than the difference, because the difference is only a process of free will, for free will.
Yeah, what Barry said.
I guess I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, it's to me it's a bit too generic, or this could be even about cars or something. It's good, but it's good for many things.
You should ask Corey what the meaning really is.
Yeah, thank you. you, Barry.
Oh, you're dropping again, your signal. Cor is dropping. No, signal is good.
So we will find out. So I see.
Dropping out again.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't cut it, Cor. Your signal is good, but your voice is gone every now and then.
Then.
Je hapert, Cor. Ik weet niet wat er aan de hand is, maar je hapert.
Terwijl zijn verbinding goed is. Connection is
No,
good.
maybe I can explain a little bit more about it.
Ja.
We horen ongeveer 70% stilte en 30% van wat je zegt, hoor. Dat is jammer.
Yeah. No, it's the
Sorry dat I'm laughing.
No, it's quite hard to understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
because...
try to disconnect and come back again. Sometimes that helped. Because your connection speed is good. That's the weird thing.
Or something could be overtaxing his system.
Yeah. Yeah, that's possibly true. He has an old laptop.
Who I am as a human being
What?
And I don't think he hears our feedback as well.
Yeah, it's he's getting the feedback way too late.
Ja, kom weer terug hier.
He's getting the feedback way too late. You know, so he's talking and yeah. But anyway, well, we were talking about very important stuff, right?
Yeah, but you know, I think a lot of people have this idea that how can I put this? When it comes to the movement of people, if people come to your country because they want a better life, then you wouldn't think they would want to recreate the very same thing that they claim that they left. Now,
yeah, that's very true. Yeah,
that's disingenuous in my opinion.
Well,
and in the same token, if they aren't willing to live that, then why did they leave? If they want what they had where they left, then why didn't they stay where they were in the first place?
Well, they like to take over. You see, Constantinople is now known as Istanbul, right?
Yes, exactly. That's a very good example.
So they like to take over, and when they take over, they use that system until it's broken, and then they go elsewhere. You know, it's like locusts on a field, right?
Well, it reminds me of the story of the woman and the snake, the old woman and the snake. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, what Trump always says.
Yes. And
take me in, no tender woman, take me in.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it reminds me of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and everybody thinks that, well, you're begrudging people who want to come for a better life. No, I'm not. But there are limitations. There has to be. Nothing is infinite.
Mm-hmm.
And in the same token, that would be like me moving to the Netherlands and expecting everybody to speak English, even though they may not, me not learning Dutch.
Exactly.
Now, would that be fair to you guys? Absolutely not.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the Netherlands, they have to take a course to integrate.
That seems to be lost upon many anymore, wouldn't you say, Barry?
They simply don't go. There's no follower. So it's law, they have to, but if they don't, that's okay too.
So then it's not really a law then, is it?
Yeah, it is a law, but there's no, how do you say this, handhaving?
If a law is not enforced, it's not a law.
There's no enforcement.
You see, and for the integration stuff, you know, people get to learn how to get their social benefits. You know.
Yeah.
They don't learn anything about the country. No, how to get your social benefits. That's the first thing you learn about the Netherlands, right? So, you know, it's one big disaster.
That's a concrete jungle survival basic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the thing that bothers me about this is, as I said before, they say that's because of racism, or it's because of this, or it's because of that. No, it's not. It's called being realistic.
These people are like locusts, you know, on a field. They eat anything in their way, and then they go on to another continent or whatever else. You know, this is what's happening. This is the mindset of these people. You know. That's why I said Constantinople used to be part of Europe, the Byzantine Empire. Right, the Byzantine Empire used to be part of Europe, but it was taken over. You know, the Turks took over and made it Constantinople, Istanbul. There's even a beautiful church that looks like a mosque, and they turned it into a mosque once they took over.
Yeah, that's what's happening in London too. I actually watched a video where a guy was bragging about that. To say I found that disturbing would be an understatement.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, you know, there's legitimate reasons sometimes to take in people. No doubt about that.
Yeah, war. That's legitimate.
Well, why do you think they create so many wars? But the other things that we're seeing here aren't because of that. You know, there's literally they're creating enclaves of different nationalities that are kind of like their own little city state inside of the country. Hence, you know, like the whole Chinese policing Chinese here. Many of those Chinese got out of there to get the hell away from
CCP. I know.
The CCP, you know. And I don't begrudge them people that. I don't blame them. But then again, you have many of them come over here because they want to enforce the reach of the CCP here. And in many other countries. I mean, it's happened in Canada. I know it's happened here. I don't know if it's happened where you guys are at or not. I don't know how many Chinese you guys have there.
Yeah, a lot, but they are all integrated.
Hey, can I do a test?
This test is going well for the moment.
Yeah, I take the telephone of my son.
Okay, this one is better.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, Robert, we have Chinese. I don't know about Maastricht, but in Amsterdam they are fully respected.
No, same here in Maastricht. They are accepted and integrated.
Yeah, many of them here are too. The only problem is they're still harassed by their former governments.
You
know,
they have their own. The Chinese people in Holland, they have their own department of the Chamber of Commons, and they have their own yellow page book So they were pretty early in life connected.
I think they invented that, the yellow paper.
Yeah. But it's pure for Chinese people who are doing business in Holland. And what you see, they are very good organized on that part, but also controlled.
Yeah, but we do the same. There's also a Dutch house in Thailand.
Yeah.
I think that's common for everyone. You first thing you seek in a foreign country is your own countrymen.
Yeah.
They know the way. They know how to set up businesses.
Yeah. And then you connect. Yeah. You find Dutch guys everywhere around the clock when you travel. When you go into the jungle, then you heard suddenly Dutch speaking somewhere.
Yeah,
really.
You can buy cheese there.
We rule the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, only the seas.
Well,
not the earth, the seas.
No, but we must make up our mind about some parts. Yeah. When you travel and you find out the culture and they behave. For Spain, example, Spain, the people to think further, to do something, to change something, to be entrepreneurial about it and so. Then you see the Dutch come in. The Dutch are more directly in the moment and set up the business or concept or create and doing the things. And some cultures are more behind of that. Huh? And that's also a thing, of course.
Take Japan. They only did businesses with the Dutch for 400 years.
Yeah.
And China, right?
And China.
Right.
Yeah, but China also dealt with Italians and other people.
Yeah, China is now into the world. They invest, they make contracts. It's unbelievable. The real, if you can call it war, well, to take over, to just create. China is incredible. They have a vision about a few thousand years of now, and that's what they do with America. They make Wuhan one back office factory for all the economy of America. That's why they want to have it back, but it's already too late. If you see the subsidy arrangement about cars they built in China, how they create a different economical system, it's incredible, and that's why the EU don't want to have those cars on the market, because they already have the car market. And it's not anymore sufficient and to pay out or economical to do it with the dollar standard, and in European the costs are too high for that, the hour cost of human being. So yeah, you see that's also the fight, of course, they dealing with. Yeah.
If you look at the markets, China is the only country deflating, right? The rest is inflating, but China is deflating. This is because they already had so much money to spend, and this and that, bad investments, right? Evergreen, which was in a housing development thing, that was half of the Chinese economy, basically. You know, and when Evergreen fell, and still falling, the government is still trying to pay the debt and stuff, but it's still falling, and you know, they're deflating the currency right now. You know, and so it's very interesting to see what's happening economically in China.
Yeah, let's also check Robert. Robert, where did you want to go with the Chinese stuff?
Oh, no, I was just saying how when we was talking about integration and non-integration, when it comes in, I don't think a lot of people realize the influence that many of these people, even if they come here for the right reasons, how many of them are still influenced by their home countries.
Yeah, on the other hand, I have a great example here in Amsterdam. There was not a mayor, but one below that layer of local politics. He wanted a small, what was the word again? Cairo or something. No, not Cairo, that's Egypt. Some city in Morocco. Small Moroccan, he called it. He wanted to have a city part for only Moroccans. And not just the Dutch government said no, but also the Moroccans didn't want that. Because they knew that the government would involve in that from Morocco.
And see, therein lies the rub. There's the problem. When you have people, who, like I said, when they want to create an enclave inside of a country that is a nation state upon itself, and I agree, you don't want that. That not only destroys the whole idea of why you move to another country in the first place, if your motives are genuine, you also destroy the local culture on top of it. And I think it's hard for a lot of people to understand that.
Well, the fun part is that the Moroccan self didn't want it.
Well, that means they come there for the right reason. They understand that.
Yeah.
But many do not. You know, as I said, we have a county here in southern Michigan that when you go into it, it's other than you can tell that it's American because of the standard of living and many other things, but culturally it'd be no different than stepping into many Middle Eastern countries. And I can speak knowing that because I'm a veteran. I've been to these places. And to say that their mindset that life is cheap, that is an understatement.
What you say, Robert, about to control when you go outside a country living and observe the new culture, the new behaves, and live there, then you will notice that the tax constructions with where you pay your tax, for example, also in Europe, is already controlled. It's you can build your new life and so, but you must make sure that the contracts are already there, signed for you by sovereignty. Yeah, you understand what I mean?
Not quite.
No, sorry, but the tax organizations around the clock.
Yeah, taxes are one. Taxes are one.
Yeah,
what I'm talking about is from a cultural standpoint.
Yeah. What do you mean about the culture exactly? Can you give some bullet point? What do you mean?
Many people that come to another country, especially what we're seeing here now with the influx of illegals coming across the border, is they feel that the people of this country are obligated to bow down to their cultural norms, not ours.
Yeah, I think it's always... I travel a lot. I like it. I make my art out of it. But what I notice with myself is you can only do your best as human being as far as you come. And yeah, when it's created by culture, and so then that's who you are. Then I'm looking what can I offer in a society. But really taking care of and understand the culture behave and have respect for that part of society. Then in that moment, the new culture you will want to explore. And I think it means, yeah, I do it tactful because you want to share then, but bring something nice with it, make it more. The culture crossing thing is a thing, yeah. And you must be very consciousness about that and what you are saying and doing, and to understand. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very sensitive, of course.
Well,
but not bring your own culture, your own being, not bringing that with you in your choice in the day. It's not possible. It's like it is.
In the Netherlands, we have Sinterklaas, right? And he has helpers, Black Pete. And there's one aspect of society that does not accept Black Pete, right? And these people don't want to integrate. And I think that Robert is pointing at that, the people that don't want to integrate. What do they have to bring to society if they don't want to integrate? If you live in the Netherlands for 20 years and you only know 2 Dutch words, ja and nee, yes and no, it's like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. I understand what you mean, but it's for me the same when I make my music and I meet African people from some country in Africa and they invite me there and I see them culture with ceremonial and they have a good intention, but at the end they slaughter a chicken and they drink the blood, for example. Yeah, I don't want to be involved in that part. So I say, no, it's not my cup of tea. Because to go there and to change then that culture behave, it's too deep. It's spiritual. It's so deep for those people what they are doing, and for me that's the concept of that what I say in Dutch is between human being we have a likeness, the same things, and that's powerful. That's why we can be with each other based on some respect and so. But when you get off that part, you must understand who you are and say no also to some things and let it be. Let it give respect to them culture, even if you are have a total different mind about it. Then it's not your cup of tea. C'est ça.
Well, but the point I'm making, Core, is at this point in time, we don't just have a person visiting that may not, accept certain cultural things. They're literally building communities where they want nothing to do with the culture. They want to recreate what they left.
Yeah.
It'd be like you, what you're talking about by example.
Yeah.
What you're talking about, it'd be like you going to one of those countries and telling them, no, you can't do that because I don't accept it.
Yeah.
That's not sustainable, nor is it right.
Yeah, and it's not the respect you want to have. It's not respectful. But also on the other hand, I see Dutch people want to arrange by police in the moment to burn down the Quran, for example. And then they, because they put it on the right to be free and human rights. I like the human rights, what our fathers put on paper on that part, to be consciousness about human life. But it's always something who is to discuss. I mean,
well, but hold on. Let me give you the opposite.
Yeah.
I've seen many Muslims here burning the American flag and burning Bibles.
It's the same. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. But yet when the reverse is done to them, they scream bloody murder.
Yeah, okay. And that's why I did boxing in my teenage. We just step in the ring and you can fight as hard as you can do. That's the most true you will find out.
Unfortunately, their idea of stepping in a ring is they bring a knife and stab you to death.
Yeah, but so some belief systems around the world are more heavier than the other, and that's true. So that's not the way. But if you take it serious the human rights, it's also protecting to not to be to disturb the order in society. If you disturb the order, then you have some graduations about the human rights. And now you see like cherry picking, how people take one article about human rights and they say, yeah, I've got my freedom, so I can do. No, that's also not the way. It just starts there by giving consciousness about what's freedom, and then what's about respect, what's about how you hang on. I mean,
Human
if the
rights.
Muslim groups are doing nothing, and in Suriname, everywhere when you travel, you see all kind of mosques, all kind of books people believe in. It's freedom, and they have churches in places. They live at peace with each other. So, for me, that's not the real point. The real point is the human being itself, who can't give a respect just by the simple word respect. And it goes deep, and that's more a behave thing.
Human rights is just a concept which is never used, right?
Yeah.
If you look
It's still, it's
look
some,
at
yeah.
Israel, for example, right? They're bombing Gaza. These people cannot fight back, you know. So where's the human rights there? Yeah? You know, it's a concept that's never been used because governments want power. You know.
If you read
let me ask you this though, Roger. Let me ask you this: where was the human rights when they attacked them peoples on the 7th?
Yeah, exactly.
The human rights are right here, right now. That's the point to understand. The human rights are in this conversation. The human rights are there to ask the question, where were the human rights when this and this happened in society? So we must take care of that we can reflect on that. So it's a reflection to keep the middle road, to keep us people consciousness about making choices. And yes, we will see then that it's against human rights, some action, even what now happened in Israel and so on. And in Den Haag, the Africans say, okay, we want to have them for a tribunal or to start the legal process. So that's based on the human right. You hear it in his speech also, only it's very fiction in that moment because it's already happened. And you see the terrible, you already noticed the terrible things against human rights. So it's a consciousness thing where we still have to work on, because if you read the preambule from the human rights, that's the most important thing what they put there. The why.
Who is South Africa to speak about human rights, right? They also had
I know, Rogier, it's always strange to hear when you speak about human rights. Every time, in every situation, even for 30 judges they put up, because, but to keep that clear, to keep. I mean, in 1800 they just put you on the fireplace or they chop out your head in 1 second. You understand?
That's very true. But who is a country to speak about apartheid when more or less 60% of the country was based on apartheid? You know,
hey, I'm an old Marine soldier, so my sergeant teaches me when I was teenage, I was younger. They teach me, when you ask somebody to clean his shoes, you must make sure first you have cleaned your own shoes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
True. But it's not a reality. So people just talk, and if you hear Klaus Schwab, in 10 years we put by everyone a chip in his head, then I listen. Yeah, it's against human rights. It's even not possible. It's fiction. In 10 years, you can imagine millions of people. It's not happening. It's not reality. Well, they do in some parts, in hospitals and create. They do, and Elon Musk also. But if you listen very carefully about those projects, then it's the reality is more different than a type of Klaus Schwab in the end of his life, who want to have some, his dreams, make it happen. He's telling things, but in the meantime, we have problems because of those people who just put the words in society and make people brainwash people and it's terrible. It's against the human right, but we still can say, and I see step by step, very slowly, I see the organizations who are now have the foundation, so the statute about human rights, the organization, the Amnesty International, and so on. I see slowly, I see them reactions now, and that's a good thing for me to point it. But you still will see, okay, people just use it, and they don't have clean their own shoes. I understand.
I will say this, Cor. Don't ever make the mistake to think that people who think like that are ever going to go away. Because
no, but that's what I say. That was my teaching with my parents, with my family. They were older. They come from different problems in society. That's for me. It's clear, Robert. So many people, so many, and if you see how quickly young people can come in control about Wall Street, about market, they just in one day they are making millions and just create, and suddenly they have a lot of power because there's a lot of poverty also. So people will do everything to take some money and and those people know and they play with it. So an idea in this time in society to make it from fiction to reality, it's an easy way. It's an easy thing to do. So it will pop up very quickly because we can see by internet and we create together. So the concept 20, 30 years ago you never heard about, now suddenly you can follow from fiction to reality, and it's all happening now. So I understand.
Yeah, it's basically 1984 on steroids,
Oh, and it if you see now the artificial intelligence, how quickly that will go, what it can do, and everyone is connected.
It's what
it can do.
What it's
I
doing
think we
now.
all know where that story ends.
What it's doing now,
I hear and speak and see younger people who have different concepts about life because they start where we ended, and they make a new creation out of it, and a lot of young people are also very consciousness about artificial intelligence, but they can control it because I see now new concepts also coming from that to protect society and to build a better concept with artificial intelligence. It's still the same. It's still the same. A weapon is a piece of metal. Only it's the gun, but the human being behind it and how to use it. That's
hold on. The example you're using doesn't follow. Because at this point in time, for a gun to be a weapon, it has to be in the hands of a human. What they're talking about is taking the human out of the equation and putting an unfeeling, unempathetic machine.
Yeah.
I've always said, right, the war in Ukraine, Russia versus Ukraine, that will be the last war fought by men. You know, the next war will be done by robots. Mark my words, right?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. But at the end, I have a different view about that in a deeper consciousness about controlling and people and what's happening. No, I see a different timeline. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can think for the ideal, but history bears out that's not true. Never has been. A sad reality is many of the things that we utilize today were marked upon and brought about some of the worst atrocities in history.
Yeah, the forward going of technology is because of warfare, you know.
But can you translate a little bit those two lines Robert say, Rogier, in Dutch? What the last?
Alles, ja, misschien kan Barry het beter vertalen, maar...
No, okay. Then I must hear it better. Oh.
De technologische vooruitgang komt door oorlog, eigenlijk.
Aha.
En de dingen die gedaan zijn heel erg geweest. En daar hebben we geen weet van. Zoiets zei Robert.
Okay. So you're saying, Robert, the technique used by military is against us now.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I'm trying to point out, Core, is for a gun to be a weapon, you have to have a human, correct?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Now, when you talk about AI and how it's going to make the future better, I have to disagree. Because even in wartime, speaking as a person, as a combat veteran, I still had empathy for people.
Of course.
A machine will not.
No, a machine is just a program to target, but the program. But then you go deeper on that concept. Is also done by human. So you can...
No, not quite, because they're actually allowing those things to program themselves. Let me ask you something.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry, Robert, because you make a good point, and I try to go a little bit deeper in that part.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Have you ever met a pure sociopath or a psychopath?
I understand. Yeah.
I
understand. Yeah, I understand. But what I want to say is the programs of IA, it's still you can control the machine. It's only
that obviously isn't the case, because they shut one down because it scared the shit out of them.
Yeah, I know, and that's a good point. That's positive for me, because then we show each other as society.
That's not a positive. That would be like saying that the virus that was unleashed upon the world was a positive because they learned something.
No, that's different. No, that's a different thing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, okay, I must understand what you mean then, but my first reaction is no, because there's a different thing for me. Because I understand if you are a narcissist, or you only like war and you like to do pain to another, then artificial intelligence with weapons and then programmed is a bad thing. But if you really take care of the law, the war law and so on, and you program those robots or those instructions based on law and do it really a good and a proper way, then there will be no fear.
Have you ever heard the saying that every rule of law was made to be broken?
Yeah, but that I understand. But I like to talk in context and a deeper consciousness about things.
You can talk in context and a deeper consciousness. I'm talking in reality.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, for example, okay, if we didn't have wars and we didn't have weapons being built all the time, where could we be in science? Where could we be in space? Where could we be in many things? But unfortunately, most of human nature does not think that way. To think that they do is a fool's errand.
I understand. But Elon Musk just say, I don't get involved with my satellites. They want to put on in Ukraine. I put them out because it's against the law. And I don't want to get involved in that. So he was in power. He was on the switch and he didn't do because of the law.
But you're talking about one special case.
Yeah, but a big case, because do you have satellites? Do you receive an email from someone who asks to come in war against Putin and put your satellites on? No, not everyone have those satellites organized in the sky. That's like, Elon Musk.
Well, hold on. That would be okay. That would be like telling me that the person who invented a screwdriver didn't expect anyone to ever be murdered by it either.
No, because otherwise you can't live. I mean, everything, if I make Pinda cheese and deliver to supermarket, then I expect you do 10 grams on your bread. I don't expect that you eat 10 kilos in one day. You understand? It's always the freedom of human being.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm speaking of is when you get boiled down to it, human nature will always be human nature.
Yeah. That's why we must be careful. That's why we have human rights. That's why you must still speak out. It's against.
But what I'm saying is, what you're speaking about when it comes to AI,
if you want to join, you can.
You're talking a strict logic machine. It doesn't matter what laws you give it. It's an A-B thing. Once you put that in control of a weapon, it's game over.
Yeah, I understand, but when we go really deeper in context about artificial intelligence, I have some people who really go in the deep, and I don't like to talk about the things I don't know to explain really in that deep. But what I know is we can still control as human being also the artificial intelligence. That's what I wanted to say about in consciousness.
Yeah, you can control it until you can't.
If you look at Terminator 3, for instance, right, movie, you see that the humans activated Skynet, right, the artificial intelligence, and that took over. You know, used the internet to take over and stuff like that. So once you pull that switch, then there's no going back. You see.
Yeah, this with a lot of things is people create concepts in all kind of forms and ways.
Well, let me ask you this:
in the benefit of the people, but at the end, people with a bad mind, they use it against us.
The path of good intentions is walked upon by bad people.
Yeah.
So,
That use. Yeah,
or
yeah, I
or the
understand.
road to hell's paved by good intentions.
Yep. Now, we have to be careful with artificial intelligence, you know.
That's true. That's why Elon Musk and for many and a lot of other people are pushing now for extra rules.
Well, it will never. It doesn't matter how many rules you put on it. Okay. For a few $1,000s, I could create a biological lab in my back bedroom. And with the technology we have today, I could make some seriously nasty stuff to unleash on society with only a few $1,000s. Do you think that once that technology were to become ubiquitous, that somebody with ill intent isn't going to use it for ill intent? You know, that's just like saying a gun. When we first created weapons, we created them for what? When we created spears, it was to take and feed ourselves. Okay, well, again, it's just as good to kill another human being with it as well.
Mm.
To think that that isn't going to be the final outcome to that is a fool's errand. Because it will be.
This is why there are governments, you know.
Yeah, well, so we thought.
Mm.
That hasn't proven out to be very true much anymore either.
Yeah, they have their own interest, and that's not the interest of the people.
Well, that seems to be now, doesn't it?
Mm.
You know, the point I'm getting, Cor, is we can talk about the ideals all we want. I know what ideals I would love to have. You know, we could have really good nuclear energy if we weren't so concerned about blowing people to kingdom come.
No.
You know, which would solve much of our energy problems. But see, you can't make nuclear weapons if you make nuclear plants that are safe.
Mm.
Yeah. No, I'm on. I understand.
You know, and that's I think the biggest part of even what we're talking about today, to even ponder what these people at the WF consider the future. It's a future that they want, not what's best for society.
So now we know.
Well, we may know, but the next question is, can you get enough people to pull their head out of their ass to understand that?
Yeah, that's how do you call it? That's something will take time to. For me, it's also a natural law to see the difference between good and bad, to can reflect, to be in your feeling and intelligence, and to speak out and so. I mean, that's the time we're living in now. It's possible for us. We create this discussion to be open-minded about it and to address it the right way. And yeah, that's for me very positive, because I know from my family in the background, without computers and so on, some shit just pull up. I mean, it was in one moment you could be eye on eye. So now we have one step before that, we can address it. And yeah, that not every people are programmed on a certain way and are not very full consciousness about it. But that's that for me, that's a natural thing. What will happen at the end?
Very.
Yeah, Corey, you spoke before, and I know that you speak with your son about this, who's very into it, that the youth is very conscious with AI, but it's still in development. What do you mean by that? That they are conscious? In what way? Are they trusting it, liking it, or what?
They understand the position if they start up a new concept with artificial intelligence, that they are behind before. For example, there is now a new program in March or April. There will be a new thing they call Rabbit One, and that's a concept to what telephone companies, the biggest in the world, the Androids and the Apples, can't do anymore because they bury themselves with. I try to find the good words in English, but in the entrepreneur, in the being, in the total system they create, they can't do leave that things anymore because they have some shareholders and so on, deeper consciousness about that in the context.
Well,
so there's now more space to do something for us, a better way using artificial intelligence. We will see, because there's still a group in March, April, it come out, and then there is a group of people who are going to test it and go very deep in it. They even can control it by making new programs, writing, computer language, and so on. So we always are in control. We can let it grow, or we can, we can kill it. So, but we give space to creation and give space to, based on human right, to open up that concept, to look at it, and the best for society, and it will come.
Yeah,
This is a
I
very.
get it what you are saying. But then, aside your son and his peers, there are also the bad people, and they like Wuhan and certain chemicals. They will make it in a different type of manner.
Yeah. Yeah.
It isn't the ideal, Core, that bothers me. You know, we can wish for the ideal, but I have to deal with the reality.
You have to work with your ideal. It's first you have thoughts, and then you have your dream, your thoughts, and then it's still fiction. But to make the moment happen in reality, you must make choices with it, and act with it, and work with it, and live with it, and breathe with it, share it, and then you will see that that power is bigger than anything else. And it's happening. It's not big. It's not science. It's not big. You can see it. It's only what team are you on? What do you want as people, individual, and as society, cultural and spiritual?
But hold on. What do you think is happening in this world that you think is pointing towards a net positive?
I love life, Robert. I give thanks.
I love life too. No
I
problem.
give thanks to life each and every day. I mean, my father was a young guy, 1930, so he got his bombs in Rotterdam one moment when he looked up in the sky, and his friends were killed. So I give thanks to work on process, not to be very realistic that the world and people are bringing concept to us and to the world who are really not good. But I'm also very positive that we are still in power to create a better society together if we want.
If it wasn't for the people who wish to control, that may be possible. But see, unfortunately, the people who don't wish control aren't the people who strive for being in leadership roles. Most people who would make good leaders don't want to be leaders because they don't want to control.
Yeah, but control is not always about leadership. Control is also about serving some consciousness dream of another human being in society who want to bring his concept to life.
Yeah. Okay. So if a certain person's concept is they don't like your religion, they'd like to chop your head off, and that's their dream, is that okay?
No, because it's not happening. Because people don't want that, so they don't want to support that.
It's happening quite a bit, actually.
No, they don't want that. The Muslim brothers and people I met, I know Muslim, Christians, I hang out with Rastafari, all kind of people, all kind of religions. And those people are very consciousness about the first being is they want to have the best for each other and in peace and with love and harmony. And the very extremists, they take it, they see life on a different way. Is a very, very small group.
Really? And when I was in the Middle East, I seen them pull over buses and literally ask people about the Quran. And if they didn't cite the right words, they killed them.
Yeah, they did in Ireland also with the Catholics.
And we're talking people of the same damn religion.
Yeah, Catholic and Christian, they fight each other, and so that's another part when you have a belief system in you, or you say this book is the only true, or this God is the only true, or whatever. So I have a different view about that, talking spiritual about that, but yeah, that's what also people are doing. They take what they feel and believe very, very serious. Yes, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is you can think for the ideal, but that doesn't reflect reality. The reality is there's a lot of good people in the world. The other reality is there's a lot of bad people in the world too.
Yeah, but the reality is there are more good people than bad people.
So
we already win.
Power. Who have more power? You might say the 90% of the good people have the power, but they don't because they elect those stupid people to run them.
When let me ask you this. When a serial murderer kills, say, 50 people, does it matter there was only one bad person?
No, of course not.
That's why I said we can wish for the ideal, but there's one thing that's always true about the human condition.
Yeah, of course.
We're always going to be in a struggle with those who wish to have power over others and those who wish to do harm to others. There's no getting around that.
Yeah, but okay, but in what context? What do you mean to say, Robert?
There isn't any context. That's just part of human nature, unfortunately. There will always be a certain number of people who wish ill upon others. There always will be. Or there will always be somebody who doesn't like somebody else for any number of reasons. Be it religion, be it race, be it economics, whatever. It doesn't make any difference. There always will be.
I lost some words. Sorry, Robert, because there was a Joint Strike Fighter come over, a big airplane here, so I didn't hear you.
That's what I heard. I was like, what?
Weekly war every Wednesday, or it's Tuesday now. Hey, that's different. On Wednesday normally they come over here, but now it's Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's like me. I've been hearing sonic booms, low end ones, so that tells me that they're testing the new tech.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I lost some words, but what you were saying now. But I think we are on the same page on that point. No doubt about it. About people and doing good and bad, and so. But yeah, I'm okay. I must say to you, Robert, I'm sometimes maybe too positive. I'm a positive guy.
Well, there's
I
nothing
can't
wrong.
help it.
Well,
I have it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me say something, Cor.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being positive. I have no problems with that. As long as it's realistic.
Yeah. I know, but I'm very realistic in my own because when I do business, that part in my art and with my business, my professional, I have to work with law. Every country I come in, I must train myself. Look at the concepts, what the rules are, what I can do, the don't and do's, and so on. And I do. And then I'm very serious. And then I understand every time again what I can do and not can do. So that's always some duality in my mind and reflect to other countries where I lived in. They say, okay, I could do this there and there I can't. And it's always about freedom then in my mind. And I'm very realistic about that feeling of controlling people. I notice every time.
That's you.
About
you're speaking from self.
Yes, that's the only thing.
How do you speak when it comes to the rest of society?
No, I listen. When I listen, I can only listen to society. And if people out of society ask me a question, then I give as close as I can do. I always, I don't want to say that because it's, for me, it's normal. I'm honest. I'm open. So not always tactful. I understand now, because if you just speak out how you see it or what you feel, it's not always, or the truth is not always tactful. I understand. So you get a direct reflection of people, but I eat it, I take it. But that's one of the reasons that I listen more to people, and work every day on my own steps and choices. Than the opposite. You understand what I mean to say?
Yeah, I understand kind of what you're getting at.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at, though, is you seem to have an idealistic view of the world.
What do you mean with idealistic? Can you explain that word better? Well, consciousness.
By stating you think about more of the spirituality or a deeper consciousness or something like that. Now, granted, if more people thought that way, we would probably be in a better place. But the problem is, there's always going to be somebody who's going to use your good graces against you.
Yeah, I get it now also when I do my concepts and I have to work with notaris, accountant, and so. And then I see, and then I see the European law, and I study some things, and then I really must keep my head up and speak out, and then it's not a fight in that way. Then I go to war, but I'm very professional in that way of doing with those people, and because they think then, and they make a think fault for me, because I'm open and honest about, but at the end sometimes they meet me in a different way, in a different attitude, because I stand for my choices and freedom with respect. And yeah, those people are used to work their own way, sometimes in those systems the easy way. But yeah, I'm an artist, conceptual artist, and I develop new concepts for me and society, and to work on that. Yeah, I go sometimes in politics structures. I speak mayors, I speak the notaris, and then it's sometimes it goes very tough. Sometimes I need a lawyer. You understand? To make it hard.
Let me ask you this though. When you speak of the ideals that you do, if that were the case and true, then why would you need a lawyer?
Because the people, what we talked earlier about, some people are really talking about unconsciousness. Some people work with the law and system, but they are liars in the state of mind. Some people have not working for society, but only for their own group of people. They only work for the money, for example. All kind of reasons I find out when I stand for my reality and true, and I want to make it happen, and they make it for me in law to say it's not possible. Then I always go that road, and sometimes in law, when you speak in law, then every point and every word is important in certain moments. So I did my cases in Holland without a lawyer, and I win those cases. Take me 3 years with some judges, and I cleaned the judges also 2 times, and afterwards, okay, for me it was, and we win. But that's the reason that I take sometimes extra law, or someone who has more experience on that part, and put it really, when it's really necessary, put the right words on paper, because every word you put too much on paper, or talking like me, like an artist, and by feeling and so on, they put you out in technical forms, in technical way, because law talking about
you. You know, they use it against you. I know.
Yeah. So then it's not about the point. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. That's under the assumption that the judge is judging without a bias. That world is dwindling, especially here.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, is when I ask you about finding a net positive about what you see going on. That's why I'd like to point out that many of the things that we took for normalcy as little as 40 years ago are not. The truisms we have of today is that many of the things that we would expect from a just and lawful society is now dictated by ideology.
Yep. And the minority, basically. You know,
well, not necessarily. I wouldn't say the minority, because I think that's the wrong word to use. I would say those who seek power.
Well, the LGBTQ, whatever they're called, you know, they're also in the chambers of power, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I think that's more of a useful idiots type situation.
But they are bestowed upon in the public, basically. You know, drag queens,
for sure.
and you know,
they're used to justify what they're doing, when in all actuality, it's another absurdity of fostered upon society.
Yeah, one major distraction, and it's to divide people, right?
Well, it's another form of chaos.
Yep. I hope sanity comes back, right? So when Trump becomes president, you actually see men competing against men, not calling themselves a woman and competing against women. You know, it's like, oh my God, of course these men win. You know, they're not women.
Well, it's like, you know, there's a thing that somebody pondered to me one time, and I'll never forget this. And they said, well, we're only fighting for equal rights. I says, and they were speaking of women. And we could apply that to anything they want to use nowadays. And I asked, well, tell me what right I have that you do not.
Mm-hmm. And they cannot tell, you know.
That's because they don't want equal rights. They want special treatment.
Yeah.
But Robert, my consciousness about to think different about life, and I mean the reality is I can travel back going to Holland and say to the government, hello, I'm back again and I want to be a girl and I'm 12 years old.
Yeah.
So that's a fucking reality in these days. So
exactly.
if I understand, and they say, yes, okay, you're welcome, and I get my stamp. So that craziness, I can still say, I can do it. That's them reality. And it's really happening. And so for me, it's so clear how people think these days and act at it. So it gives me more space to introduce new concepts who give more space for me as a creator, as an artist, to give to life.
Wait. I got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you were to go back to your country and say, I'm a 12-year-old girl, please tell me what space that gives you.
To talk crazy.
Well, that's fairly easy without that. But what my point being is, we're not talking about a fictional concept. We're talking about an absurdity fostered upon society.
Yeah, but so I can bend something when I say I don't want to see, for example, people in Holland sleeping on the street in the cold and having no house, and you don't solve that on first hand by taking 450 million each year of us tax paying, and you don't solve the first human rights, the first thing you want to do for your brothers and sisters in society, and you don't solve that problem, it resonates now more than I say it 30 years ago. You understand?
Yeah.
30 years ago, huh?
I follow what you're saying.
30 years ago, they say, no, you must work hard. He has no diploma, and they piss on it. So now the generation see, yeah. And if I put it on words, and I have a comedian friend, and he makes jokes, he's better in jokes than me. But I give him that line, like an artist sharing words. And I say, put it in the line of, I'm 12 and I'm a woman again. Then some concepts are getting more consciousness and more, what are we doing, people? What are we sharing with each other? You understand? It's also about, you can speak more about other things.
You're speaking hypotheticals, whereas the people doing this speak as though and want people to believe it as though that is truth.
Yeah, I must follow you now. You say something nice, but I must the English. Can you say it again?
What I'm saying is, what you're speaking of, you're using as a fiction. Okay? Meaning that in its absurdity. What I'm getting at is we have leadership now that seems to want to foster that upon society, that it's a truism.
Yeah, nee, I understand. It's already reality. Only you will see, and it's already happened with a politic party on national television in Holland, with an interview with somebody who really take that woke agenda on some way. and it didn't take stand. And so the guy who speak about it, and then you will see on internet that the consciousness is high by a lot of people about that part, and they say, yeah, what a crazy movement. And you see it now also. They bring in all the immigrants, and they rent cruise ships in Holland to give the people the human rights firsthand, give them to sleep against nature, protecting, and food, and so on. But now you speak out people for the first time, and I'm positive about it. Yeah, and what about our people who are lying on the street in the cold? We didn't take care of them. There are no houses, or there are no houses for my sons and for my daughters, never built. So only there's a good statement. Only, and I think we don't fight on that anymore with each other, because I see a very intelligent thing happening, that we are in a dialogue, we are in discussion. We people, I don't say the journalist already on national television and the politic leaders in this moment in Holland. But now, well, the new politicians, some politicians speaking out and giving this point of view about that part. So it's giving consciousness. Okay, if we give those people that, what about our people? You understand? And that's not about hate and discrimination. No, that's about human rights. We all have those rights.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. But in the same token, what we would think should be done isn't what's being done.
No, but that's something. That's a process. That's a process on the free will. There's a process on to understand that the likeliness between human beings are stronger than the difference. The difference are just a concept, and it's something, more deeper spiritual to create and to make that part also happen. But at the end, the most powerful thing is we will find each other as human beings, that we all want to have the best for our family and people around, and your children and so on. And
I think that's a very idealistic idea.
Yeah, but that's my job. I'm an artist. I'm a conceptual artist. That's my highest thing I can.
When you want something, right? When you want something, you have to do it yourself. Now, I was hungry, so I just, grabbed some food, and I'm eating right now. So I just wish there was some, beautiful blonde making me some food, but that is not the reality. It's a concept.
You can have a beautiful blonde if you go get a surgery and put some makeup on. You can look in the mirror and beautiful blonde yourself all day.
What is a beautiful blonde? What is blonde?
A woman, a beautiful blonde woman.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Cook for me, but that's not the reality. You see, I have to do it myself. And if there is someone on the street, just help him or her. Talk to that person, interact, know what's going on, and then you can help that person, right?
Some people you can help directly to share with him how to fish, and some people you can help by first take sometimes psychical care, because they are so confused about life and they are not able to make to fish, for example. So it depends. Depends. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
so let me ask you this: what do you teach to a person who wishes to control the world, and that they believe that the world is theirs?
No, I will explain in a deeper consciousness that it's not possible to control the world. That's a fake concept. That's an idealistic. To control the world is fiction. Is movie. Is Superman.
Alexander the Great.
What was that, Barry?
Alexander the Great, just one example.
Yeah, but Napoleon also, and he said, and then now I'm emperor, and he had a good grocery maker, make the clothes.
How about Mao? How about Hitler? Stalin?
Yeah, but they don't control the world. It all failed, and they make a lot of mess, and they also introduce maybe some other good things for people. That's too big to say it's not what they do, but. And for some part of society, but not the world.
Well, let me ask you
control. Yeah.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think the Chinese people prior to Mao thought that they would always have the society that they had in their ways and their culture and their religion?
Sorry again, Robert. I must listen to you. What do you say? Yeah.
Do you think the Chinese people prior to Mao thought that they would always have their culture and their religion?
No, if people give them soul and the total being to some book concept or someone, then at the end you will always make up that it was not the right choice.
But what I'm saying is, you may thought that after the fact, but do you think that those people, if they were in today's day and age, would think the same thing now, hence what China has turned into compared to what it used to be or could have been?
Yeah, Barry, can you explain it for me a little bit in Dutch? Because it's serious. Ja.
Ja, die Chinezen voor Mao, die hadden zo hun land in China. En die hebben waarschijnlijk niet gedacht dat het zou worden zoals het werd na Mao. En dat klopt wat jij zegt, van ze hebben gestemd en dan moet je op de blaren zitten. Maar daarna, nu in het huidige systeem, is het niet zo dat alle mensen, de meeste dan en de massa, denken van, oh die EU, dat is best goed, die hebben het beste met ons voor.
Ja, of dat de meeste zijn, dat zou ik niet kunnen.
Robert praat geen Nederlands.
Ja, oké. Of the most of people, majority of people think the EU is the best system. I don't think so if I believe what some people statistic by job showing us that 80% or something, you must fact check, I don't know exactly, but it was a high number, 80%, don't believe in what Europe is doing, like EU. So that's the reality.
What happens when it becomes an inability to get out of that system, where you said all those people failed? No, they didn't. Russia used to be a monarchy. China used to be kind of a hybrid.
Yeah, but it's not a world order.
China was a dynasty.
It's not a world order, but let me ask you this. What do you think the people at the WEF are trying to push?
Now that's my response on your question, Robert. When you ask for someone who wants to control the world, I think the WEF is then a group of people who have some concepts, getting older and speaking what you just show us also today about the what Klaus Schwab said. Yeah, then I hear it's not possible. It's just not possible. If you see now all the problems with electric cars, for example, I just before your companies and government saying everyone must drive electric car by, and they give a date. now you already see that the insurance companies and the guys who, when you have a problem with your car and they pick you up, they don't want to do it anymore because the costs are too high and too dangerous by the electric cars. They must keep 3 days in a cold bath and da. The system is not ingericht. How you say? It's not
made that way.
Yeah, made that way to make all those concepts just telling about what they want to make it happen, and it won't happen because if you see in Holland, they only need some seasoned immigrants to take the tomaat from the farmers out of the glass houses. They need season. So when you look at the facts, where the problems really are, and to keep the economy and the system now already these days happening and the best for us, it's not happening. So all those new plans will not create it.
I'm going to go.
It will not happen. It will not happen. Some parts.
I've got other stuff to do, so I'm going to go.
Okay.
All right, Roger.
Yeah, good
You
luck
have a good one, bud.
with that, Rogier. Till next time. Thanks for coming.
Have a nice day.
We'll be back
Feet
tonight.
warm.
RHTV Live, right? We'll be back. So see you guys next time.
Keep your head cool and your feet warm.
So
Hello, Elizabeth.
Ray is here. And Robert, she's a former Deep State MK Ultra survival.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Hello.
Watch some of her streams.
Hello, lead
Well,
guitar
hello.
man. Hello, and hello, Cor.
Hello.
You heard several things, of course. What do you want to add or ask or remark? Or...
Well, I listen now for maybe an hour or so, and I some subjects came by like nuclear energy and China, and lots of subjects where I'm interested in. So do I have something to add? I don't know, but I was very interested also in about China and lead guitar man. Can I ask you something about the situation there? Someone sent me, I don't know if it's of recent, but that Trump now wanted to release the Title 42, that rule or that law or what it is that he had introduced. Is that now again his way of trying to get attention, or what's your opinion about it?
Okay, now what are you trying to? He wants to reinstate Title 42.
Yeah, he wants to call out the Title 42, and that has been released on January 8th of this year. So I was amazed by that he wanted to announce that. So I was curious if you knew that.
I'm trying. What perspective are you speaking from?
I'm perspecting from that he wants to get that he also wants to get every like with the trafficking. So he's now publicly saying about child trafficking, and that he wants everyone out of the country, which is not, which is actually illegally in the USA.
Yes,
and that's what he pronounced. And I was also a bit surprised, with my past, and I know a bit that you know my past from Deep State and Mind Control.
Yeah.
And
let me ask you this though. What do I think of it? I'm going to ask you the same thing once I'm done with this.
Yes. Sure.
We can't allow that to continue because, one, what these people have been told and what the realities are two different things. Two, they're taking the most vulnerable people who are coming with the best of intentions, maybe, but putting them in harm's way or abusing and using those people. And that's already been proven. There's no doubt or gray area about that.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing to do is to stop that. Because unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the world has the will to stop some of the sickest people in society. Now, that may change. That could change. But I wouldn't hold my breath on it because I think the corruption in our systems is too deep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm very curious because, by the way, first of all, I don't know why I do my own live streaming and I find it I'm very nervous to join. So I don't know why that is. So
Well, don't be nervous. I don't bite too hard.
yeah, I know. I mean, I know all four of you who are here, so I don't know why. But anyway, what I think of it, well, from my past, I can say that I do know this person I talked about, so Trump, and I am. That's why I was curious because I think that the only thing it really can change in the world is if everyone stands up and says no. And that is what I every time feel resonate, like the real change comes from the mass of the people.
Well, that's why I said earlier, I think Barry was here. I don't think Core was on, but people have this expectation that one person can change the world, and that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
And people need to quit relying upon other people to make the world the place we wish it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, that's always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah.
That's a never ending. I think people have forgotten that what society has attained for the good wasn't garnered on a whim. It took people with hard work and good morals to do it.
You can only be your own example.
Correct. But in the same token, many people have come to believe that they don't seem to want to think about anything. They expect the government to take care of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also that's my own opinion, that like with what they call woke culture and woke things, that I think the world has become too feminine. I think that's also the reason why they do the whole gender stuff, and to create as much as possible, not only wars, but also this culture of you cannot say almost no to something which you don't agree with.
Well,
but I want to say to you, Robert, in Holland, the boomer generation were mindful about that part, what you say about politics. The government will take care of my pension and my things and da. After the World War III, they must rely on the trust on those people in those contexts, in those time period. And they work hard. And so I understand that program of the boomer generation, but the people now in consciousness don't have that, what you say about we believe that the government will take care of us. No.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm speaking of when it comes to our way of life, our laws, our rules, example, the whole woke thing, or leaving borders wide open so that any number of people for any number of reasons can come into your country willy-nilly. And don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with people moving about as long as they're doing it for the right reasons. What I do have a problem with is the idea that people think that our politicians have our best interests in mind anymore, because they do not. That's what I mean about thinking for you. They don't want to take the time to inform themselves about what's really going on in politics. And for that matter, what's going on in the world. This isn't unique to any one country. We're seeing it happening all across the Western world.
I think it starts with not being afraid when foreign people coming into your country with a different background and culture.
That's not a problem. The problem when it becomes a detriment to your society and your culture, that's when it becomes a problem. And when they come in and that their expectation is, you know, for example, when you use the analogy of, okay, you're taking care of people who are coming from someplace else, but yet we're not taking care of our own people.
Yeah, so that education part must be is underdeveloped, and must be more consciousness in programs, and how I see it, and a lot of other people are doing it, is to make that happen. So and share it, that there's more consciousness about that part. So education is very important.
Well, it isn't just education, as Uwe pointed out earlier. You probably didn't hear him, but when he talks about people knowing more about a football team than they do their own government, you have to care about what your government's doing, so that you understand what's going on.
Marnix, you know Marnix?
No.
The communistic, the guy who lived in Germany.
Yes, Marxist.
Yeah, a Marxist. So at the end, he was having his concept introduced in society and put it in reality on some level. But at the end, it was the people who get the basis, but they fight literally on his football club, because the football club, whatever it means, the ball, and you can see it on different ways, just balls and why they make millions and da. You can have a free mind about a game in life, but some people, it's like the holy grail. It's like, they put the focus only on the football. So, and then you see, you can give people everything, but they fight because there is a ball in the game.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you trust people voting who know nothing about what they're voting for?
In this time and period, I give my trust, but it's not, for me, it's voting in the system, how it's now appear for us in consciousness through all levels of is, if you now give your voice to the same system, and then I never give my voice. I never vote in my life, because my consciousness is so different in reality than what politics are saying, and why you must vote, and what they are doing. So, and it's just fact checked with what they talk about and what they are doing. And if you see what they did and doing with your voice, I can't give my voice. So I have a different
hold
view.
on. I can understand that, but the problem is, if everybody thinks that way, then they're just going to do what the hell they want.
They are already doing it, what they want.
To an extent, we're supposed to be a stopgap. If that was the case, we wouldn't have what's going on here with our elections.
But the stopgate is not in real life, is not giving a voice to somebody and hope that they are doing it. No, the stopgate, the real life, begins with your own steps, with your own hands, your own two hands, and your own doing.
Yep.
So that's my consciousness.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if everybody went by that ideology that you're speaking of, then the leadership of our countries wouldn't, just as Klaus Schwab says, you wouldn't need elections then.
No, it's a
And
total
do you
different
think
story.
if
He put it
everybody,
in context when you put something in your brain, and to tap out your thoughts and quicker than you can think about yourself, he say, and then we put that in a program, and then we already know what you want. But there's a total different out of context what I say.
that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, to quote, I hate to do this, but to quote a Rush song, even though you may not choose, you still have made a choice. Okay. And
of course.
And what I'm saying is, if you don't work towards a better society, and the idea is, well, I can't condone that because of what my government does. Well, you're never going to fix things if you don't do that.
First, you have people. Then men create schools. First you have people, then men create banks. First you have people, then men create money. First you have people, then men create systems. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
So first you have men still.
I would say welcome to society.
Yeah, but
if we didn't create these systems, we would still be living in caves and throwing sticks and stones around.
No, but it's crazy talk when you still have McDonald's, for example, and they give poison food, for example. I don't say they do, but still they do.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They make people sick and tired and shit, and they still say every year to us people, but give me your voice, give me your dollar, give me your, and people still buying it.
But
then
let me
you
ask
keep
you this.
the same company in place with the same problems. You understand?
Yes, but let me ask you this. Is that the fault of the business or the ignorance of the people?
I think both are responsible for what happened in that moment. If you have the consciousness about what people know and don't know, and you have the consciousness in power to control by programs and even by whatever, you control the media and you know how to play people. Yeah, then the company is responsible for that part. But also at the end, if you want to, with a cup of tea, you want to speak to each other as human being, eye on eye, and say, yeah, listen, at the end, it's your choice who you want to be. And that's hard talk, I understand. And so, yeah, but at the end, that's the truth. You give your vote to something, your money or whatever, your soul, your being, your energy, or not. It's yes or no. I'm too simple, I think, on that part, but that's the truth.
Well, I think I understand where you're coming from, but what I'm saying is, if we're going to go towards a more ideal society, not idealistic, but more ideal, we can't rely upon our current leadership to do that. We as a people, this is why I said that we can't lay upon what needs to be changed in this world upon the shoulders of one person. It has to be a paradigm shift across society itself.
Yes, it's need a paradigm shift.
But see, people have become too lax. See, we have a responsibility to self, right?
Yeah.
We also have a responsibility to society.
Yeah.
And when people shrug the responsibility to society, this is what we end up with. Because
what is shrug? What is shrug? What do you mean with
to pass off, to ignore?
Yeah, but that's not realistic. You can't ignore society. That's
Many
too.
People do.
No, it's not possible.
Sure
I mean, no. what do you mean then exactly? Yeah, I maybe I see it a little bit too deep now, but we are all connected in my consciousness.
That may be true, but what I'm saying is, if we're going to move towards a more ideal society, we can't do that by just thinking that we can think our way to it. We have to make choices.
Of course.
If we don't make those choices, we're leaving that responsibility to somebody else.
Yeah. Lousy people make slavery.
Yes, and we're seeing it.
Well, and that's the education about put it there and make it very clear to each and every one that your choice, your human being, that you are not better than the other, but also not worse than the other. So we are equal in that position, and make that strong. And sometimes it asks education if you want to be involved in a system what already have put on paper a law. Yeah, then you must study the law. So we must shift the consciousness about what's important to learn children on school, for example, and where lies the needs and wants in this time of the human rights, for example, and teach people by law how the law see who you are as human being. And then you have a different part that is private in that way. If you can speak about the position from the law, then you have a human being and you can speak with emotion and with freedom of thoughts and so on. And that's a different construct. But when you are connected in the system, then you have to deal with law.
Well, that's my point, though. If you're not voting or making a choice, you're allowing somebody else to do that for you.
Yeah, it's a law. If you have your conscious, je geweten, if you have problems with your consciousness about, you have a deeper consciousness about what people are doing, for example, buying by tax, and they don't use it on a good way, and you can point it, and then it's already by law telling you that you must make that clear. Also written by law how you must do that to the system, to each other, for each and every one, for algemeen belang. I don't know the English word, but so it's already putting there. So common interest. Because at the end, you saw by the tribunal in 1940, 45 at the end, people getting hold by, they know it was against human rights. And the judge say, okay, but why did you vote on that party? Why did you bring those people on power by law? And now you come tell that you already know because it was based on fear and so on. It's a difficult thing in life to make that clear and make new choices around that. And a lot of people, okay, big story. But at the end, it's already put on paper. You must speak out, or you must don't give your voice to something if you know they can't handle the power. And if it's the reason because they are narcissist or they have physical problems or whatever the cause is, but if you find out as human being that it's not okay, you can't give your voice to those group of those people.
That I agree with you wholeheartedly. But what I'm getting at is that in today's society, we have a substantial subset that seems to think that the bread and circuses they're being fed are all that matters. We've lost, as I said, we have a responsibility to self, but we also have a responsibility to society. When we shrug off our responsibility to society, that's what leads to the atrocities that we've seen happen in history. And unfortunately, I think we're headed down that road again. And I think we may already be in one we can't get out of.
Yeah, I think I understand what you say, Robert. And every time the history repeats itself, that's a deep philosophic thing, and that's true so. What we are doing as people, we are learning still, and we want to have the best for us and our family, and for your children and generation. So that's the normal consciousness thing. And and we know now that history repeats itself. So we still must learn and get the best out of it and address it there, even if they don't want to listen. Or I mean, the liar is a liar, and the being of a liar is on many different levels. The lie is then everywhere in his total being. Even he speak nice to you. So
you know what the biggest problem is when it comes to that? People don't live long enough for history not to repeat itself. The generations who fought to fix the atrocities of the past die off before the atrocities of the future begin.
I think it's for me. If you know the history about human rights, where it's coming from even the Kleitablet, I don't know the English word, but it's coming from. So it's a very old spiritual energy who touch still this moment in our speaking now. So, and it's still not done, and it's still not the consciousness of the biggest group in society yet. But
let me ask you this. I'll give you an example. Many years past, many of our countries swore off slavery. But yet, in this day and age, there's more slavery in the world than there's ever been. Why is that?
Then you talk about the philosophical.
That's not philosophical. That's true.
The modern slavery in that way. I understand. I give you. I mean, if you travel and you have a visa for 3 months, and you must come back in your home country again. I mean, all that kind of thing, free of being, traveling and being somewhere where you want to be. That mean for me to be a rich person, that you are where you wanted to be. So with your total being, and that. Okay, I lost my words. Sorry. You were saying. Right.
But what I'm trying to point out is, many of the things that we thought were lost into the past, into history, are more true today than they were then.
So that's very important. But I'm very glad that we talk about this part, Robert, because that's very important to keep that high. And I see it when I reflect to that, your words in those human rights, where it's coming from, and people still keep it high. What's important for human life, and they write it down in words, without your belief system, your color of your eyes, your culture. So it's very intelligent. Only we have to keep it. I want to make it more stronger, and I see solutions for the problems occurring in society if we do so.
And well, the problem, that's what I was trying to point out, though. The problem in lies is we have a substantial the reasons these things are more prolific today in society than they should be is because many people allow their governance to be done by others. They don't speak up.
No, but
They
we
don't
must
inform themselves.
No, but a natural law for me means also trust. I want to have friends, people around me who I can trust. I don't want to give my mind and think, hey, what's he saying if people say something? And if I met a liar in my life, I don't want to put that on a new, when I meet new people, that I think everyone is a liar. No, trust is something wordful and is very important. So if people take that trust and they make a shit place out of it, they don't handle it with care, then we must restore trust again in society.
Right, but what you're saying is still an idealistic thing.
Well, I can only do in my ability what I can do. It is like it is, and I take my position as an artist, and I'm sharing it on different ways. That trust is important in my paintings, in my writing, in my speaking, in my art
I would
performance.
agree with you that trust is important.
And I find out that if I do it, address it in the people who don't understand that yet, I go to those places then with my art and bring it in society to plant that seed again and again and again, because I understand life, that's the meaning of life, learning from history and know that trust is a very important thing. And even also when people don't take the trust for granted, how you say, for serious, so that's for me a red flag then. So then I put my art in it, and that's one thing I can do, but I can only share for my children and for people around me that I doing it that way. And what I find out is that people are doing it on their own way when I share it, because people like to be with people what resonate and what feels good. And and I just plant a seed, and sometimes what happened is for me magic again and again, is that people are taking that point and make it much more important in their structure they live in their work and their life. And then suddenly that energy is wow, he make a project out of trust what I say to him, but much better than I could do in my circumstances. But then I understand life.
Hold on, you're speaking of an idealistic thing. Ray, Elizabeth, if you're listening, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I listened.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What does the word trust mean to you?
Of which just was talked about, or for me in general? What for me pure trust is?
Both.
Both. Well, I also wanted almost to express also what I feel is that for me the scariest thing is that there is developing a uniformity in the world, and I find that the biggest danger, and that cause is also part of the enslavement. And to come back to the trust, myself, for me trust is the most important thing in person. And for me personally was always the case. And to come back to the subject what was just talked about, I understand Cor as well. I fully get it. And because I also feel that trust, for me, it's not only trust, but also the energetic blueprint of how I meet people, how I look at the world. And it goes for me even beyond that word trust. So this is why it's for me hard to give an answer in that. But for me, trust is very important, of course. And then the trust related to governments, I come back to that uniformity that decentralization is the biggest threat, and that then in combination with trust, that is a threat to trust, in my opinion, because then it's too much power under one umbrella. If you feel what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You're talking about the centralization of power.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I see. Oh, sorry.
To one thing you're pointing out too is the homogenization of the ideas around the world. Instead of having uniqueness to our countries and our nations and our cultures and our ideas, they're trying to homogenize everything.
Yes. I'm very passionate about. I'm studying a lot about China and Japan. I was everywhere in the world in my deep state life, but I'm also grateful for these experiences. So, my past has, of course, also shaped me. But to come back to China, that they, for example, embrace, that they show to the world, we embrace now cultures, but these people who live there in these villages who are now being rebuilt, like in ancient times, they're fake. And these people are being bought off to live there. And my heart goes out to, I'm sure it's not only in China, but it is so concerning to me that I feel it's more entering in Europe as well, that uniformity, that bland, that grayish bland. And I mean, China was once a very living culture who did deals with Europe and not only China, of course, but I love the unique cultures. I think it's really dangerous what is happening now, and I'm very positive, but I'm very concerned about the world and about governments. I still see, and this is my angriness comes forward again. Like, come on, we should all have a voice now together as people. Now get angry again. And myself am now scared of even saying this out loud, because I have to say, in Netherlands, that counts for that. I'm a bit now passionate about it. I even have to say, because otherwise I get maybe in difficulties here, that I have to say I might be wrong. Well, this is the world now in the Netherlands. I mean,
but I want to react. I understand you. Okay, so we talk about trust. I want to bring it a little bit back. So Davos, so people come together, companies of governments, and they put it up as we must restore trust. That were the outline now for this moment. The reason was because we already talked, what I now just speak out, we must trust, and then a deeper consciousness about trust, and you explained, Monique, and we talk about it, but I already did many years with groups of people. So trust was coming up because they know exactly what's happening in people and society, what's important. So trust was coming up. And trust was crossing plans by the CBDC and the digital currency, and it was coming back to trust in the second room of the politic in Den Haag in Holland, and they discussed and have a debate, and they say, okay, it's not allowed to program the CBDC, but the minister still did, and they keep an open door. But to focus on the word trust with a deeper consciousness, we share it in society. And every time when we launch some idea of some word and we make it important, then you see in this time with internet and connection and people talking to each other, that it very quickly flows to those group who want to have a concept about new world order, new plans and new life for them and for us, they say. So trust coming in there, so they make it big, because when they make big letters and they make it a statement for this year in Davos, they understand that the eyes are on them with trust. And then you see the reactions of, they change words on paper, they discussed. Otherwise, they put some concept through. It was even worse in the moment for us. So we put a stop on that with only to discuss the trust. We want trust. And the power of that, the energy, is much, much more serious than the words when you have just a concept as human being, and it's not serving society. Then you can still make things happen, but it's not the same power energy, the natural energy, what's good for us, where we get a better health condition and so on. So we must understand that some words and some serious choices and meaning and being consciousness about it is very powerful. And that's also what life shows us today. And if we have more trust in that concept of thinking, then we can just test it, doing it, measure it, what's come back, and I already see it. It's happened.
Can I ask you something, Cor? Why is for you then specifically the word, not to interrupt you, but I really want to know, why is for you then, if I hear you well, the word trust with the contents, and I hear you very well what you mean, is that for you then the top priority for that then society can change?
For me, there is no top in that way. I go a little bit deeper than with energy, because we need a paradigm shift on a lot of levels to reach to do the best for us, society.
Mm-hmm.
So in one moment, when a group appears, then is trust the nice word and energy and so on. But in another place, time, moment, concept, I put another word what's very important. No hate, no jealousy, I sing. I sing with my brothers and sisters in the reggae. Because some cultures have the problems in society with each other because they have more hate and more jealousy. So the words are living for me, and the words are powerful, but you must address them and let the words do the job when you speak about it. And that's how I see it, how I feel it.
Let me ask you this though, Cor. When you first used the example of them saying they were talking about trust, do you think they meant trust or just better ways to deceive?
No, kijk, they can only exist by the creation of the human rights. That's the highest in the law system. Everything what's coming down is the ground as institutions, and everything was written, it's going down, and all the laws, and so they understand that part. So they can only be there, and because it's all based on contracts, on words, on law. So only they want to give their own shape on it, and they want to go their own way with it.
But as I said, do you think they meant trust, or do you think they meant better ways to deceive?
Some people, for me, it's not important in that way. For me, it's important that trust, even if they put it on the newspapers and the television and in the program and on the flags, and they say trust is now the most important thing we must do. And even if they have another agenda, they want to do bad, the opposite, then it's already said, it's already told. And you see also the reaction who pick trust up, even the Argentine president, to other guys who pop in there. They use also that same laser beam they get back from the word trust, the energy. They picked it up because they know, a lot of people know that there are people use the good words to do bad. You understand?
Yes, I do. But that's why I was trying to point out that we can say what the ideal is, but at the end of it all, that becomes
but the reaction,
for those
the reaction
that as a tool for their own.
But they digging their own grave when you have a bad mind for it, and you want to do different, and you just use trust, and you play with that energy, and you're not consciousness about it. Then you're playing with your own grave, and so because if you put your plan still there, and it's very clear for us people to see now, okay, they talk about trust in the flags, and they're saying now this, or they do, and it's already happening. So people put it in context, and that's something they can't control. But they know, they understand that they must, this year, they must put it in the flags, trust, because they know that we talk about it in society. So they can't go behind it, and they want to play, and even presidents, and they want to play the nice guy, and you see it now in Holland, the president, and all the politic people who are now new again, and so they speak about trust, they speak about it, but the president of Holland say this and this there by Davos, but here he don't fix the problems. What is it? So that's based on the word trust, that people are triggered, because it's trust is something very personal. Only it triggers for each and everyone the gelijkenissen, the not the different. So it's, yeah, it's happening. I see life sometimes that different again. Yeah.
What I'm getting at, though, is you can say that they've basically, what you're saying is they've already shown their hand, and that they have to play with inside the rules, which I don't believe to be true, because they make the rules. That's the problem.
That's lower. Yeah, but that's lower. That are lower rules, because you must understand.
That may be the case, but that's still reality.
Yeah, that's still reality. But at the end, they know if they don't take care of that one day, one moment, it will occur. And even if it's the African president who say it's against human rights in the court of Den Haag about war, going to war, or what Israel is doing, for example. So, and then you can say, yeah, he used also the concept it's against human rights, but he don't shine his own shoes, and he just say it. But you see that's the only way to keep structures of governments around the world where they know they work in that part. That's the reason why they can't solve the problems of immigration. It's not possible, because there are no illegal persons. The human rights, everyone on natural law and by head law, human rights. Every human being has the right to have protection to nature and food and water. And if you don't give it, you can't do that.
Hold on.
You can't do that. It's not possible. It's politics.
Let me say something here. When you talk about natural law, you do realize that natural law means survival of the fittest, right?
Yeah, you can put it that way. I understand what you mean. Yeah.
So, do we want to go back to that, or do we want to live in a world that's governed by decency?
A natural law means if you take care that every human being understand that we need water, food, and a shelter against nature, and every human being understands that if you don't give that to each other,
so who provides
it's
that?
not correct.
Who provides that?
Sorry?
Who provides that?
What do you mean? The natural law?
No, the food and water and shelter for everyone. Who provides that?
Yeah, we as a society, of course.
So if somebody won't do for themselves, you're supposed to do for them.
If they can't not be able to do, a blind man you will trust, you will help.
That's a little bit different. What I'm speaking of is, you said everyone. What do you do about those who choose to use society so they don't have to contribute to it?
No, okay, but then, kijk, you can take the point from, okay, are we talking about when you start to grow up as a baby?
No,
and you can't
I'm speaking as an adult.
No, but I mean that's a bridge. There's a bridge you already burned. Then, in my concept way, it starts with the beginning. Every human being, every baby who grow up, have the right to get food, water, and a shelter against nature. So, if you provide that in the first day of life when you're coming here on Earth, then you have a true deeper consciousness and connection as human being.
Whose responsibility is that?
From in the first hand, from the mother and father who give birth to the child, to provide that.
And if they choose not to?
What not to? Not to give a shelter, food and water?
Yeah.
Then they need attention on a level that they must educate. But for me, a little bit stupid thought, because if somebody don't understand that, then there is a problem, and there could be a mental problem.
Many of the people coming, when you say that there is no illegals, and on the surface, I agree with you on that. There shouldn't be such a thing as an illegal human, but if we're going to live in a society structured as it is with laws and rules and stability, everybody has to contribute to that society, if possible.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying there isn't outliers where people who need help. There's no doubt about that.
No, but of course, but if
you can't take in millions of people into systems that weren't designed for that, with the expectation.
I understand, Robert, but a little bit back. For me, if you take the exclusivity rights on paper to say, I have the only power to grow food and to sell it, if that's the power structure, and some people, family, and you grow up with your child, and you don't have the money to pay that because it's not allowed to grow your own vegetables or whatever, because there's all they put on paper. So it's the only way is you must have money to get your first human rights, what's a natural law. Then there it goes wrong, because it shouldn't be the basic. If you ask every child on this earth, when you don't teach them mathematics and what's money and so on, but just the pure natural, then they understand that water is already given and food it's already growing, and you can't claim that only to make money out of it. It's a free concept of thinking, and we are now there.
It seems to me like it's a very idealistic way of thinking.
No, it's a very human right. It's a very realistic. If you understand life,
no,
a baby can't work for the food.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that. That I will not disagree with you on. What I'm saying is those who use society as a tool to take from society while contributing nothing back to it. Now, granted, yes, I agree. Children should not be put through that shit. But unfortunately, we don't live in an idealistic world. We do not have the ability to take and make people responsible for what they bring into this world. That responsibility should not be passed upon society. That is their responsibility. Now, as a society, we have a responsibility to society.
Yeah, I understand. But if society chooses to go to war and colonize some countries in the world, in Africa and so on, and they do it for some politic reason, only to be greedy and to take the best of the stuff out of those countries, and don't teach those people and giving back to those people the basic human rights, or teach them how to fish and so on, and you leave that for granted, and you think you can go for the 60 years, you can go with it, or for 200 years. No, that's not the reality. Reality is you will get it back, because we're now creating internet and so on. And people see that what the Western countries are doing, or people, the big power, America and so forth, what they did and doing.
Do you think the Western world in the past, say, decade has moved forward societally, or have we regressed?
You can read different point of views about sugar plantations and the VOC sheeps and what people were doing in other countries overseas, and some people out of slavery say, yeah, but we learned to be a farmer also in the same moment. So there are different stories. You must be very careful with that. You have different people and structures, how they control people overseas. But at the end, it's a consciousness about, okay, what are we doing? From what reason are you under press those people, or what are you doing? You will get it back, and then it's the same responsibility to understand that you create that moment already done, and you will get it back, and then you only can work on a solution for those people. If you have nothing to eat, and your land is bombed, and you lost your family, and you are in a terrible situation, and you know there's a country you can go to, and there's some food and shelter and so on, then you will go. There's a good parentship. That's something what very positive is, that people can behind the fears and
let me ask you this, so where does those resources to do that come from?
What resources?
To be able to take and, as you'd put it, provide every human being from birth with food, water, and shelter. Where does that resource come from?
Money is a man-made concept. It's an unnatural thing.
No. I'm not talking about money.
No,
I'm
but
not
I want to
speaking of money at all.
I want to explain. So money is a man-made concept, and
okay, but hold on. Wait, let me put it into context. If it takes if you need an apple a day to live, right? Yeah. And I only have 5 apples, but there's 6 people. Then what?
Yeah, but that's not reality. Reality is that there is so much food on the world that because of the structures of Wall Street and payments and money structures, that it's rotten in places, because the system is not working good. There is so much food, but it's also about consciousness about what is food. Food is medicine. Food is more than alleen just McDonald's, and food is a human right. So if you having that consciousness as human being in society, then you will teach people and next coming generation how important it is, and that you before you give your mind to creative concept, unneeded plastic or stuff you useless where you must work for, and those systems, that you first put the priority first, what is really needed. And if you have that organized, and it's already organized, but you must do it a better job out of it and more prioritize. And you see in France also now, step by step, they say, okay, we want a price plafond. We want a plafond. It's not allowed anymore to make the price too high in supermarkets. So it's a consciousness. It's working. It's working. But my freedom of thoughts are there. It must be free, and there is enough food. There's so much food. The world is so big.
Hold on. I understand what you're getting at. Go right ahead, Ray.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't want to interrupt. So, but what I like to add, it's not that I say, I mean, I can totally feel Cor. I can also feel you in that. Robert is your name. I hear that well. Yes.
Robert. Yes.
Okay. But what I feel is that the empathic part of it. So it's not about just solutions in the practical, but I think the world, and that's what the deep state, I call it the deep state or the power elite, whatever you call it, that they want to also get rid of the empathic way of that we as society take care of each other. And for example, that example of you have 5 apples to feed for 6 people, when there is empathic way of feeling, then we naturally take care of others, and then there will be created. That's a bit my thoughts on it. That empathic part is for me very important in a society.
And I agree with you. There should be a lot of empathy in society for sure, but there's one truism in reality in today in any society: nothing in this world comes for free.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean from a monetary sense. I mean, when you talk about food, somebody has to grow that food to create it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does that mean somebody should be expected to work for free to create that for somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's already contradictory with the things what leaders say. If you hold up, if you, in system, and they tell the people and the children, they say, okay, the climate change and so on, and that's why we put new rules, and it's not allowed to drive your car with gasoline anymore because we need another energy bron and so on. But otherwise, you get killed and so on and so on, all those scenarios. But so we take that serious. Okay, I take that serious. Now, but when that's serious, then it's also the same law who said, then you give, and it's a natural law as human being, then you give people free a car who not causes those problems. Otherwise, you're a crook. In the same words, in the same concept you bring on, Telly. So it will end up there by those questions.
By that analogy, you're supposed to provide everybody in the world with a car?
Those people who are coming to say to me and my children, if we stop doing this and this and this and that, then you will not die by this and this and this and that, but you must pay for it, then you are a crook.
Well, I agree with you. If it's out of something that's a lie, that I will agree with. But what I'm talking about is down to the actual core of what you're saying. While I agree with you idealistically, when I say that nothing in this world comes for free, meaning, for example, somebody said to me one time that housing should be a natural right. I says, so who builds the house?
Yeah, it's not.
If you're a builder and your livelihood depends upon being paid for the work that you do, but yet you're expected to build houses for free for people who deserve them, as you say, then how does the person who builds houses survive?
Yeah, of course, if you put it in the context how it is economically, and we all are in the same trap about money creation and paying. Yeah, nee, but I understand. So that reality, that's my point, it's not holding up, because you see that reality is a false. If you bomb a land where they were living their own culture in their own way, you bomb them, you take all the stuff out of it to make to let the system running. What you say about payment, and you must pay for a house and so.
I'm not disagreeing with you when it comes to something like that. War sucks. I agree with you in that. I've been in it. But what you're speaking of is just as bad as those who create war.
I don't understand that.
Okay. We don't believe in slavery, correct? But yet, if you're expected to build a house or grow a food or provide shelter for someone else for free, what happens when you no longer have the means to give somebody something for free? And to Barry, you said something earlier. Then you cut the apple into 5 pieces and you give each person a piece. But what if that means that none of you survive then?
Well, then it's not the best example, because on that you will survive. 1/5 less is not bad.
Okay, what if it's 5 ropes and you got 6 people who are going to fall off a cliff?
Yeah, then you have to use the buddy system.
Yeah, well, it ain't going to work.
For so many things.
Somebody's not going to have a rope.
No, but the best of my ability, when I was with the Dutch Marines, and I hook up 6 injured people, I have a structure to and training to see what human being have needed the most help. But that's a different context, different situation, and that's still explaining about empathy. And can you explain what you are doing with the right intentions and the best of your ability?
Is we can have empathy and help to our means. There's no doubt about that. Should the world be better in that aspect? Sure. But to say something like that as a human right takes away self-responsibility, and that includes the people who create more life.
You make a think fault. You make a think fault, Robert, because if you understand the human rights, that's the highest responsibility you ever can get in human life, as we are solving the problems.
No,
if you want to solve the problems
now, life is when you create life and you don't take the responsibility of taking care of it.
Yeah, that's human rights.
Plus, hold on, Cor, hold on. Plus, and that's the core of everything we are living in right now. If the court system is in the same bed as the bad governments, you can talk rights all day, but you won't get them.
Exactly.
No, but then
if you're going to say everything is a human right, somebody has to provide that. And that is nothing more than inflicted upon servitude.
Yeah, but human rights are not written for politics. Human rights are for each and every one of us.
If everybody expects a free house, who builds them, as I said?
No, but it's to live with them. Kijk, if you take the real libertarian, there's also a philosophy about life, a concept. They say everything must be free to act. So. In the basic, they say
no. That's not quite true, but all right.
Someone who wants to build a house, I give him a cow, for example. You can share, but it must be free how to act and how to do. But in the basic, what I mean, if the problems are there, when people can't pay the gas prices, the bill, you must pay it for him.
And what
because
if you can't?
he can't go to the gas company and make his own line. He can't, but it's not allowed. It's not allowed to catch your rain water, for example, in some countries.
Let me ask you this, Cor. Are you going out and building houses and drilling wells for people for free?
We already did.
Okay, so you did some humanitarian stuff. Are you still doing it?
I'm still doing it on a different way. Yes, and the groups, I learned some people to fish.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, even when you say you learned some people to fish, you taught them self-responsibility.
Of course, high responsibility.
Now, what I'm saying is, when you use the context of saying that something is a human right, what you're doing is if you codified that into law, that means you're also codifying that someone is going to spend a life in self-servitude.
What is that? Self-servitude? What is that?
Basically, if you're
zorgt en ten dienste staan, zeg maar, van elkaar.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure what you said, Barry. I hope you translated it for me properly.
Yeah, this word I know. I translated it correct.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, when I say nothing in life comes for free, that's what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I have to do something to live, and if that's all I have, I can't be expected to take and cut what I have to give to someone else. If that means to my detriment, does that mean I build free houses for everybody for the rest of my life? If you codify that in law, you're basically codifying slavery.
No, yeah, I try to understand what you mean, and I understand what you mean, but
now when you say teaching people to fish, I agree with that. That means you teach people self-responsibility. I agree with that. But to think that everybody is going to save the world through empathy is a fool's errand.
Let me say it different.
The world doesn't work that way.
Let me ask one word. I can't find it in English, but it is onvoorwaardelijk. How can I say that, Barry?
Yeah,
onvoorwaardelijk.
Ray, do you know?
Sorry?
Unconditional.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Thank you.
Unconditional.
So,
okay.
Unconditional giving love, do something for someone, unconditional, is the most highest form of energy what create instantly, even the most big scriptures you read about how do you say, about things appear in life like a magic thing where are no word for it. It's in that moment. In the moment, if you are unconditional, because the conditional part of being responsible in the same moment, if you ask something back, so not speak about directly, I try to do it in English, about good or bad, so strict I talk now, but it's about empathy. If you want to have trust, empathy, unconditional, understanding life, that every baby child needs to feed, water, food, a shelter. Unconditional, if you understand and you speak later only to sell it, from if you don't eat good food, biological, blah, 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 if you only to sell it for a high price and people don't have that money, then that's a crime for me if you have that consciousness that is really important, good food. But when it's really so deep important on different levels, then it should be free, as it is, like natural law, already given by the source, the sources. You can call it Om, God, Jah, Krishna, Allah, Buddha, doesn't matter for me. The sources, it's already there. It's given to us. The seeds, the food, the water, everything is there. It's only about sharing. And sharing, yeah, based on trust, unconditional, is the most powerful thing you can have. But I understand, and you talk in the situation now, and you say, yeah, but the guy who built the house must pay the rent also and must have money. I understand that, how it is. But I speak really pure about what we talked earlier about empathy and all those words, so big words. But if you go deeper with that ask a lot of things of us human beings to create that. Oh, sorry.
I see Barry. No, see, Barry wants to talk.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Barry.
I think what's going on is that Robert is running one track and Cor on the other one. I'm on the same track as Robert. Getting fish out of the water is one thing. To pluck apples from a tree is one thing. Building a house means you have to cut trees, you have to make planks, perhaps bake stones. It's art. Yeah, you are on two different examples. It's very theoretical. And Cor is, he's not a communist in the political way. He's about sharing stuff and etc. And I'm into that too. But building a house is a good example for a community in nowadays life, not going back to being to live like an Indian in the forest.
Go ahead, Ray.
Well, I fully agree with Cor as well about sharing and so on. It's also what Barry says, but I like to emphasize on the empathic stuff. For me, I was thinking about an example about giving petrols, that you see someone who has an empty tank, and then you just give some petrol to the guy or the woman, doesn't matter, but who has their shortage of petrol. But suppose that guy or woman is an incredible criminal or an abuser or whatever, will you then still give it to him or her? And this is what I mean with empathic, like in the situation itself, that we as people start again to feel who have we really in opposite of us. And then sometimes even not sharing is a way of saying I see you, and I'm totally for sharing, and that also my heart goes out to every child should have a shelter, food. That's the basic stuff. But there is for me that uniqueness in every person we meet, and I think that is for me the perfect society, and then that will, in my opinion, also solve about that everyone is, for example, someone who wants to be carpenter is becoming a carpenter, and then or a fisherman, and then starts to learn children to fish, like with all enthusiasm. Then the pure creativity and the joy is back in life, and I see in society too much survival. So that's what I wanted to add for how I felt.
And Ray, I agree with you from a shall we say from a spiritual standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the realities of things, let me ask you this. And I'm not speaking about children who are born into this world into situations they did not create.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. I agree. But I also have to remember it's the same concept that I'm seeing. And this is why I say that train of thought isn't any better than those that what Davos profess, just the exact polar opposite. With everything, and I think most people will agree with this, you have to have a balance.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that should every child have the ability to start off foot in life as the best they can? Yeah, for sure. But then again, who provides that? Mm-hmm. The other thing that comes about that is just as corporations, as they move more people into our countries, it isn't because of empathy. It isn't because they feel sorry for people or anything like that. It's because they can lower wages and lower the standards of living for everybody in that country while they raise their profits. And in the other token, when you talk about Barry, when you say, I taught somebody how to do something, I commend you. That's what we all should do. Because when you give somebody something, and this is a truism about people, when something is given, yes, they may appreciate that, but what have you given them? The idea that they don't have to be self-responsible. But when you teach somebody something, and if they actually learn that, and learn to, hey, I can grow my own food, or I can create my own society if I choose. And that's the problem we have in society. You have many who will take advantage of the good nature of many people.
Yeah, and of good, and if it's your natural thing to be a carpenter or a profession, and you are good in it, and someone is not good in that part.
Let me ask you this then. If we only lived in a society where people done what they felt they should do, who builds the roads?
No, I don't believe in that part, Robert, because
you don't believe in roads?
I don't believe in the part that people that energy is so high if you do it unconditional and you understand, you be honest to each other that the one is good in writing, the other one is good in painting, the other, and so on. We understand that. And if that's really honest in the moment, then you will see human being again, and not by just telling he don't take his responsibility.
You're telling me somebody's good at naturally building roads.
When I organized a good party, and I organized the band and the group and the music, the guy who do the lights, the woman who do, or the guy who in the foyer for the jackets, and everyone is involved in that moment and creates. Without, you can't do. You need that for a good party. So you can't say, and that's the old way of thinking, that the guy who in the group only singing get the most money. It's, in my thinking, not the right way. We must share. We will share with each other because the group make the music and the party is creating by everyone. So I believe more in saying share, because without the bass, I can't.
Right. Now let me interject exactly what you're saying, because I'm a musician. If you don't have a hole in a band and everybody pulls their weight as a band, meaning paid equally as a band, you don't have a band.
Yeah.
So just as you don't have everybody in society, if they don't pull their weight in society, you don't have a society.
But it will appear, it will happen, because no one
won't
put a gun on your head to say you must play the bass.
What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about putting a gun to someone's head. What I'm talking about, if a person doesn't have any reason for self-motivation, then you're not going to have a bass player. You're not going to have a guitar player. You're not going to have a singer. Just as if there was no motivation in society for people
the good motivation. Yeah, I understand, Robert, but the good motivation for me, how I see life, is in not only your words you use, but what you are doing. That energy, what you are doing, is so intense that it, by natural law, it's sent out, it resonates with the other people, that feeling.
Okay, so let me ask you this something, Core. If you're out in the middle of the woods, all by yourself, are you going to make art? Or are you going to find yourself something to eat and shelter? Or are you going to wait for somebody else to provide it for you?
To protect to nature.
Well, what I'm asking you, you say you create art, right?
Yeah.
And from a natural sense. So I'm asking you, if you're out in the middle of the woods
Yeah.
Is creating art going to feed you?
Now, I write my own manifest about my conceptual art. It calls living art. So
But
I see art.
What I'm getting at, Core, is
ik ga een shelter bouwen en op zoek naar eten. But that's a part of. I will build a shelter if it's necessary. It depends if the island, where you are, and you make your own place and you make your fire and you will look. Your body will ask for food.
But that's my point is, if you aren't willing to be self-sufficient within reason yourself, and I'm not talking about the pressures of society. We certainly have those in society who take more than they deserve. There's no doubt about that. But in the same token, we also have people in society who wish to take what they don't deserve either. That's why I say it takes balance. So even as we're talking about when it comes to Davos from a strictly purely corporate profit sense, or if we speak from you when you say it's a human right from a strictly empathetic spiritual sense, you're talking about two sides of the same coin, and they both lead to bad places. You have to have a balance.
Yeah, but that's if you understand the human rights and
human rights,
and then spiritual.
Human rights isn't going to grow you a turnip.
If you give it full, how it's said also in the preambule, then you understand that's the balance in life. That's what you're giving, what you are creating is the balance in life.
So
it's not black-white.
If I give somebody a 3-course or 7-course meal, I fed them for a day, and I quote the Bible on this one. You can either you can feed a man with a fish for a day, or you can teach a man to fish.
Yeah.
Now, what you're speaking of when you make it a human right, what you're speaking of comes to a sense where society has to provide for someone.
No,
that's only true in senses where people have the inability to do that, and many choose not to. Just as many choose to take more from society when they produce nothing. Example being people who sit at the top of the pyramid and basically skim off and they're parasites of society.
Those who, by human rights says those who are able enough to provide for themselves and the will to learn fishing.
Will, there you go. That's a big one.
Yeah, and if it's not possible for those people because they are born deaf or blind or some capability, it's not possible. No, that's a different story. If it's not possible, and you can measure that, we understand, then you do your best as human being to teach them, to help them to solve that problem why they can't, because it's a natural law. It's something for food and a shelter. It's to learn. Only it's a priority, it says. But those who can't, we will help. It's also another law, but it's also a natural law because you want to help, because you understand in that moment it's not lazy, it's just not teach, or he is not able enough, or physical things, he's sick or whatever, the body. So you will help, and that's what the middle road says. But it's also about priority. And now I only make my point. It is like it is. It's too much focus on money. Why people having a lot of problems. And to solve that, I want to speak about that part. And not to say, it's not possible, they are lazy, and based on what? If we talk reality, we never try.
Can I add something
ahead,
from what for me, or also that example of how to come back like in the forest, that I feel there is a blueprint, but for me it's intertwined with, that's for me personally, with spirituality, and then not only spirituality is maybe not the right word, but God, and that I feel if inner things are being worked out, then it will also be created that it won't happen, that being on the road alone in the forest, and then to be left there alone. So there is a lot of a backpack, what every being carries, and if that's being solved first, I feel that also as a solution to that, then that also reflects in society and even for our next generations. But that's just me. So, and the other thing is that I have to go to get out of Jitsi because someone is entering the house here. So I want to thank you all, and also Robert and Barry and Cor. But I have to go to at least that I won't be able to talk through the mic.
All right.
Have
care.
a nice
All right.
moment.
Great night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So I don't think if you have it free and it's all, but if you have the strawberries for free, and it's every moment there, free, every day, every moment, then you don't eat or take 10 kilos. You understand, Robert?
Yes, I understand, but you're also assuming.
Yeah, we all do. We just philosophic about it now because it's not reality. So, to say everyone is lousy or to say it's not working is also not. You understand? It's just talking.
Hold on. I'm not saying that everybody is lousy. What I'm getting at is, as a society, when I said we have a responsibility to self, we also have a responsibility to society. Correct. The reason I say that, if you have 50 people, okay, one person, let's say, grows cucumbers, one person grows apples, one person raises cattle, one person raises pigs, one person cuts wood, one person builds lumber, one person builds the houses, one person builds the roads, one person builds your vehicles. If one person in that society stops doing those things, then what happens?
Yeah, but it is unrealistic. That I understand. In words, it sounds nice, but it's not the reality. The reality is, we never do it this way. That's one. So we don't know. And you can also say always on those arguments, there will be a new one who coming up who do the job. So you don't know. You must play it. Then you must be very serious in context. And kijk, that's the same deep discussion now about unconditional free income every month. They do projects around the world now with it. Why? Because they try and they want to measure if it really solves problems for people in society, if it really works. Now, and you see different results now, how they do those projects to those concepts. But it could work in some parts now, is the evaluation, in some society, but they are testing it. So that's the reality. And the reality is that people thinking about it, and not just people from different places with serious backgrounds about consciousness, about
okay, but hold on. Let's go back to what you talk about, free income. What you're talking about is UBI.
Yeah.
Okay, we already have a currency that's based upon nothing. And we know what happens when you print more of that based on nothing. It causes inflation, right? So when you, let's say you give everybody, we're going to give everybody $1 million. Everybody's going to be a millionaire. What did you just do?
Nee, maar what do you mean if you put, you talk about UBA and you talk about millions? That's not the reality.
Well, it doesn't matter. If it's $2,000 for each person a month, which is very low by modern society standards.
Depends where you wake up.
Yes, but I'm talking modern society, not the ideal one. What happens to the value of that $2,000?
No, kijk, money is just a thing invented by men who want to have more.
You were saying about giving people free money.
No, it's about money was invented for efficiency.
Right, and did you just not talk about giving people free money?
Yeah.
So what happens to that money when, we give 1 million people $2,000 a month, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What happens to the value of that money when you do that?
Yeah, but that's a difficult question because no, that's not simple. Yeah, in a way of speaking, but is based on an old concept. What's reality now? If you implement new concepts, you must see it in.
Okay, so tell me
reflected.
What concept? Now, I'll use a very simple concept again. And it's the same thing. And this is why I say that what you're speaking of is the same thing that corporations think versus what you think, just in reverse. Corporations has this idea of unlimited growth, unlimited profit. That's an impossibility because we live in a finite world. Okay? We don't live on an unlimited planet. Just as the same, if you were to give everybody $2,000 for free, that $2,000 becomes worthless because now everybody has $2,000. They're all vying for the same resources. So instead of, for example, the reason that they, as they like to call them, one of the things that has destroyed our housing markets for the average person, and people don't understand this, when they said, well, we're going to help the people who are unqualified to buy houses and qualify people who literally can't pay for what they want to buy, but they're going to give them a loan anyway. It wasn't to help those people. It was to drive up prices, because instead of having 10 people bidding on one house, you now have 100. 90 of them won't be able to pay for it. But what does it do? It drives up the cost of that house. Plus, it makes the person printing the money a shit ton of money, because now instead of having 10 people they're drawing interest off, they now have 90.
I understand.
So do you understand what I'm saying? Why it may sound like an idea or an ideal, it's not realistic.
It's already proven that you speak about closed economic forms, concepts, where the 2,000 money goes. The 2,000 money goes to have your basic needs and wants: your food, your water, your shelter, your house.
So are you telling me that your food, your water, your shelter, your house is not a resource?
Yeah, but that's a resource. Only that's a close deal. What is possible by measuring, by a new concept in handling the numbers, the money game, and then you provide the first rights with those implications that it will provide the needs and keep the market for the companies who want to make more money out of it, because there are now not enough houses, so the price will go up. But then in the 2000 UBA system, they talk about that you want to have it solved. So first there is then a house, so you have your human right, you have your food, you have your basics,
So
and
who
it's
builds the
already
house?
paid. It's built, it's paid, but it's
So who
limited.
builds the house?
It's the market is not anymore getting driven up.
No. Who builds the house?
Yeah, you know or not?
I'm asking you, who builds the house?
Yeah, the companies. What do you think? The people, or if you want to do it by
So
yourself,
let me ask
or
you this.
you want to use people who can do it better than you, or whatever.
No, what I'm asking you this is, when you say that if you give everybody $2,000, right?
Yeah.
And you say everybody deserves a house, who builds it? And then when
The
you
builders, the builders can do. They get paid
So who pays them?
From the 2000.
Okay, so where does the value come from that 2000 then?
The same how money appear out of nothing, just creating zero and ones in computers.
Okay, so what you're saying is we're going to be on a continuous uphill slide.
How do you mean uphill slide?
Okay. Do we live in a finite world?
In a finance world?
Finite.
Finite, what is that? No.
We don't live in a finite world?
No.
Really?
Yes.
So you think that everything can expand forever on this planet?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So we have, what is it, almost 8 billion people on this planet. So you're saying we would have no problem with 100 billion people on this planet?
So if we talk realistic and it doubles, we can have a lot more people.
Let me ask you this. How many people were on planet Earth in 1900?
I don't know. I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know.
Less than 1 billion.
Yeah, it doubles.
Oh,
but
no,
the
no, no,
world
no,
is
no.
big.
There was less than 1 billion. We are now at 8 billion 100 years later.
Yeah, there's no problem.
It's a factor of 8. Do you think if we use that same analogy, a factor of 8, that we're going to be able to handle 56 billion people at the same growth rate in 100 years?
No, but that will not happen. It will happen by natural law. If you are dealing with so many people who grows by natural law, then
What
we have
happens
to
with natural law when you overrun it?
we have to deal with it, and before it overrun it,
So
we
you
already have new
you-
generation with new concepts who force us through natural law to handle it different than we did before, because we learned then.
Okay, so I'm going to play you a video, and you're telling me you agree with this guy then. This is one of the guys that speaks at Davos, and you're going to tell me you agree with this guy.
We are, in one way or another, we are so far, globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a special way, peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. It's, unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high sentence. So we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal, so that people share the experience and you don't have a few rich, trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes. I mean, these are pretty pessimistic hopes, but I mean, that's what lies ahead.
No, but that's clear, yeah. But that's what he said. Of course, if you go on the same path and everyone want to have three cars, 3 homes, and blah 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 blah, then I can imagine in his calculation with so much people that it's not that it causes more problems. But he said that's why he said no. If you share and you have another consciousness about needs and wants, then it's possible. But that's
So
my talking. So it's about sharing. It's about sharing.
What you're defining is either socialism or communism light.
No.
Oh yeah. Same concept.
No. Then you don't understand.
Please explain to me the difference between that and what you're saying.
Yeah, you ask. Do you have time? But no.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's nothing
the idea
to do
behind communism.
No.
Is that each person does their share work for each share of what they get.
No, I don't. All those isms and systems and no, it's not. It's already done. It's not working.
Hold on. Let me ask Barry. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you agree with what I'm saying?
Oh, explain then, Barry. What do you agree?
That it is not as simple as that we want to. And it is indeed a bit of, what was the word again?
Communism or socialism?
No, none of both. It comes down to realism. So you want to have things, you have wishes, and they are nice wishes, everyone agrees with them, but they are not realistic.
No, first I go to Holland and I say I'm 12 years old and I'm a woman, and then I'm on your page. That's realistic. But
no, that's no more true than what you're saying.
No, but what I try to say is, what is realism It's not communism for me, realism. It's not socialism for me. What realism? What for me realism is higher consciousness. What the guy said in the movie is we must learn to share.
No, what he said in that movie is that there's finite resources and we have too many people, so we lower the population.
If we go on the same foot, but if you change it, it's possible. That's what he say.
No, it's not. The only way he said it was possible is if you had a strong dictatorship.
No, but he tried to say, if you share really the needs and wants and not pumping up the system with prices and property and greedy and so on. That's what he said. That was for me how I hear it, and that's what I understand about life.
Barry, is what he's explaining to you not what you would consider either communism or socialism?
The thing is, I know Cor, and he's not a communist nor a socialist.
No, I don't think he is at his heart, but I don't think he quite understands what he's saying.
In his perfect world, he makes sense, but in reality, with the political parts we have above us, that will never happen. And also, Cor, what he said, the guy, was that if you have 8 billion people, it's like a scale. More people, less resources. So everyone is thin, not eating a lot. Less people, more resources. That is what.
Yeah, but I understand that from that point of view, but I think it's not correct. I think there are enough resources, but it's about another way of thinking about life, about concept, and about priority, and about planting the food and sharing the food. There is a lot to share.
I have a question.
Everything is provided. Only we don't. We take it in a corporation and we make it exclusivity, and we let people beg for it, and we don't give it, and we don't share. So that's for me the point. I think there's we must change the thinking and the doing.
Let me ask you this. If you're a farmer and you grow enough food to feed 100 people, or say 100 families, right? And each of those families has 2 kids, and you can grow enough food to feed 100 families with 2 kids. So do you either enforce that they all only have 2 kids? And then what do you do when somebody has a 3rd one or a 4th one?
I have my total being in life itself by natural law given.
You keep saying natural law given. I'm asking you, what do you do when you have 100 families you can feed with 2 kids each, and that's all you have enough to feed, and some of those people decide to have 3 or 4 kids? What do you do?
No, but that's for me no question in my mind, because we can live in overflow.
Then you aren't dealing with reality then.
Yeah, the reality is we can plant so much tomatoes and strawberry you can't eat in your life. And we can feed the world because the world is given to us with seeds, with all the fruit, all the plants, the medicine plants, everything is there.
Why isn't everybody doing that already then?
Because they are greedy. They are greedy in the money, and they have learned a different program.
Every country have the ability? I'll give you, for example, South Africa used to be the breadbasket of Africa. What happened? They used to grow all the food for Africa. What happened?
No, we talk about if it's possible. It's possible to grow food. I don't say.
It is a good question, because it was possible. South Africa did indeed feed a whole lot of the African continent. Why is that no more the case?
Because of politic strategies.
No, because somebody decided they deserve something for free. They kicked out the people who did the work because they decided somebody else owed them something.
Yeah, but I understand the example, but it's reality what's happened there, but it's not.
The reality is they have all the resources to do what you're saying, and they don't do it. Why?
No, because they don't have all the resources yet to do the
How do they not?
logistic.
They have the same land that was there before that provided
no,
for
it
most
just
continent of Africa.
no, it's still it was hanging on the structure involved by cooperation contracts and payments. So that's a false one. When you talk about
Okay,
new
no,
clear
wait, hold on.
concepts,
How is that
when
a
you
false? If
nee,
they
hold
have,
on.
hold on.
When you talk about new clear concepts, then you must put it also in a brighter
Hold on a second here.
perspective, and not
Hold on a
to
second.
implement it in a rustic system that doesn't work, or only provide a few who put on paper exclusivity rights and don't handle by human rights, and those people are stealing it from us, not sharing it. But if you have a complete structure, not only for the food, but also on different level organized, then in absolutely facts, just reality, we have enough land and we have enough seeds and we have everything is there to provide people with enough good food. It's just a choice by living a different concept.
And what I'm saying is that is a prime example of why I say what you're saying won't work. Because no matter what you say, they have the exact same land, the exact same places that used to feed the better part of Africa. Why do they not do it now? It isn't because there's a corporation there, because there aren't.
Yeah, then you don't understand. There was so much violence around that concept.
Correct.
And people
what did
involved.
they do? They shot themselves in the foot, didn't they?
Yeah, because kijk, I mean, people, you see, it's already rotten. The system doesn't work. It doesn't provide. So everything you implementate in a corrupt, rotten system
am I wrong?
will not work. You must start all over again, and you must
They have
first
everything to do
give the
that. Why
people the
haven't
human
they?
rights.
They have everything there to do that. Why haven't they?
What I say, because it is a corrupted system in the moment, so it was not possible.
So they kicked out one system, and the new system they built together is also rotten.
The only difference is the system they kicked out was feeding people. Did they better themselves by doing that?
As well, he's saying also, like the trains are not riding, they might be damaged or something. The companies that did the contacts and other transport by ship or trucks or whatever.
But see, that boils back to what I was saying. It takes a society to make a society run.
Yep.
If you kick out the people who produce, what happens?
Yeah, it's a different story. That's absolutely right what you're saying, but that's what I say. It when society changed the right way, and not just
There isn't any way to change society the right way. It boils down to this: the systems that were in place fed a better part of Africa. Is it ideal? Is any system ideal? No, never will be. Is life fair? No, never will be. Are some people taller, some people shorter? Yes. Is that fair? No, never will be. But in the same token, when you tear down the structures of society for an idealistic idea, that's what happens. And then they turn around and scream up and down for the world to save them, where they're the ones that they themselves created the hell they're living in. For what? Ideology. Am I wrong, Barry?
Yeah, but I see that the same way. Oh, there's an open door. That's not what I'm talking about. Duh. We are on the same page, of course.
Uwe makes a good point too. The Congo has plenty of farmland, great soil and stuff. They can harvest a couple times a year easily farming. Why haven't they done that? Are they not capable of constructing those systems themselves? Is that a matter of somebody suppressing, or is it just a matter of people not doing? And it's the same thing I say about, say, at South Africa. All that stuff's there. You can say, well, they don't have the trains there. They don't have this there. They don't have, well, no place had any of the systems we have in the countries we have now. They were built by people who worked. Without those systems, we wouldn't have the lives we have. We wouldn't be talking over the internet as we are now without somebody doing the work to create those.
That's what we are doing. That's my what you say is my story, is what I say. Only to fill that page in is what are we doing with it, with the creation itself.
When you're saying you want to make it a human right that everybody has shelter, food, water, and $2,000 a month.
Of course. You don't want to have that for your child?
I want my child to have opportunity, not be dictated of what they're going to be.
No, do you want to have your child food the best there is, water the best there is, and a house the best there is? Yes or no?
Yeah, and I plan on providing for them. I'm not expecting somebody else to do it for me.
If your son,
that's my child, is my responsibility.
If your son is in the wheelchair, he's sick.
Okay, you're talking a special case, not a society in general. Not everybody in society is in a wheelchair.
So you say everyone is a carpenter, otherwise you are not human, you're lousy.
No, what I'm saying is everybody has a responsibility to self as much as they have a responsibility
that's
to
something
society.
different. But when he really,
it's the same thing.
When he really does the best of his ability, and we all notice he do his best, he's a good guy, it's your son, and he have light in his eyes, and he's not lousy, and he do his best, but it's not possible for him to bake pancakes or to be a carpenter. How do you see your son in that moment? What do you expect from him more than?
Than what I expect what he can do. Does that change?
That's my point.
How society is supposed to be.
And cumulative, in people with big, large numbers, you will find out that not everyone is a carpenter. So it's all about trust, all about a different state of mind, and all about helping each other on the way, and not fighting each other on the way by saying, if you can't, you're lousy or did. Nay, we must put your best of your ability, what you can.
Okay, hold on, you're putting words in my mouth. When did I say anyone was lousy? What
you say you create a lousy system when you build a house for someone, or I don't get you right on that part. It's possible also, but how I understand what you say is that it's not possible because
what I'm saying is that system is not realistic. It's no different than thinking that we live in an infinite world. We don't.
Yeah, but you jump out. You jump now to different parts of problems in society, in life. But to keep it on the best of your ability to do as a human being, and to recognize that we are not all Bruce Lee. You understand what I mean? We are
Yes,
not all
I wholeheartedly
a
understand what you're
singer.
saying.
And when it's really needed, that we need that singer in that moment, or that economist, or that carpenter, or the fireman from the fire brigade, because he got steel nerves and he's the only guy who can do it in society, then we need that. And that's a
Hold on.
natural law.
So
That's
hold
a
on.
natural law.
What motivates a person to be a builder?
That could be all kinds of reasons.
What motivates a person to dig ditches? What motivates a person to become a doctor? What motivates a person to become a grocery worker? What motivates a person to build cars or build telephones or any number of things?
Could be all kinds of reasons.
I guarantee you, not very many of them, because that's what their life calling was.
I can't say it like that, so black white. That's for me not reality. Some people are really know and understand themselves so good in the moment that they really share with me, I'm born for this or that.
And I will say, what you're saying is an idealistic idea. It's not reality. I've used many examples as to why what you're saying, while on the surface I agree with you, but what I'm trying to get across to you is that type of an idealistic system is just like when I used the example of South Africa and why it failed and why it's still failing.
I give you the reasons why. So it's not a good point of view to say.
So why is it still failed then?
You can't say from that moment what occur in our lifetime in South Africa, that you put it like a blueprint if we can't share for each other and to provide each other in good food for free.
Do they not have the ground to grow the food they need?
No, but that's not a good measurement moment.
How is that not a good measurement? Do they not have?
I explain you a few times that there was around in that country. There's a different culture, different politic agendas, different power structures. So it's not fair to say free sharing is not possible. I believe in free sharing.
That is not an example of reality of what life is.
I feel, for me, it's a human right. Energy must be free for every people. Water must be free. It's for me, it's a crime to ask money for that. And you are also on that page, Barry. Energy must be free.
It's finite.
No, but that's not what I'm saying, unlimited. I say the energy you need, the water you need. So I'm not saying 100 liters a day you must drink, but just
who determines
must
that?
be free.
Who determines that?
Yeah, just science. Just science. Yeah, just science.
Just science. And let me ask you this: who enforces that?
Barry? Yeah, I want to listen because maybe I get a better reflection of myself, what I think, because we are now in. So I want to hear your opinion about it. No, that's not a good. That's not the good approach. Bite on the stick. You just need what you want by science. What you just say. That's plausible. That's normal. Everybody can count on that. Everybody understands that you need some koolhydrates, some vitamins. C'est ça. Yeah, but yeah, but my father, my first beer I drink with him, he brought me to the cafe. He said, "You can order what you want, Cor." So it was a joke from him. He let me drink so much beer, and then he say, "So if you do it every evening, then he walked to a guy on the bar, and he said, then you look like him after 20 years." He said, "So you don't want that." And he let me throw over to give me the freedom.
So I'm asking you though, that didn't answer the question. Who enforces that limitation upon society?
That's a natural law. You can't eat so much strawberry, and people will see it. Handle it with if you do that in groups for 50, 80 people, direct contact with people, you must trust the good will of people, not based on a small group of people who doing now politics stupid things and we're not agree
You
about.
still
It's a
didn't
small
answer
group.
my question. What you're telling me is that everybody in society, everybody's going to abide by the rules all the time. Everybody's going to get the same thing. They're always going to have the same thing. What happens when they don't? Who enforces that?
I don't understand what you mean.
Barry, could you translate that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you only have with those concepts, you must take sure that you make plan B always activated when you understand that there are natural disasters or something happen, occur, and it's not possible to provide people where they lean on and have the trust in and get the sovereignty they really have already by human right. And if something happens there, then you must have a plan B to make it happen. But if you then say in your way of thinking, yeah, but when a meteorite come on the earth, what are you doing then? Yeah,
No.
for me it's not.
No. You didn't answer my question.
Oh,
who enforces?
Then I don't understand.
Who enforces those rules?
It's already said. It's already done. It's not. It's a human right. It's already on paper. It's already written where your rights are.
So when
good
somebody
food, good
doesn't
water,
abide
shelter.
by those, who enforces it?
No, we are the people. Human right. You must don't put your in the basket of politic leaders and so. We must do it. We must take care of.
Okay, so you're telling
and
me
stand behind it. Human
everybody in
rights.
society abides by the rules, is what you're telling me?
Sorry, everything is?
What you're telling me is that everybody abides by the rules of society, so they don't need
Abides?
government.
When you understand the human rights based on natural law, what normal accepted is by for parents with child, and you want the best food, water, shelter, and so on, that's normal.
And I'm asking you
and
is
99% of the people are normal, and they are good willing, and they will share. They don't want to do harm. They even can't say no. That's
what happens
sometimes
when
people need communication training to say no.
Oh,
So
okay. So wait a minute. That sounds a lot like re-education camps to me.
no, they are schools. They already
Oh
create
yeah,
people.
I've heard them called a lot of things.
They have schools, and it's only
Barry,
what do you want to teach to people on school?
Could you ask him in Dutch who enforces these rules when somebody breaks them?
That's the same how it now goes. Only then based on the true, really realistic law, what
You still haven't
everybody
told me who
understand,
enforces
and not a confusion about man-made law, what doesn't work, and where everybody say, even professors of justice in college, they say it's stupid what they are doing now. It's against our law. So if we change that, then it will happen. It's not a big deal. It was working for a time period. Only they change the law and they don't keep them on the law.
When was that concept ever working? I'm puzzled.
If I see in Holland the 70s and 80s, 90s, the boomer generation, it was beautiful. Everything was working, everything was payable. There was a good system. The house market, you can start your family, you can go to college. There was enough food, and everything was.
That was not the system that you speak of.
Yes, I'm talking about that system.
You want to tell me that everybody got a free house, free food, and free water in the 70s and 80s?
No, it was affordable.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that one, but what you're telling me is not the same thing.
And with the 2,000 basic income, you can do the same.
No, you can't. You don't understand economics if you're telling me that.
Yeah, I understand economic in that part. I understand that. It's like a new money system who will provide the basic things. For example, in the 78, when everything was good arranged, and with that money you could trust on basic things you need in life just to be a normal, human being in society, and then you can bring that back.
Barry, am I missing something here, or is he dancing around the question of who enforces these rules and the fact that he's idealistically stating about a time that wasn't even the system he's talking about? It was a capitalistic system. The only difference is that economics were much better than they are now. Am I not correct in that?
Yeah. Op Bluetooth. Je bent niet te horen op Jitsi, krijg ik door, Barry.
I doubt that very much, because to me, what you're explaining, Core, is the tenets of communism. It sounds good on the surface, but in practice, not so much.
Yeah, but it's nothing to do with communism. It's a total different.
You may not say it does, but you need to read it then, because it sounds exactly like it to me.
No, I understand. I understand that's a human behavior to have control about your consciousness, and that's a good thing that you reflect on things you know. And I notice now that for you it reflects to communism, and I understand
Barry,
that that's
hold
happened.
on a second. Barry, do you get the same idea?
No, because I know Cor for a longer time.
No. I'm not talking about knowing Cor. I'm talking about the way he's explaining his ideal system. Does that?
Yeah, he doesn't explain it very ideally. I know what.
Well, it's not that he doesn't explain it ideally. To me, what he's explaining sounds exactly like communism to me.
Yeah, that's possible for you, but for a lot of people around me, not. Sometimes I hear the same reaction, and then you take some more time and explain, and I have a bigger concept on that part, or that called my art piece called a new money system. But there's a whole concept with a lot of pages I write about it, and going into depth with some also economical structures and so on.
Yeah, and there's another difference.
Written by experts, the best of the best in Holland.
Yeah, they
on
are
that
the best
part.
if you want that system. If you don't want that system, they are not the best.
But
let me explain
so
something. The communists in the Netherlands, and again, Cor is not a communist, but the communists in the Netherlands are different than the ones in Russia. It's not a planned economy. It's an economy of who can attribute to that community. So it's slightly different than what's in like Karl Marx's books.
Okay, but it's still a form of communism. Communalism, let's call it that.
Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah, Cor is talking about communalism.
Yeah, and let me explain something to you, Cor. Do you live in a free country?
No.
No? Could you not?
No.
Could you not start a communalistic society as you speak of, and live just fine?
No.
Why not?
Because there are some crooks having some power in some crucial moments would supposed to be free for us people society, and it's not.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you got together, say, and I'll use the example again of 10 families, pulled your money together, and let's say you bought, let's say 1,000 acres of land, okay? Which is very possible in the United States. You could do this. And you're all going to live together on these 1,000 acres. You're going to grow what you need, survive and live that way. How long do you think that would last under your system?
Well, there are some systems who already works under my concept. I already.
Which ones? Where?
They adapted my conceptual concept, and they are proving it together in a smaller population, and it works out.
Is it like the Amish? It's not a joke. Is it like the Amish or something?
I understand the reflection of Amish. I get it also already back, Barry, but that was based on a Christian ideology mindset. But also, yes, bringing the old way of living, pure and the basic. But it's not that. It's not that.
Yeah, lose the religion. Just the
No.
everyday life.
No. There are also involved really beautiful new concepts who are really up to date in the highest standards of what possible for mankind in this moment to create new concepts. And then you can think about new energy, technology also.
I'll give you, for instance, Cor. Let's say the Netherlands went with your system as a whole. How long does it last?
My system is timeless.
Is it?
Yes,
So you're telling me your population will never grow?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so what happens when you run out enough space for that population?
No, it will provide itself.
So the land's just going to reappear for itself then, out of nowhere?
No, it's already there.
And what I'm asking you is, if you did that in the Netherlands, you're going to tell me it's an infinite thing with infinite amount of growth.
No, it's not bonded by countries.
So when you need to expand outside of your borders, what do? Go to war?
What do you say? Sorry?
When your population grows too much for what the land that you have, what do? Go to war?
No, it's not. It's not necessary to go to war with this concept.
Well, if you need more land, it's going to be because your neighbors don't want it.
No, because the concept provides the needs and wants also for other peoples who normally go to war.
And what if they don't want your system?
It's not possible.
Barry, please explain to me how this is not communism.
Yeah, I'm also laughing.
Yes, laughing is a good thing, man.
Well, I hate to tell you, buddy,
it's
but
a paradox, Cor.
the more you're diving off that board, the closer and closer you're going to Karl Marx there, guy.
No, Karl Marx had it wrong.
You reach the paradox because you have 1,000 acres, the population is growing. Then at some point you don't have enough land to grow the food anymore, or build houses. Every house is less vegetables.
No, you adapt. You adapt. The concept will adapt where you are in the moment. So what need? So if it's a hot place or a cold place, you understand, Barry?
So what happens when you run out of place?
No, that's not possible.
How is that not possible?
Because the world is big, man.
Yeah, but do they all play along? I don't think so.
Yes, they will at the end.
Barry, I hate to say it, what he's talking about is Marxism, communism.
No, man. Ik no Marxisme, joh.
I don't care what kind of bow you wrap it up in. That's exactly what you're explaining.
No, yeah, no.
Barry, am I wrong?
Well, I didn't read Karl Marx. I had lessons in it, but I didn't read the book, and I don't know
read the book.
Enough of it.
That sounds exactly like it.
But
no, I don't use KGB.
Well, then who enforces who gets to each their own then?
Oh, it's a self. It's a self feeding. It's a total.
Everyone signs the contract, and they will take no more than they are allowed to.
So what happens when they don't?
No, it's not happen. It's really a very. At the end, it's a very
then
basic.
You don't understand human nature.
It's like you can call it like KISS, double S, KISS. KISS.
Cor, let me ask you a question.
Keep it simple and smoothly.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. Is it against the law to murder somebody?
Sorry?
Is it against the law to murder someone?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Does it still happen?
No, but
murder doesn't happen.
Listen.
No. You're not going to back out of this one.
No, listen.
Does murder still
if somebody have a brain fuck, it always can happen. Huh?
No, not that it always can happen. It does happen.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
so the question,
let me ask
I don't
you this.
understand why you asked the question. It's so obvious.
Because no, it's not obvious to you, obviously.
For me, yes, of course. Then you don't understand.
Because if you're going to have people who won't abide by the laws against murder, what makes you think that you're going to have everybody abide by the rules you're speaking of?
So that's difficult English now, or What do you say?
Barry, am I wrong here?
No, you are not.
Wat dan, Barry? Even snel, als kan. Nee.
Nou, dat je niet echt antwoord geeft op iemand gaat buiten het boekje.
Ja.
Misdaad.
Hey Barry, you explain to him what I'm getting at. You argue with him for a little bit. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few.
Ja. Dus is er politie bijvoorbeeld? Is er een gevangenis? Dat soort dingen.
Ja, nee, tuurlijk. Maar met een andere bedoeling. Met een ander concept.
Ja, het concept is dan straffen en vastzetten, toch?
Ja, gewoon, zo zou je kunnen zeggen, gewoon als het fout gaat, gewoon zoals we het voor ogen hebben, zoals het hoort te zijn. Waar we geen nare gevoelens hebben tegenover politie of justice. Weet je, het is gewoon zoals het is.
Ja, daar heeft
alleen op een andere.
Die moordenaar, die zit er niet mee.
Nee, maar ik bedoel, nu heeft iedereen wat te zeggen over rechters en over politiek binnen straffen en de hoogte van straffen. En dat is in mijn concept totaal ander iets, maar dezelfde elementen zullen er zijn. Alleen die zullen nu ten dienste zijn voor ons zoals het hoort te zijn. En niet tegen ons. Ja?
Dus net als in Amerika bijvoorbeeld verplicht op het land werken voor de criminelen.
Nee, niks verplicht.
Ook niet voor
Hoe bedoel je? Nee, als strafuiting bedoel jij?
Ja.
Ja, er zijn gewoon corrigerende maatregelen die al in de wet staan. Die zijn niet voor niks bevochten door onze voorouders met de beste bedoeling. Alleen er is mee aan de haal gegaan. Weet je wel? Ik bedoel, het wordt nu allemaal anders uitgelegd voor politieke eigenbelangen. Maar mijn verhaal zit gewoon omwille algemeen belang. Dus daar zitten ook restricties en gewoon straffen op.
Ja, ik heb
alleen
ook
die
wel
straffen.
waar Robert naartoe gaat, Robert moet ik zeggen.
Die straffen die lossen ook recidivisten op, weet je, omdat daar nu als je uit die beroepsgroep hoort wat een crimineel ook beter kan worden gemaakt, wat bepaalde landen wel weer beter doen, weet je, dat ze bijvoorbeeld een gage krijgen en dan sparen ze als ze eruit komen na hun straf, krijgen ze goede opvoedingscursussen. Maar er staat ook gelijk een huisje klaar en ze kunnen een nieuw leven inrichten. Kijk, in Nederland doen ze dat bijvoorbeeld niet. Ja, dan sturen ze die jongens weer op straat. Ik zeg maar iets heel simpels. Kijk, dus het gaat zorg dragen om een goed systeem ten gunste voor elkaar. Maar ook ter bescherming natuurlijk. Gewoon zoals het is.
Ja, dus in Nederland kennen we talloze voorbeelden helaas van, hoe heet dat ook alweer? TBS, ter beschikking gestelde regering of zoiets. Nou, die lui die worden dan uiteindelijk vrijgelaten of ze mogen op verlof zonder begeleiding. En die begaan weer een misdaad. Want het zijn nu eenmaal, al dan niet geboren, het zijn misdadigers. En iedereen kan een keer een fout maken in een verhit moment. En het hoeft niet eens per se een misdadiger te zijn. Gewoon iemand die te lang getergd is of zo. Maar dit soort
crime passioneel. Crime passioneel.
Bijvoorbeeld, passioneel. Crime passioneel bijvoorbeeld.
Het zijn de grootste aantal moordenaars die gevangen zitten in Nederland.
Ja. Maar goed, je hebt dus ook psychopaten, sociopaten en die leren het nooit.
Ja, klopt. Klopt. Dus alles is zoals het is, alleen de manier waar je daarmee omgaat en invulling geeft, die is anders.
In Zweden of Noorwegen, een van de twee, daar doen ze dat terugkeerverhaal. Maar daar zijn ze mee gestopt. Want dat hielp niet bij die lui. Bij de echte misdadigers helpt dat niet.
Oh. Ja, kijk, om effectief te praten, en dat vind ik ook lastig, en zeker in het Engels, en om zorgvuldig te zijn, in seriositeit, dan maak ik gebruik van mensen die daar echt in het veld werken en ook theoretisch onderlegd zijn en bij machten zijn en de juiste informatie daarover geven. En dat is per cultuurland, zelfs nog gemeente, verschillend hoe dingen lopen. Ja. En dus het is allemaal niet zo simpel om te zeggen, dit is één solution. Dus de vragen die je wel eens gesteld krijgt als je zo vrijuit praat, wat ik nu doe, en dan nog in het Engels, is logischerwijze roept dat bepaalde reflecties op. Oh, dan is het dat. Oh, dan is het dat. En dat is een bepaalde grip wat mensen willen hebben. Maar het leven is niet zo simpel in die zin.
Nee, oké. Maar in grove lijnen is het wel handig voor zeker als je inderdaad uit twee andere talen komt. Om met
Klopt.
begrippen te spreken, want dat gaat sneller en minder complex.
Ja, klopt. Maar nieuwe concepten zijn altijd, die vragen een bepaalde approach en een bepaalde benadering. En als je dat serieus wil nemen en serieus onder de loep wil nemen, dan ga je daar heel anders natuurlijk naar kijken.
Maar waar dat nu loopt, hè? Jij zegt het loopt al, dat project. Is dat één land of meerdere landen? Want hoezo staan die daartoe dan?
Nou, omdat die sommige, er zijn kleine groepjes en zo, maar die zijn gewoon goed volgens de. Kijk, ik heb een manifest geschreven en als je je daaraan houdt, dan blijkt het mogelijk te zijn om afstemming te vinden met, of het nou lokaal, gemeente, politiek of wat dan ook, om die dingen voor elkaar te krijgen. Alleen de vraag een bepaalde zorgvuldigheid van benaderen, ervaring en kijk op het leven en daar ook sterk in staan. En dan krijg je mensen daar gewoon in mee.
Maar ook in het buitenland of is dat allemaal in Frankrijk?
Ook in het buitenland. Ook in het buitenland. In heel wat landen.
Meer links of meer rechtse landen qua geschiedenis dan? Hè?
Nee, dus dat overstijgt links en rechts. Dat is al duidelijk gemaakt in het manifest. Daar gaat het al lang niet meer over.
Aan jullie kant, maar ik bedoel de gastlanden waar het plaatsvindt.
Ja, dat is verschillend inderdaad, Barry. Dat ziet er ook heel raar uit. Dus dat mensen van bepaalde partijstructuren, netwerken toch meegaan daarin. Terwijl als je ze daarin landelijk hoort praten of bij de EU, dan hebben ze heel andere stellingen over dezelfde onderwerpen.
En zijn die mensen dan uit het land zelf of gaan er ook mensen naar andere landen?
Mensen gaan ook wel eens naar andere landen.
En dat kan met paspoort en visa en al dat soort dingen?
Ja, helemaal bij wet, helemaal keurig netjes geregeld, geen probleem.
Dus dan val je in feite als groep wel onder die regering, want die hebben een fiat gegeven.
Ja, je valt altijd je valt onder de human rights en je valt dan daarin, als die human rights goed geïmplementeerd zijn in de grondrechten, val je onder de lokale rechten van zoals het is in dat land. Alleen daar liggen soms wel eens dingen en voor bepaalde mensen binnen dat concept een taak om dat duidelijk te maken en soms ook te veranderen. Zodat het wel in de lijn loopt van de mensenrechten.
Ja.
Ja. Maar daar ontvang je natuurlijk wel eens vanuit onwetendheid of dingen of angst ook wel eens, hoe heet dat? Tegengas en zo. Maar ja.
Hoe komen ze aan hun fondsen dan?
Geld is er genoeg. Alleen ja.
Is de productie of iets dergelijks?
Ja, ligt eraan. Je kunt het heel flexibel, omdat je gebruik maakt daadwerkelijk van de omstandigheden in het moment in zoals het is. En als je dat heel zuiver en in kaart hebt, dan ga je daarop zeg maar je nieuwe rekensommen baseren, zonder afbreuk te doen aan het manifest.
Moet daar dan belasting ook over worden betaald, lokaal?
Ja,
door de regering?
Ja, alleen belasting wordt er gewoon betaald als het echt ook gebruikt wordt zoals het bedoeld is en ook weer bij mensenrechten. En in het moment dat de belasting en je weet van dat je iets ondersteunt wat gewoon tegen de mensenrechten ingaat, dan zijn de manieren en concepten liggen er klaar om het dan anders te doen. Maar nog steeds daar te kunnen blijven zijn en belasting te betalen. Alleen dan is het vaak of minimaal of nul. En alleen dan heb je wel met andere verplichtingen te maken, is dat je die geldstroom wel in sommige delen van de wereld behoor je dat in dat land zelf weer uit te geven. En in sommige gevallen kun je dat gewoon transporteren over de wereld weer heen. Maar het ligt aan de verdragen die opgetekend zijn.
Ja, ik hoor er wel van op dat er landen zijn die dat überhaupt toestaan. Want het zal maar overslaan dat hun eigen bevolking dit ook wil.
Nou, soms krijg je daarom tegengas of je krijgt medewerking. Ligt eraan waar je terechtkomt. Maar het gaat erom dat je eerst aan het doen bent. dan komen die partijen erachter dat je dat aan het doen bent. En dan loop je tegen, of het vloeit door, of je loopt daar tegen strubbelingen aan en die ga je tackelen. Maar het is dus niet een concept, zeg maar, dat je eerst van tevoren gaat vragen of je wel mag zijn wie je bent.
Ja.
Ja.
We gaan straks nog een partij lachen als Robert terug is en we gaan het afronden. Oh, ja, die gaat niet aan, gelukkig. Ik heb wat gevonden, dat heet prankcalls of zo. En die ga ik vast klaarzetten voor ik het vergeet. Ja, dit is genoeg, hier staat hij klaar. Terug naar Jitsi, waar is dat? Daar. Dat heb ik ontdekt, ik lig helemaal dubbel. Dat zijn echte prankcalls, maar daar maken ze dan met een soort Muppet poppen een sketch bij. En dan is het heel leuk om ook vooral op de achtergrond te letten, want ze voegen allemaal humor toe ook nog aan die gesprekken die meestal op zich al hilarisch zijn.
Ja.
Want het is een prankcall, hè. Dus ze bellen bijvoorbeeld, ik noem maar wat, een kapper op om te vragen voor een tweedehands auto. Nou, daar komen hilarische gesprekken uit voort. Dat zijn natuurlijk ook de enigen die ze gebruiken om daar een aflevering van te maken. Nou, persoonlijk lig ik helemaal dubbel. Welkom, Robert.
So did you come to a conclusion, Barry?
Yeah, it's a totally new concept. It's in more countries. They have contracts with the countries. They have to pay local taxes, or they are allowed, depending on the country, to shove it over the world wherever they want.
Well, it still doesn't answer my question.
Which question? Which question?
Who enforces it?
Ja, nogmaals, Cor, wie houdt alles in het gereel?
The system how it is. Already written, already done. Only false interpreted sometimes. Not always. Some countries, some places doing it almost in the way that we fluently can work with the concept. But sometimes we must change some things. But we always find solutions.
That doesn't answer my question.
Oh, nou ja. Okay. So the system, it's already done in all kinds of layers.
And we have laws against murder.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. The laws are the local laws, but under human rights. So this is also agreed upon up front.
So as I said, who enforces those?
Yeah, is that local government that brings in the police, or do you have your own police?
No, local. Only we have juristic backup for international law and complicated situations to help each other.
Yeah, but first on the spot when there is... Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Okay, that still doesn't answer my question. If you're going to have police, you have to have a government, do you not?
Yeah. No, we don't change the government. The government will change.
Is that any different than what we have with laws then?
Yeah, but now the government in some country, we managed, it take several years, that the local politics is changed by those people who understand my manifest and implementate already things in the benefit of our people there for society. Not only who accept the concept, but also people who were used to live on the